WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
In the jury, that ball's drilled deep to left field. There's the first base runner. There's the first run. JP3 crushes one to left, and the Astros get in front 1-0 on a solo home run into the back of the Blue Jays bullpen. One other runner reached scoring position. Jordan sends one to center. Barcho, the new center fielder, all the way back at the wall. He'll leap up. It is gone. Home run. Jordan Alvarez goes the other way over the left center field wall. And there are the insurance runs for the Astros. It's now 3-0. There, the game will be over, and it is. Astros win on Canada Day here in Toronto. 3-1 the final score. The Astros stay red hot. They have now won 10 of their last 11. And with Seattle idle today, the Astros now 3 games back in the AL West. That is the closest they have been since all the way back in April.
Oh, Ben's into it right away. Ben's not even waiting for me to ask Seth if he's heard the good news. Ben's like, I've heard the good news. Houston, have you heard the good news? The Astros, we've done this like every day for like 8 shows in a row. I'm only not going to do it if they don't keep chipping into the lead of the Seattle Mariners.
Right, yeah. I mean, 10 out of 11 games you win.
Yeah, man.
Hunter Brown has allowed 1 run in his last 5 starts. There's been a lot of reasons to celebrate over the. Yeah, it's been a nice reset, I think, for us, Sean. Look, the Astros have had. I'm talking in terms of how you feel about the Astros.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've had the COVID season. You very much felt like, oh boy, everything might be crumbling down, but everything else was just so weird around it that I don't know if I could appreciate it quite as much, and it was so condensed that it wasn't the same feeling as the beginning of this year, where it felt like, oh boy, this time it really might be it. It really might be crumbling down, and the window might be closing 1 year faster than we thought. So it's been nice to just appreciate every little win and every little bit of restoration of faith in any of the various players out there. Jeremy Pena yesterday just gets the Astros on the board with a home run after he's been struggling to find power. He's been hitting a lot better, but he hasn't been hitting with all that much power. That was a fun one. Even though we were robbed of an on-time start because of Canada Day, I'll allow them that. This is a tiny country that can only afford 1 baseball team. You know, if they need some extra festivities on Canada Day, then so be it.
That's big of you.
Then, well, yes, I allowed them their extra 15 minutes. I mean, we give them the constant gift every day of just not invading them and taking them over.
Right.
But still, we'll let them have their day. This is how you keep them happy.
They don't call you the benevolent Pope Zaza for nothing, baby.
That's right.
Yep.
A lot of times I'll be sitting in some various legislature, and people will be like, Is it time to take care of some more Manifest Destiny and attack Canada?
Yeah.
With their 4-propeller airplane Air Force or something like that. No, not time. Let them have their ceremony. Let them have their cool. I did like those red jerseys. Those were cool.
They were pretty sweet. Yeah, yesterday you proclaimed not today. Not today.
That's
not
right,
today.
That's right.
Yeah, someday, not today. That Pena home run was the first hit of the game, by the way. It's Rodriguez character. That was the thing.
Rodriguez with his 5-point whatever ERA.
I know. Like, I don't follow the Blue Jays starting pitching staff all that closely, so I'm like, all right, they got Rodriguez starting today, whoever the hell he is. And with each inning going by, Callis and Blum are like, well, this is by far this guy's best outing of the year. I'm like, not one of these again. Come on, man.
It's not
stuff,
April. Obviously.
Maybe.
He's obviously had the Canadian government who's funded a lot of sticky stuff research.
That was a meatball he hung to Pena, though, man. That was a good way to break up the no-no yesterday. That was nice. So whereas this is what I liked about yesterday, Seth. Two big things I liked about yesterday. Whereas the Astros in their previous string of wins have been kind of just chipping away and eventually like bludgeoning teams with doubles and singles and piling on runs and things like that. Things you like to see. This was kind of back to the Astros of earlier this year. When they were winning, they'd hit like 3 bombs, and that was all their runs. Like yesterday, yesterday it was Pena's home run, and then Jordan, thank God Jordan hit a home run in the 9th inning, because while Hader's been pitching better, he has had a little bit of a propensity lately just to give up random solo shots. Like he did that over the weekend against the Mets in one of the games. But so they get a couple bombs for all their runs, and the other thing obviously to like about this game is that Hunter Brown's the best pitcher in the American League right now.
Right.
He's an ace right now.
He's one of only 5 Astros pitchers that have ever had this low in ERA across a 5-game stretch. It's been a revelation for him. Now, Arrighetti will be the interesting one, because Arrighetti has started to throw a lot more aggressively, since his really bad performance a few games ago. And that's the one to watch, obviously. While they're still beleaguered on their pitching staff, I think yesterday felt a little bit like some of the early season Astros games too, in that 2 of your best hitters were absent. Now, early in the season, they were just like various really good Astros hitters just flat out weren't hitting the ball. They were present in body, but not in spirit. But yesterday, Altuve threw a combination of his sore big toe, which, according to the official record, was never hit by a baseball.
Right. Why is it sore?
And yet he had a sore big toe. And then, was this true, or was Adam Spillane joking? Did Pena or did Altuve drive up to Toronto and get lost along the way?
No.
Is that true?
No, that's a funny. I'm sure that's a joke about Altuve on the base paths, is what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I saw the tweet and I had no follow-up on it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Spillane's not normally like that, so that's what caught me by surprise.
Yeah. No, that's now if base paths Altuve shows up and he's on a road, would you want to be on a road trip with Jose Altuve?
Yes.
I would too. But if base path Altuve shows up, just know that if it was going to take 4 hours to get to your next destination, it's going to take 7 hours to get to your next destination.
He stops, goes back. Actually, no. I think if anything, he'd get there faster. He would just ignore the traffic. He would ignore the cop that was trying to pull him over around about Syracuse.
Maybe, yeah.
And because he didn't realize there was one out and not 2.
Dude.
No, I thought when I took that seriously from Spillane, he had tweeted out that Altuve tried to drive up and got lost along the way. I thought maybe his family was with him and they wanted to take a drive through upstate New York. He would have passed within a half mile of my mom's house.
Oh, that's
true. If I had
true.
known that, I was like, he could have stopped in and my mom could have given him some casserole or something.
They'd have been coming from New York. I at first thought he was like, okay, when you thought he was serious, I'm like, when he coming from Houston, but I forgot they played in New York the previous weekend.
Yeah, Sean.
Still,
Don't
I
be
know.
Stupid. Of course. If he was randomly driving from New York City to Toronto.
Seth's got Altuve's at a Buc-ee's in Rochester, and I'm the stupid one on the show.
Altuve totally would have forgotten his passport, though. That would have been the issue.
Yes.
He would have been stuck at the border.
Here's Hunter Brown on his performance yesterday, and he gives a little shine to one of his teammates here.
Yeah, I mean, those guys, they got a lot of good hitters over there. And I thought they, maybe took some pitches that I wanted them to swing at and, maybe fought off some pitches that I, tried to get to put some guys away. And then, kind of find myself and, spraying the ball a little bit in that inning. And then, they kind of really, put the pressure on me. And, just props to Yiner calling a great game and putting me in a position to have some success there.
Underrated subplot, Seth. Underrated subplot of this recent Astros surge, and more specifically, the surge of the pitching staff, because the pitching staff has been much, much better over the last couple of months. I would say the resurgence of the pitching staff even started before June. It
really was it was like a bad first few weeks.
It was a fever dream. Yeah, it was a fever dream the first few weeks. Underrated subplot in all this, we have not heard the name Martin Maldonado in weeks and weeks and weeks when it comes to the handling of the pitching staff.
Yeah.
That we can stop treating the handling of the pitching staff like you need a medical degree from Johns Hopkins to do it or something like that. Yeah. And Maldi was the only doctor on the island.
It's not enough to it's not enough to just pay somebody $30 million. They need to have Mr. Miyagi behind the plate.
Yeah. Yiner's doing fine back there. He's doing just fine. By the way, that stat you brought up about stuff Hunter Brown is doing historically here, and there's 4 or 5 of them you could bring up. I think the one you're referring to is the one I'm looking at here from Sarah Langs, who does a lot of stats for MLB, I think. Sub 0.30 ERA. So literally an ERA of less than a third of a run per game in a 5-start span in Astros history. There's only 4 who have done it. J.R. Richard twice, Nolan Ryan twice, Jim Deshaies. Miss Jim Deshaies. He's awesome. But Blum does a great job. And Hunter Brown. Those 4 guys. So
pretty good names.
Well, you may be saying, like, those names haven't pitched in a long time. Yeah. Jim Deshaies was the most recent one to do it, and that was 1986. I mean, that's like 4 generations of good Astros baseball ago. With some really good pitchers on this team in between, by the way. Like, since having Jim Deshaies on this team has had Darryl Kyle, Randy Johnson, Mike Hampton, Roger
Justin Verlander,
Roger Clemens. I'm just going chronologically. Roger Clemens, Andy Pettitte, Roy Oswalt, Justin Verlander, Dallas Keuchel, Garrett Cole, Zach Greinke. Like, you could go on and on. Guys on the team now. Fromber,
Did you ever meet J.R. Richard in person?
I never did.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, look, I've spent my entire life around the NFL. I've never felt as tiny as I did standing next to, like, a 70-year-old J.R. Richard.
He's a huge man.
That man was just a monstrous human being. My God.
Yep.
They wasted him on baseball. Should have been a football player.
Well, and he was
underappreciated. I'll tell you that much.
He was incredible. You know, he had the stroke, and then that kind of was it. But man, pre-stroke, J.R. Richard, holy smokes! Like he was a beast, man, no doubt. So he did it twice, back in '79 and '80.
For those of you who don't know, he had it stroke while he was for the youth. He had it while he was playing. And
literally
people
during
locally,
a game.
some of the local media was kind of harsh on him, acting like he wasn't tough or something. And it turned out he'd had a stroke.
Literal stroke.
So,
Yep.
If people didn't know that story, Sean, it would sound like, well, yeah, he had a stroke because he was an old man.
75.
And passed away, right? Yeah.
No, good point. So the Astros win yesterday, 3-1. 3 games back of the Mariners. Very manageable. 2 games back in the loss column. Have not checked the wild card standings. I don't check the wild card standings, Seth, usually till I think of it at 7:30, because everybody with the Astros is like, our goal is to win the AL West, like their first goal. Our first goal is to win the division. They are right now, the Astros, in the wild card hunt. They find themselves 3 games back of there as well. So 3 games back of the wild card and 2 in the loss column. 3 games back of the Mariners, 2 in the loss column as well. So yay.
And then so the other part yesterday where I had to talk myself out of this was like, all right, well, they had a really good run versus, mediocre and subpar teams, plus the Orioles victory and whatever the Mets actually are. But why are they not hitting this otherwise very mediocre pitcher? And I had to keep reminding myself, they did just have a 19-hour game the day before and then have to travel. It wasn't a long trip or anything, but everybody, just the people on the broadcast were talking about how everybody was just kind of gassed. So a fatigued team still got up and had to battle it out offensively for a long time, but it finally clicked.
Yeah, they're getting wins in situations where in April and May they'd have been losing these games. That's as simple as I can boil it down. It's really, they're doing things playoff teams do. It's good to see. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. That's T-Mobile.com/switch. Red flags for the 20 playoff contenders in the NFL. I think Seth is going to agree with this red flag for the Texans. How does this one compare in severity to the teams that they're going to be competing with and battling to get to a Super Bowl? We will discuss that coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Kind of like Instagram lately they've been feeding me two things sports-wise, Seth. They've been feeding me a lot of lists NFL-wise, and they've been feeding me a bunch of Major League Baseball things that don't sound real, but they are, like statistical facts that are very interesting. It's the football part that I'm going to focus on here, but I thank Instagram for feeding this to me. This was they fed me a nice little graphic here of the from CBS Sports, the biggest red flags for the 20 NFL contenders in 2024. When your sport has 20 contenders, that's when you know your parity initiative is in place, man. But I read this. Good to see the Texans among the 20. I expected that. But the red flag they have for the Texans, I read this and I said, oh, yeah, Seth is going to agree with this one. Because anytime something comes up concern-wise with the Texans, position-wise with the Texans, to the negative this offseason, you go straight to the interior of the offensive line, which I think is valid.
Yeah.
The red flag for the Houston Texans, according to CBS Sports, Laramie Tunsil is well regarded at left tackle, but his peers have been more hit or miss.
Right.
Just probably being kind.
I do think, for the most part, we've gotten past the point where, remember, people weren't even realizing outside of Houston that Titus Howard is a right tackle because I would look at draft previews for the Texans, and they would show Titus Howard at left guard and talk about how the Texans needed to draft a right tackle, which they did ultimately draft an offensive tackle in the second round. Yeah. But if you think back to last year and some of the worst moments, Quinnen Williams destroying Juice Scruggs at left guard to the point where Juice Scruggs pushed Quinnen Williams into C.J. Stroud because he was beat so badly. If you're mad at Quinnen Williams, you're wrong at the mad folks. You're mad at the wrong folks. Goodness. It was the left guard. And Juice Scruggs will be playing center this year, but they still have questions at left guard. And then if you think about that Ravens game, C.J. Stroud never had a chance on so many pass plays because there was just so much heat up the middle. So the left guard and the center position, which I'm not entirely pessimistic about, but it's impossible to say with confidence that they've got those figured out. Because you're going to have a rookie playing center, and you're going to have somebody winning a competition at left guard, and the guy's just flat out got to be a lot better than the various guys who played there last year.
Yeah, it's definitely a red flag. Is it a red flag to where, like, if it, like scale of 1 to 10, is it a red flag? Because you just said yourself, like, that you're. I don't know how you phrase it, but your concern isn't like a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. Right now.
I'm in a wait and see because I think that there's potential for all of those guys, both the K Greens and Patterson. I think there's potential there, and everybody being in the system for 1 year makes a big difference. In this system, especially, it takes a lot of reps to get good at what they want to do. And so I'm not pessimistic. I'm not optimistic. I'm just waiting to see.
Yeah, and when I look at that, I say to myself, look, it could be worse. You could be one of the 3 teams that are AFC contenders whose red flag is the literal physical condition of their quarterback.
Right.
Like Cincinnati, Joe Burrow's health is the red flag. Cleveland, Deshaun
always and forever, it'll be Joe Burrow's health.
Cleveland,
and Joe Burrow's responsible for a lot of the hits that he takes too. And
which makes it worse.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, and I know not all of his hits or not his injuries haven't all been tied to direct hits, but there's 100% something. There's 100% the thing that is cumulative trauma.
Yep.
And I think over time, the more hits you take, the more likely you're also to have just non-contact injuries because your body's just not functioning.
Yeah,
right.
like that's like a 9 if I'm a Cincinnati. Like a scale of 1 to 10, like the Texan one to me is a 5. Like you said, wait and see. Like by definition, that's a coin flip. It's a 5. If I'm Cincinnati, that's like a 9. If I'm Cleveland, it's like an 11. Deshaun Watson's health.
And his health is, I'd actually, if I were a Browns fan, I'd actually be happy if Deshaun Watson's health were the only thing I was concerned about. Because, he's missed games due to injury, but he's also just been bad when he's been out there. He had one of the advanced stats is highest rates of incompletions due to inaccurate passes.
I saw that.
Last year.
Yeah,
he had that, and he's in an offense just like the Texans that serves up. ideally a bunch of easy targets as well. It's pretty good at getting people open. His completion percentage has dropped almost 10% since that 2020 season.
Yeah, that's a big one.
James Jones, the former wide receiver, said Deshaun Watson has been one of the worst quarterbacks in our league. Jones, when he was talking about that, just talked about some of the head-scratching plays. And I'll remind everybody of when I was watching Danico Autry to get to know him, the defensive lineman the Texans signed. One of Danico Autry's good plays last year was when he was wrapping up Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson was about 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Deshaun turned and threw the ball directly backwards to the running back, and that was an incomplete pass. That was an incompletion due to an inaccurate pass. So luckily the running back scoops the ball up, but like 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage. It was odd, man. And Deshaun's got a bunch of those already on his resume in Cleveland. Like whatever happened and whatever was going on in his life and whatever he did or didn't do, man, I think there's a better than average chance that he's permanently broken. There's just something off with it, dude.
That would be awesome. If Deshaun Watson were permanently broken, that would be delightful. Were you surprised? It sounds like you saw the same graphic that I did about that incompletions due to inaccurate passes with Deshaun first. Did you see? I don't know if you saw the list.
Yeah. CJ was about like 7th or 8th on it.
Were you surprised at that he was that high up the list?
No, the first half of the season he did have a lot of incompletions. And like a lot of that though, where I give CJ credit, and I felt like it was a homerish take, and yet it was the way that I felt. I think CJ's really good at keeping the ball out of harm's way.
Yeah.
So I think there are a lot of times, especially in the first part of the season when his completion percentage wasn't high, that he was trying to throw a safe throw where it would either be an incompletion, maybe a reception, but certainly not an interception. And that's reflected in his low interception stats.
Yeah, that stat penalizes him for being careful with the football.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that makes
and that's
sense.
one of those things that adds up over time. Like you see the benefit of that. Payne Manning. Payne Manning was a guy who he'd throw the ball away if there was any threat of a sack or any danger of an interception. And like in the short term, in the immediate, it looks like an incompletion, and the computer and the GPS data will say, well, that's an inaccurate pass. But over time, because you're willing to do that, you end up with more easy completions because of how it affects the defense.
Yeah.
You're keeping yourself in good situations instead of all of a sudden getting sacked and it being 3rd and 27.
Yeah, it's not an incompletion, it's a non-sack is how he's looking at it, right?
Non-sack, non-interception.
Right. So Joe Burrow...
And he got better, too. I mean, part of it was just, he got better as the season went on.
Yep. Joe Burrow's health, Deshaun Watson's health. We're going through red flags for AFC playoff contenders. The red flag for the Texans, according to CBSSports.com, was just questions on the offensive line. Quarterback health is a bigger one for these teams. Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson, and then the other one is Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers' physical condition. He's played 4 snaps as a New York Jet. I have not seen any footage of Aaron Rodgers in Miami or L.A. or Hawaii or anywhere else with all of his skill guys tossing the ball around. I've seen CJ doing it in Miami this past weekend. I've not seen
this time of year, a lot of quarterbacks doing that type of stuff. Yeah. Aaron, who became the first quarterback to have an inexcused absence from minicamp since Aaron Rodgers did it in Green Bay. You wonder just exactly, yeah. Well, the other thing about that with Aaron Rodgers is that he's notoriously very picky about how smart his wide receivers need to be and understand all his hand gestures and everything. And that's why rookie receivers typically haven't done well with Aaron Rodgers. It does seem like for a guy coming off an Achilles tendon tear, he'd want as much time as possible with those guys to form that relationship. But sometimes you've got really important vacations that you don't want to pay the change fee on, Sean, and you got to go take that vacation.
Yeah, that's true. The cancellation fees can be exorbitant sometimes. I don't think enough people are talking about that. Yeah.
The footage from the OTAs, as Pat McAfee will vigorously tell you, Aaron Rodgers made every OTA. He was at every OTA. Like, all right. It's like some guy telling his wife that he is faithful to her for the first 9 months of their marriage. Right. Well, the first 9 months, I never cheated on you once. Oh, but you want to talk about the 10th month?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Made it to September.
Yeah.
Every month from January to September.
So the footage from OTAs, that a lot of the dudes that break down throwing motion and everything do, pointed out to some deficiencies in his throwing motion. Yeah.
At OTAs?
Well, he's coming off an Achilles.
Okay.
So it's not like I wouldn't read too much into it because presumably it's going to take some time for him to get back to peak throwing form. He's still less than a year removed from the Achilles tendon surgery. But it's something to monitor, just whether or not he can do that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't expect him to have pure as the driven snow mechanics.
No.
Not pure as a driven cocaine curry mechanics when, but he's not back yet.
Right.
And he also doesn't seem to be care all that much about working at it all the time.
The other concerns or red flags, to use their word, among playoff contenders, there are a couple. They're throwing the Chargers in here. I guess if you have 20, if the top 20 teams are in this graphic, the Chargers should be in there. But the two teams, Buffalo and the Chargers, and they're right, these two teams strip their receiving cores down to the studs.
Yeah.
Buffalo this time last year had Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs on their team. Now their go-to guy is Curtis Samuel. This time last year, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were L.A. Chargers, and I'm guessing Ladd McConkey might be their go-to guy right now. They have nothing at wide receiver with any experience.
Sean, I've got the most mini-camp OTA quote ever. Paraphrasing.
Give it to me.
Justin Herbert said that Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver, has picked up this offense faster than any rookie ever has.
Really?
So, yeah. So now he knows what routes to run, Sean. So just watch out. I do like Ladd McConkey, but still. The other thing about them, too, is for Jim Harbaugh as a guy that loves to run the football, and they've got Greg Roman as their offensive coordinator who, it's a mixed bag as to, he's done a lot of, he helped make Colin Kaepernick initially. He did some good things with Tyrod Taylor, but the question has always been, did he put a ceiling on Lamar Jackson? Did he put a ceiling on Tyrod Taylor? Is he like a one-trick pony in terms of getting athletic quarterbacks to run this old-school power running system combined with an athletic quarterback? I don't know. I don't know how he's going to look with Justin Herbert, who's plenty athletic, but he's no Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Right? Because no other human being is.
Right.
Other than the former Texans backup quarterback turned tight end.
Jeff Driscoll. That's right. Jeff Driscoll.
Jeff Driscoll, who according to the tight ends coach at the time, said that he was almost in a Lamar Jackson category of athlete. I hate that team so much. I hate the 2020 and 21-22 Texans so much.
Too, yeah.
When they're just running this experiment with okay.
It was all a process, Seth, to get to where we are now. It was the penance we had to pay.
So they've gone the time-tested route of taking washed-up running backs, both from the same team, and J.K. Dobbins, who has rushed for 1,300 yards in 3 seasons. He's just been eternally injured.
Remember that conference call when the running backs were getting criminally underpaid, air quotes?
Yeah.
And Austin Eckler called that Zoom call, and they listed everybody. All the running backs were on the Zoom call to basically try to strategize on how to get more money. And it was 11 guys who deserve more money and J.K. Dobbins. I would love to have been on that Zoom call. So they're like, what are you doing here? Why are you on this call?
In
carried the ball 18 times in 3 years.
The other guy in the tandem is Gus Edwards, who I was surprised. Gus Edwards has never rushed for 1,000 yards. I've always had a high regard for him, and yet it's not quite worked out for him. And being on a team that runs the ball really well in Baltimore.
But Lamar Jackson's always going to be the 1,000-yard rusher on that team.
But they're also maybe not this year. Derek Henry.
No, but in the years Gus was on it. Right.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not like, there's no more yards to run because Lamar Jackson has them all.
Right.
I think especially last year where they were trying to go away from as many designed runs for Lamar Jackson, I was surprised that he hadn't at least gotten 1,000 yards.
Yeah, he's a good player. I'm with you on that. When he gets the ball, I feel like I've watched Gus Edwards play. When he gets the ball, he does good things with it.
You know what it is? He's always had, until last year, he averaged 4.1 yards per carry, but he averaged 5 yards per attempt every year.
Yeah.
But it would be like you said, it was for a smattering of attempts.
Yeah. Boy, you want a piping hot take, Seth, here off the text page?
Yes.
Why are you 6'10 hosts automatically putting Scruggs at center? Patterson was one of the best O-linemen on the team last year at center before he got hurt. Here we go. If they put Scruggs at center in front of Patterson simply because he's a second-round pick, the Texans and DeMeco Ryans aren't serious about winning.
All right. Listen, I agree with you. And that's why they won't do it just because he's a second-round pick.
Right.
That's where there will be a competition for center. It's a good point that we should talk about Patterson as in the competition for center, too.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. Your second part is stupid,
yeah.
Okay? For you to think that, this is a team that definitely is going to just jam Juice Scruggs in there, even if Patterson is clearly the better center. Then they're not serious about winning.
Yeah. Well,
you know what you did? You did my little mistake of not including Patterson in the center competition and assumed that DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick are as dumb as I am. Shame on you, sir.
Well, he said
Shame on you.
He said
don't transfer my stupidity to others.
He said
you son of a bitch.
He said if they put Scruggs at center. So yeah. Said if. I think.
No, but it's a fair point. Patterson is in the mix for both those positions.
And if there's a perception we're doing that, it's because he was running with the ones at minicamp and OTAs. Scruggs is he's clearly the one right now. Patterson's getting reps at guard. he's.
But I shouldn't casually just say that he's definitely 100% going to be the center. It's just that's where it is right now.
And you haven't. Yeah. You've been. I think. You've mentioned competition at center more than most of us.
None of that's a given, but I should include guard. It's more clearly defined what the competition is. At center, you do have a second-round pick there that they seem to be bullish on, and that they have been running with the ones. And the thing to remember with center is the QB center exchange matters. Yeah. The mental side of it is huge with centers.
Yep.
So. If they are at this point feeling good enough about him enough to make him the guy right there, they probably want him to get as many reps as possible. Right now.
Center's just not plug and play. Let's take this guy out and throw this guy in and see what happens. There's more moving parts. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Let's get to headlines. Good day yesterday. Good day for the Astros. Interesting day in NBA free agency. What is the message to LeBron with this guy signing with another team? We've got that coming up in headlines next. It is hurricane season. If we're not in it now, we're going to be in it pretty soon.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
There, the game will be over, and it is. Astros win on Canada Day here in Toronto. 3-1 the final score. The Astros stay red hot. They have now won 10 of their last 11. And with Seattle idle today, the Astros now 3 games back in the AL West. That is the closest they have been since all the way back in April. Blummer, this has been quite a run for the Astros. The pitching continues to be phenomenal.
Pitching's been phenomenal. Hunter Brown's been leading the way. He led the way again yesterday. I would say, too, well, let's hear from Joe Espada on Hunter Brown and his performance yesterday.
Yeah, he started getting some quicker outs there in the middle of the game. Again, the sinker and just the explosiveness of his pitches. It's a very uncomfortable at bat. And when you have that kind of stuff, hitters go up there swinging early, trying to get the best pitch they can early in the count, and that's when you start getting some off-balance swings, some quick outs, and again, we needed a start like that from Hunter, and he was able to deliver it.
Yeah, the two things that I liked about Hunter Brown yesterday, Seth, and keep in mind he was relying really heavily on his fastball yesterday, more so than he had in previous starts, just because his other stuff was a little off. So he just started throwing heaters, and he was good.
Yeah.
But the two things I liked is when he got in trouble early in the game, he was able to pitch out of it in the second inning.
Bases loaded in the second.
Yeah, he was scuffling a little bit, and he was able to get a pop-up and a strikeout to get out of that. And then in the sixth inning, he had his best inning. Like his last inning was his best inning. He struck out the side. He blew him away.
There is that part, where initially, especially when he first came on the scene, the comparisons to Verlander and how he looked, his delivery, everything else, because he had grown up idolizing Justin Verlander, and some of that's always going to be overblown and unfair to compare a guy to Justin Verlander. I do think, I think he's shown in this run a little bit of that ability Verlander has to just get pissed off and just start throwing harder. Like in Verlander, it's impressive that he's been able to do it at his age, but there are times where Verlander will be struggling a little bit, and he's like, all right, you know what, fine. And he just starts gunning it. And we've seen that from Hunter Brown. That was what Blum had mentioned, that usually Hunter gets a lot of ground balls. He was getting pop-ups yesterday, probably because the velocity was so high that guys were just swinging where they thought the ball should be, but it was staying up a little bit because he was throwing so hard.
Yep. So Hunter was really good yesterday. They got a couple of home runs. Pena, a solo home run to break up a perfect game in the fifth inning. Rodriguez for Toronto was dealing yesterday until the fifth inning. Ended up having a good outing. That was the only run he gave up, was that home run to Pena. Jordan gets what it wound up being a crucial home run in the ninth inning, a 2-run home run. That wound up providing the difference in the game. So 3 games back, 2 in the loss column, both in the wild card and in the divisional race. I've not looked to see who Seattle is playing over the next few days. They were off yesterday. But clearly the opportunity to keep winning baseball games, Seth, because this Toronto team's not very good. I was disappointed that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was scratched right before the game.
Sounds like they're trying to hide him.
Didn't get a chance to scout him at all. Yeah,
just like Altuve, he got hit in the hand the previous day.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Altuve hit himself. According to the official scorecard, though, Altuve was never hit. So it's curious that he has a sore toe when a baseball never, in fact, hit him in the toe, according to 4 umpires there in the Mets game.
Dude.
Yeah, but Altuve was out with a sore toe.
Dude, Seattle has 3 games against Baltimore.
Yeah.
Okay, man. we could go into Friday. Seth, I'm going to be at the Minnesota game on Friday between the Astros. There's a mathematical chance that I am going to that game with a first-place Astros team, right? 3 games
July
back.
5th?
July 5th.
On Friday?
Yeah, July 5th.
Can you get a T-shirt made in time?
First place?
First place on July 5th.
I bet Amazon has one. They can deliver it to me today, preemptively. Probably.
If they took first place in that game, then you could be. You could see how many you can sell outside the ballpark in Minnesota.
Bootleg.
You know what? The Astros fans travel pretty well. Do. Especially in the sun, you see a lot of people in these northern ballparks that are like, "God, yes, get me out of this heat. We'll take an Astros vacation. We'll go up to New York City, or we'll go to Minneapolis. We'll go to Toronto, and we'll get away from this heat a little bit."
Yep.
I bet you could sell 10 T-shirts. AL champs of July 5th, or AL West champs of July 5th.
I bet I could too. Hey, text in if you're going to be up in Minnesota, if you're going up there for that. That's a cool weekend to go up there, I would imagine. It's 4th of July weekend, probably a long weekend for a lot of people. Text in 713-572-4610.
You should schedule a meet and greet, like a tailgate beforehand or afterwards.
That's
or
a lot
just
of
bar. Do a bar the night before,
maybe,
and then the whole vacation's a write-off as long as you actually make a little bit of money on it.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be doing some things on this vacation that'll be sports related. Don't worry about that. Don't you worry. So the Astros win. They're back at it. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound today. You brought this up earlier. I'm going to be very intrigued by Spencer Arrighetti's outing tonight, given how amazing he looked against Colorado. Toronto's not a good team, but they're better than Colorado.
Right, yeah. And Arrighetti, I mean, he's been up, he's been down. There did seem to be a different ferocity to him, and he talked about it after that last game. We pitched 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs allowed. He's down to a boy. You know, Arrighetti might be just like what Rodriguez was for us yesterday, where we're like, this guy with a 5+ ERA is the guy that's putting the Astros batters into fits. I would imagine a lot of Blue Jays are going to look at Spencer Arrighetti and be like, oh, phew, we got a break.
Yeah.
We got this guy's got a 5.68 ERA, and he's capable of much better than that.
Oh, yeah,
you know.
yeah. Hell,
he's also capable of the 5.68. Sometimes there have been outings where a 5.68 ERA might look a little ambitious for Spencer.
Dude,
Arrighetti.
well, to that point, Hunter Brown's ERA is still over 4. He's been the best pitcher in baseball. To show you how bad he was. You know,
that's how bad everybody. Josh Hader. Yeah. He's been good for a long time now.
Yeah.
And his ERA is still sky high.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help.
He's worked his way out of the 4s.
I don't know that he has, because he's given up a home run in a couple of his outings here.
He's at a 3.82.
Yeah. Like, that's the problem. You're a reliever. Like, you give up just some meaningless home run. It crushes it. It tacks on this time of year. It tacks on a half a run to your ERA. You know, because he's only pitched 20 innings. Quick NBA notes: Klay Thompson to the Mavs, 3 years, $50 million. I think a couple interesting things here with Klay Thompson. One is this to me. If I were a Warriors fan, this would be the one to me where I feel like, all right, well, the party's over. Like, to me, if it's Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, or Draymond Green, and they're leaving, Kevin Durant was a hired assassin. Yeah. So, this is one where I'm like, Splash Brothers era is over. The other thing that's interesting about Klay Thompson is he's from L.A., his dad does color commentary on the Lakers TV broadcasts. Yeah. LeBron James is reportedly getting ready to take pay cuts to bring in veteran guys. Klay Thompson didn't even, I don't think, gave LeBron, Klay Thompson's going to the Mavericks. The Lakers are getting a lot of heat for Klay Thompson choosing to go to the Mavericks instead of the Lakers right now.
Yeah. This yet another in this long procession of Lakers fans, media, and ownership acting completely shocked and surprised that somebody wouldn't want to come to the Shangri-La that is the LA Lakers. It's I love that I'm impressed that they've been able to sustain this vision of themselves that's so far gone in the past. This is like walking into a house that's got orange shag carpet and the owner being like, "Yep, this is what's happening, right?" Yeah.
Well, but that's
you coming to the key party tonight?
But that's the key party. Yeah, Jerry Buss back in the day, man. But that's the thing. Like, when there's people out there who are all about Bronny James playing for the Lakers, who are Laker fans. Like, what's the harm? Father and son. It's a cool story. And look, I think it is a cool story, the father and son part of it. How they arrived at it, though, rubs some people the wrong way. Again, I said if they just let him sign there as an undrafted free agent, they just let the draft go by and he signs there, I think it reduces the heat by like 75%. It's the optics of the manipulation of the system that has people upset about it. I really could care less either way. But I do think, and I'm not sure if Klay Thompson feels this way because we haven't heard from Klay Thompson, but I could see where players would look at the Bronny James thing and go, these guys aren't serious.
This is an unserious organization.
Yeah, they're not serious.
Well, and it's always with LeBron, there's always been this balancing act of like, all right, LeBron the GM is not as good as LeBron the basketball player.
God, no.
And like now that his best bud, or well, not his best bud, one of his podcast buddy is the coach, and he's a first-time NBA coach, and LeBron's bringing his guys. You know what it starts to get the feel of? Like when NFL coaches they get to a phase in their career where all of a sudden they've just got a bunch of their cronies as assistant coaches.
Yes.
And it happens. I mean, it happened to Andy Reid in Philadelphia. I couldn't believe, like he corrected course when he got to Kansas City. It happened to Denny Green in Minnesota. I remember talking to guys on the Vikings who were like, man, Denny Green was the best. Like they loved playing for him as a head coach, but it got to this point where all of a sudden he had all these assistant coaches. They were bad coaches, but they were his buddies.
His buddies, yeah.
And now it feels like LeBron is at that point where all of a sudden, like, man, as awesome as he is in so many ways, is he just surrounding himself with his buddies and his family? And is that the point where now the dynamic in Dallas, it's going to be fun, is, okay, Klay Thompson, can he be the one to talk to Doncic about how to play championship caliber basketball?
Maybe, maybe that's part of the reason. I think Klay Thompson's going to have a good. I think he's going to be a good fit there in Dallas.
They were horrendous from the 3-point line in the series against the Celtics.
They need him. I think it's
some people call it the finals. I call it the series against the Celtics.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast into the 7:00 hour. Astros are now 13-4 in their last 17 games. It's a pretty nice little run here. Does the run they've had recently affect who you want to keep long term on this team? Because they got some decisions to make. That's coming up next. But first, I'm talking to you folks out there who are thinking about getting rid of the glasses and
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
One other runner reached scoring position. Jordan sends one to center. Barcho, the new center fielder, all the way back at the wall. He'll leap up. It is gone. Home run. Jordan Alvarez goes the other way over the left center field wall. And there are the insurance runs for the Astros. It's now 3-0. Count to Clement. That ball hit well into left field. Back on it goes McCormick. He will watch this one go. That is over the wall and left for just the Blue Jays' third run of the season.
Dan, I wanted the final call. I didn't want the Blue Jays home run in there.
There, the game will be over, and it is. Astros win on Canada Day here in Toronto. 3-1 the final score. The Astros stay red hot. They have now won 10 of their last 11. And with Seattle idle today, the Astros now 3 games back in the AL West. That is the closest they have been since all the way back in April. Blummer, this has been quite a run for the Astros. The pitching continues to be phenomenal.
All right, on the back of my radio card, on the back of our radio card, that error goes to Sean T. Pendergast, not Ben Gary.
What did you do?
I told Ben to bump in with the second and third highlights.
Yeah.
And I meant of the 3 that actually made it into the rundown.
These are the mistakes that are going to shut us down, Sean.
Seriously. Yeah.
Put your head in the game.
I know.
I'm going to go full Schlossberger on you.
I'm already Schlossnagel.
Schlossenheimen. Schlossenheimowitz.
Schlossnozzle.
Schlossenheimen.
Yes.
Schlossenheimen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bust you up like Schlossenheimen.
So the Astros are 13-4 in their last 17 games. Does the run they've had recently, Seth, which has been without Kyle Tucker, they've been able to kind of muck their way through with the outfield that they've had Dubon out there, and
he was the cancer that needed to be.
This is not what I'm saying.
out.
It's not what I'm saying.
He's the cancer that we targeted the radiation at, and we got rid of him. Yeah.
Does it change your opinion at all? The 13-4 over the last 17 games. On who you'd rather keep long-term. Obviously, the prices of the 2 guys are going to be different. I think Tucker's going to be a more expensive player to keep long-term and probably need more years, which, again, factors in probably to this whole thing that Bregman is probably, you can maybe be able to get by with 6 or 7 years if you have to keep him. Tucker's probably looking for 10. Has any of what's happened recently here affected your opinion on Bregman or Tucker? Who's more important to this team?
No, because I don't think we haven't seen anything out of Bregman or Tucker other than Tucker getting injured, which is uncommon for him. But we haven't seen anything different from those 2 guys than we've known is their ceiling or is their potential since in this stretch. Because we're not talking about right now. We're talking about what can you expect over the next 8 years potentially, or perhaps. So that doesn't change anything for me. I think the one thing, Brandy pointed this out after she heard your tease, Sean, because she loves her some Bregman, but that, they told the story about Bregman telling Arrighetti to command the inside of the plate, and that was one of the things that changed Arrighetti's approach in his last outing.
Yeah.
I think there is a side to Bregman where he can be such an asset in so many ways as a teammate that I don't think Tucker necessarily, he's just not wired the same way as Bregman. But having said all that, I think that I just expect, if I had to gamble on it, if I had to handicap it, that Tucker's going to age better than Alex Bregman. Just because Bregman's a consummate professional in so many ways, but sometimes guys like that, so many times when Bregman's going through slumps, it seems to be tied to some mechanical issue that's tied to some minor injury. And Bregman's been durable for the most part. He hasn't missed a bunch of games or anything. And yet, it's not like as you get older, the little minor nagging injuries that might affect your swing go away. You're going to get more and more of those. And Bregman's just such a streaky player in so many ways, and we've seen so many ups and downs with him that I can't make an argument for him over Tucker when it comes to paying a guy for the next 6+ years. It just you're gonna get a more steady and consistent performance out of Kyle Tucker.
I agree with you on that, and yet I think if the postseason were to start tomorrow, and you were to ask me, like, okay, one is going to be in the lineup and one's going to be injured, I think I'd rather go into the postseason with Bregman than with Tucker. And some of it's just a feel.
Is part of it just about defense, too?
Some of it is about defense. Some of it is, Bregman's plate discipline, I think, translates more. I've always said Bregman is worth more to a winning team than he is to a losing team because of the little things that he does. His game is...
even when he's slumping in the playoffs, he's giving you really competitive at-bats.
Competitive at-bats. He's walking. He's passing the baton. Tucker was awful in the playoffs last year. He was terrible against the Rangers last year. And that's not my main thing I'm holding against him in this. I think some of it, too, is third base, at least on this team, is a much harder position to muck your way through than right field is. They've got... There's solutions in the outfield.
You can slap Juan Soto in the outfield.
Well, yeah. There's if Bregman goes out, what I guess is Dubon your regular third baseman for the postseason, I suppose, which then takes Dubon away from being the utility guy at all the other places. That now he's occupying a spot.
If we start looking at it long term, I think it's wide open. It could be Bryce McCann, it could be Loper Fido, it could be any number of guys at third.
Bryce
base,
Matthews, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Is it Bryce McCann? Is it Bryce McCann?
No. So Brian McCann was in my brain. I was writing some notes about Brian McCann earlier this morning. So, boy. Well, why'd you have to put it to me that way? Now I'm in a bind.
That's okay.
I still think though, but again though, Sean, what you're saying is, what you would want right now in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Compared to what are you going to get for the next 8 years?
Right. I think it's two different answers.
Right. Now, with Bregman, I do wonder, with Bregman, how are teams going to look at him in free agency? And is he going to command that great of a long-term contract, given his streakiness and all that? I think some teams just flat out care about playoff performance. Mm-hmm. And when they're trying to get over the hump, like a team that's willing to spend and just wants to add that one or two key pieces that can help them be better in the playoffs and to be World Series contenders. Both those guys would fit the bill, but especially if you need a third baseman, Bregman might be the guy they feel better about.
Yeah,
in that regard.
I've said that all along with Bregman. He's not an elite superstar level third baseman. He's just not on paper one of these guys who breaks the glass of the 10-year ceiling on a contract. He's just not. He's not he was a great hitter for a couple of years. He's not a great hitter anymore. He's a good hitter, and he's a clutch hitter at times. He's a really good defensive player. He's a really smart player. And to your point about the Arrighetti conversation, he's such a smart player that he's an asset to giving advice to other teammates and things like that. I think there's some good leadership qualities to Bregman. He's a pro, all of those things. I just don't know that, especially at age 30 or 31 or whatever he's going to be when he signs his deal, I don't know if those are things that resonate to the tune of 8 years, $200+ million.
He'll be 31 next year.
Yeah,
this is his 30-year-old season.
And again, none of us know what he's expecting to get. We just know that whatever it is he's expecting to get, the Astros have not offered to him yet.
Right.
Otherwise, he would have taken it. So he's clearly his expectations are beyond what the limits are for the Astros, which history tells us is 5 years. 5 years. 5 years in a competitive salary. I think Bregman's market is going to be maybe disappointing to him.
The big difference too, if you just look at Bregman's ability in the playoffs, for one, he's got a very, very long track record, like every Astros guy that's been around for this year, the duration of this. Okay, Tucker, awesome hitter, no denying that. I think he's going to age really well. In the playoffs, Bregman has a 790 OPS. Kyle Tucker has a 704 OPS.
Yeah.
Bregman's been more consistently effective as a batter and scarier in a lot of respects than Kyle Tucker has been. So it really, it comes down to age and durability more than anything.
Yeah.
If you're talking long-term contracts.
I think it's two different answers. I think the long-term play is Tucker, and I think if the playoffs were to start the next week, I'd go, okay, I'd rather roll with this group right now. If I given the choice, would I rather roll the group that has Bregman in it right now or a group that has Tucker with no Bregman?
And in fairness to Tucker, I don't know what his numbers were after. He's only played 5 postseason series. or year. Never mind. Ignore that. I was years, but anyway.
Yeah. No, he's been doing it since 2019. There's people, a text message. What if they keep neither Bregman nor Tucker and go with Dubon and Loperfido in their spots? Well, this team gets worse. This team. Dubon, okay, here's the thing, I love Mauricio Dubon. But if he's an everyday player in a lineup that all of a sudden doesn't have Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker, you're not going to like Dubon as much. Dubon can be a not everyday, but majority of the time player in a lineup that has Bregman, Tucker, Jordan, Pena when he's going well, Jose Altuve, Jake Myers having the May like he had. You can have Mauricio Dubon in your 7 or 8 hole every day and feel good about it because he's a professional hitter. But when you're lacking those other guys and you get Mauricio Dubon and his 278 average with no power, then you're a bad baseball team, Yeah. And if you put him in every day at one position, he loses that value of being the utility guy for you. When all of a sudden you can't move him around when guys get injured or guys get ejected from games like Altuve did, then you're sunk. You're stuck. So, yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Hey, quick reminder here to get out and vote. I'm not talking about the actual election. I'm talking about the All-Star Game runoff. Get your Astros. So we got 3 Astros in the running for the All-Star Game, Seth. And we know this is important for Jose Altuve because this helps sew up first ballot Hall of Famer stuff like this. Plus, he's going against Marcus Semien, who we hate.
Oh.
Yeah. Second base. Him and Semien.
Yeah, that's gross.
Him and Semien.
You can't let him lose to Semien.
If Altuve, now he won the fan vote through phase 1, and what they do, for those who don't know, they've got all the guys, 1 from each team at every position, 3 at outfielder, and they narrow it down to the final 2 at each position and the final 6 in the outfield. So we've got 3 Astros. Altuve versus Semien. If Altuve wins this fan vote, he ties with Roberto Alomar, Ryan Sandberg, Rod Carew, Joe Morgan, and Chase Utley for the most times winning the fan balloting at second base. So that's big. It means he's popular. I think this means people are over Altuve and the sign stealing, right? That he's leading the way in the fan balloting?
I think so.
Yeah.
I have zero clue because it's such a stupid process.
Yeah.
Fans are voting. Don't worry, we give them 30 votes plus. So it's just so weighted in terms of who's got the more adamant and vigilant fan base, or the ones with the most time on their hands.
Yep.
And at least it's a partial sign that people are over it. But I am also watching the very learned Canadians on Canada Day booing Alex Bregman while George Springer is standing there in right field.
That's
true. I don't know how much people have let go of the being better than everybody else scandal. I know that they're extreme hypocrites about it. But, yeah, Altuve doesn't – it's not even brought up anymore, really, by opposing broadcasters or anything.
What's it like watching a game with Brandy when Springer's in another team's uniform?
She's like she likes Springer to have hard contact outs, which he had a couple of yesterday.
Yeah, he had one to the wall yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like, she wants him to make good contact. She wants him to be good in the advanced stats. Because the one to the wall was that center field?
Yes.
Yeah, so like that might, in however many ballparks that was, that would have been a home run and everything. So that's what she hopes for. She knows the advanced stats will look kindly on that at bat.
That one scared me off the bat. I'm like, oh crap, he's gonna hit a bomb here. Gave it a ride. That was nice.
That Mets series, it was in the Apple game. They had the mic that was on the home plate. It sounded like every hit was a home run.
Oh, really?
It was like a bang, crack, and like, oh, it's a infield fly.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. DH Yordan Alvarez won the phase 1. He's going against Ryan O'Hearn of the Orioles. If Yordan doesn't win this, I blame us as Houstonians. Like, he's got to win against Yordan. This is the nice thing about Shohei going to the NL.
Yeah.
Is Yordan's going to be the DH in the All-Star game now for like the next 10 years. Because Shohei was C-blocking everybody, man.
That's Yordan. I thought of you this weekend when Yordan had that game where he Remember that one time around the bases, he slid into second
Yes.
and slid home too?
Yes.
Oh, it's scary.
Yes.
He's got such a long way to fall.
Dude.
He's not a graceful slider.
Jordan said yesterday, I saw Chandler Rome had this through his translator. He said that he is not motivated to be in the home run derby in the All-Star game.
Oh, yeah, so that makes you happy, too.
Very happy.
You don't want to mess with anything
Dude,
with him.
I don't want
That's
him.
a guy that needs as much rest as possible when he can get it.
Yeah.
A good Jordan never stands when he can sit, never sits when he can lay down,
Dude.
and never enters the home run derby when he doesn't have to.
I do not need him in the home run derby, man. Jordan doesn't need to be doing any activities that involve anything but him hitting dingers for the Astros, and including what you just said, barrel rolling into third base, sliding knees first into the outfield wall to make a catch. Now, he made the catch. It was a great catch.
Did they do that during the home run derby?
No, I'm saying I'm making that's added to the list of things, including that would be fun if it was a tiebreaker. Jordan and Vlad Guerrero Jr. are tied. Who can do the best barrel roll?
Who would win the home run derby if they had to run the bases after each home run?
Oh,
Soto probably. Because Soto would.
Mookie Betts maybe.
Yeah.
Mookie's been in it before.
Yeah.
Julio Rodriguez was in it a few years ago, and he bats leadoff for his team. I would say anybody who's slender, anybody who's Jordan.
That would be grueling. Can you imagine that? And if you had to do it under a certain amount of time, like if it had to be like at a respectful clip, because they get out of breath just swinging. That would be awesome.
Or they add beer to the home run derby.
Yeah,
where you chug a beer after each home run.
After each home run.
That would be great.
You have to chug a beer and then run the bases and then get back up to bat.
All the things that they're trying to revamp, like all the things like the slam dunk contest, home run derby, like these rules get tweaked every few years because they tweaked the rules for home run derby this year. I don't know if you saw. I don't know what the new rules are, but they tweaked them. There's like a limit on the number of pitches guys are getting because guys are getting tired or whatever. Yeah. I think just add beer to all of it. You know what I mean? Like
that sounds incredibly healthy.
Yeah,
yes.
the NBA
totally do that.
The NBA slam dunk contest brought to you by Yingling Flight. And
just give him actual anesthesia. Just enough to just dull the pain. Yeah. Give him some kind of hardcore narcotics.
Something chemical. Yeah.
Maybe relax on the PED rules a little bit.
Yes.
Give the people what they want. It's not like this matters in the standings or anything.
Hell yeah.
Just some short-acting testosterone.
That's it.
Boom.
That's it.
Hey, by the way, you had mentioned something earlier about the election. When do we start doing our hardcore election coverage? Can we? I want to politicize this show. I've been wanting to for a long time.
Did you see?
I think that's going to be best for our mental health and for the ratings.
You know what's funny is it just goes to show you, like, by the way, real quick, just to close the book on the Kyle Tucker's in the runoff, too, for the outfield. Vote for Kyle Tucker. Hucktua girl did an interview. She did a podcast. Ben, we have this, right?
And I might have to fact check you on what you're about to say, and I don't want to do it I don't want to do this to get too lewd. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, she was asked. She was given a list of celebrities one by one that she would do something lewd with. Right.
Yeah.
Hucktua girl.
Yeah.
Right, that she would do something lewd with. And Trump was one of the ones was one of the celebrities that they asked her yes or no on Hucktua. And she said, no, I'm not into Trump. Something like, no, I'm not into Trump. And the political social media aliens floating around out there.
They grabbed that and made it look like that was her she was stating her political views or who she was going to vote for, right?
By the way, who gives a crap? Like, it's this 21-year-old girl in Nashville who did a viral interview on the street.
She's an influencer, Sean. She influences people. It matters.
Yeah.
This is a thing.
I watched the whole thing. It was only 13 minutes long.
Yeah.
There wasn't much to her. Go figure.
You don't think she's got a future?
No.
Okay.
She may have a future, but not as an influencer, not as a, like, this will be the 15 minutes of fame, and it's awesome. She seems really nice.
Yeah.
But
a lot of the early, you had pointed this out yesterday, a lot of the early stories about, like, just her being a teacher, all these other things, or her getting fired, like those are all false.
They're all false.
Yeah.
She dispelled them yesterday. Here, she dispelled all the rumors yesterday. Here's about a minute cut up of the rumors getting dispelled.
Did you delete all of your social media?
Okay, so I deleted all my social media like 6 months ago due to like personal reasons. I never really got on it or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
But,
so it didn't have anything to do with this?
oh, no, I was long gone before that.
Oh, so you were already gone from social media, and everyone thought that you deleted your social media because you were like scared of all of this blowing up, but you were gone.
I've been gone from it.
So
like,
are you going to come back?
I think we're working on that right now.
Because you have a full management team. You have a manager now. You have a shooter. She comes in with like this big-ass camera. Like, she's the real deal. Already, this happened like a week ago. What were you doing for your job?
Well, I have to sit up and get ready for about 30 minutes, and then I'll just go on and go get me something to eat for breakfast, and then I'll go into work. But I worked in a spring factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question, because everyone said that you were a teacher and got fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
I was going to say, because you're 21, I'm like, this is illegal. Who are you teaching?
Exactly.
So you weren't a teacher?
Or a bartender.
So
either one.
And also, I've heard rumors that your dad is a preacher?
My father is so far from a preacher, it's crazy.
So everything has just been made up?
Oh, yeah. Like, none of it's true at all.
Yeah, so
people had, like, actually, they had the name of the preacher and everything.
Oh, yeah.
It was being reported, I think, by legitimate, well, I guess, quote-unquote, legitimate news sources. I don't know.
Yeah, like, well, legitimate appearing, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
Like the tell is the one that I accidentally read to us the day after this happened, where I pulled that she was a preacher. Admittedly, I got duped by the preacher thing. Was from New Jersey. Like, listen to her talk for 5 seconds.
Yeah, like I know you hear her like 30 seconds of that original interview, and she does not sound like she's from New Jersey.
Dad's not a pastor. She's not a teacher. She works in a spring factory. I thought the interesting thing about this was that as the interviewer, the podcast was Plan Bree, the Plan Bree podcast. The Bree is the first name of the interviewer. BRI is the first name of the interviewer there.
That can be bipartisan right there. I think that probably her what she's known for is better than Plan B, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Right. Plan Bree, Plan B. So the podcaster, she brought up the management team, and she brought up, you came in here with a big camera. So clearly this young lady has plans on making something out of this. She's co-branding, or she's collaborating with a hat maker and a T-shirt maker in Tennessee.
Yeah, I think that what happen was a social media agency, like an influencer representative, like saw an opportunity, and just because a lot of these people that get big on social media, it takes them a while to figure all that stuff out, and they go out and hire somebody. I think somebody like saw an opportunity and probably got their hooks into her real quick.
Yeah.
And they're capitalizing on it. So
yeah, on the 15th.
So to be clear, for anybody that was worried and was going to vote in November based on her political opinion, she was not giving a political opinion.
Right.
Now there might be some people that are livid that she wouldn't do that for Donald Trump. I don't know.
Right.
But other than that, we could do a Biden versus Trump in we could do it in a sports context somehow.
We could.
But people are going to get mad about that for no good reason.
Of course they are, yeah.
There's no way you can handle anything Biden versus Trump without a whole bunch of people getting irrationally angry about it for reasons that they don't even know.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do it. We're not going to have any fun with it, okay? Thanks a lot, America.
Yeah.
You've taken out of all the fun that presidential elections have always been.
Yeah. Used to be a blast.
I can remember my youth when people didn't get heated over this stuff at all.
Watch parties. People probably do have election watch parties. Okay, like at their houses and stuff like that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, at their houses.
No, and I'm joking about it never having gotten heated before.
Yeah.
Just we get to see everything now on social media.
Yep.
You get to see all the things that people were always saying forever. It's just now it's in your face 24 hours a day.
Yeah. So, I think Hawk Tua girls 15 minutes will be up at some point. Like at one point, it was a 13-minute interview, and like 5 minutes in, the interviewer had to bring her friend on to like sit down. Like, oh, your friend's right over there. Do you want to bring her in and talk?
Oh, she was that boring?
There wasn't much to her. Yeah, she was super. You can tell she's got good energy, really nice, sweet kid. She's a 21-year-old girl from Tennessee who works in a spring factory. You know, like
she's not like Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who apparently is like a modern Plato.
Yeah,
according to old rich men.
Yeah,
she's a crush. She's got a lot of ideas about philosophy.
Who can power rank all the near octogenarians that she's dated, right? Like
she listed me off. All the famous rich men that have had younger girlfriends and put a philosophical bent to it.
Yeah.
Really made me feel like I needed a carpe diem, I think is how she said it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some Latin term, yeah.
I mean, if Hawktua Girl is tailor-made for an OnlyFans, and I'm not even like trying to be lewd or anything, like what got her on the map was something that is sexual in nature. She's very attractive. She's clearly looking to capitalize on her fame. You know, like it's like if you've
that's
got
a little tough though. Like being tailor-made for OnlyFans requires first that somebody be willing to do an OnlyFans.
I get it. That's what the last thing I was going to say. Like the last thing is if you're willing to do it. I'm just saying like all the characteristics line up for it being successful if you're willing to do it.
Like I think I could be a pretty good assassin, but I've got some objections to it.
Right.
You know,
the shooting.
I don't know if I'd be comfortable to.
Yeah, the killing part.
Not at the shooting as much as the killing.
The killing, yeah.
Oh, I could be what if I were a maimer? Not an assassin, but a momassin, where I just maim people.
No, you
shoot them in the leg.
You're just, you know what you would be? You're a send a message guy. You know what? Like, I don't want to kill the guy. I just want to send a message to them.
But I also don't want to hear the bones crack. So I don't want to do it Rocky Balboa.
Okay.
I don't want to be like Rocky down on the docks in Rocky 1.
You're getting a little choosy now. You're the first high maintenance send a message guy in history.
I'm in high maintenance. I'm sending a message with a sniper rifle, which is tough because then you have to DM that person. They're like, hey, by the way, that was for Vito. He says you better pay
up. That bullet. That was for Bob.
I'm the world's first assassin that carries a megaphone.
He wants his lawnmower back.
I keep accidentally hitting the siren button.
Worst send a message guy ever.
He wants his lawnmower back.
You're a send a message guy, Seth.
What about, I could do it with paintballs, like high velocity
There you
paintballs.
There you go. Yeah.
I was looking at air guns the other day, Sean, for some varmint issues I've got.
Yeah.
And, man, they've got some badass air guns out there.
Really?
Like, better than yeah. The like 1,400 feet per second. Yeah.
Okay.
I got excited.
Okay. You're about to be warned here. This is going to be one of those things where I ask you a question, and you might think it's stupid.
Yeah. No. Yes. To answer your question, yes, I will be bringing it into the studio. Yeah.
No. That I
don't think it's officially a firearm. There's no fire involved. There's cartridges.
That's my question. How do those work? Okay. So there's. Yeah. And they're just to
scare.
Slap a
little cartridge in there.
They're just
pew, pew.
Okay.
But I think it's more like.
Right. So they just to scare things? Is that all, or is
no
this
kill things?
Okay. Oh wow.
They've got kill power.
Oh, they do?
For small varmint.
Okay. Gotcha.
And whatever else is legal in the municipality where I live. I'm not saying no more to nobody.
There you go. Yeah. Expensive?
But it doesn't, no sound or anything. It's not a firearm. You can't. Yeah, it's hard to kill a human with it.
Right.
You'd have to do it prison style and shoot him 100 times in the head. I think to kill him with an air gun.
So it's possible.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. You hit him just right. Like you got to hit him in the right into their eardrum.
Several times, just right. Yeah.
Yes.
Just give me the bullet. Yeah. Okay. Circling back to something we were talking about in headlines, LeBron James. LeBron James and the Lakers not being able to close the deal with Klay Thompson. I love how somebody who's perceived to be in some way ruining their franchise is Jack Easterby, according to the text page.
Everybody's Jack Easterby. Anybody that's ruining a franchise is a Jack Easterby.
Yes. We got Jeff Bagwell for the longest, still are, but the winning streak lately has made people forget about Baggy. Is LeBron James the new Easterby? Nobody wants to play for the Lakers. So Seth, is LeBron James...
The problem with Jack Easterby comparing LeBron to Jack Easterby is that LeBron is still one of the world's best basketball players, whereas Jack Easterby was just a world-class BS artist.
Right.
I'm a people
person. There's a little bit of the skill sets are a little bit different.
Yeah.
LeBron James still is the Lakers' best chance of winning a championship, and it's that's where. From the Lakers' perspective, if it hadn't been this long procession of the Lakers basically not understanding that they aren't who they used to be, like, the part I do get is that I think if any other team in the NBA were in the same situation, if they had LeBron James on their team and LeBron said, hey, listen, I'm playing with Bronny or I'm going to exercise this option and leave, I think they would do it. You know, I like, if that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be.
Oh, yeah.
I can't necessarily fault the Lakers for kowtowing to an all-time great basketball player in this regard.
Yeah.
I do think the one thought I had about yesterday, I was trying to put myself in LeBron's shoes, which, I mean, it takes some mental gymnastics to go back and relive his childhood and everything else, you know, like his early fame, all that. But I did it, Sean. I successfully did it. I used psychedelics. And the thing is, if what you want is you also want the best for your son, you know, like he wants to play with his son. He said 2 years ago that he would do anything it took to make it happen, that he'd play with his son. Like, your avenue of getting him as a free agent, as letting him call all those other teams in the draft, say he's not going to sign all this other thing, let him get to free agency, is that, like, that's preferred in terms of putting a target on Bronny himself. Yeah. Like I'm not asking you to cry a million tears for Bronny or anything. He's had it pretty good in life, except for almost dying, that part. It's going to put such a target on him and put so much more focus on him than perhaps there needs to be that I don't, that's the part I question. Like, I get and I understand that desire to do that for your son or to have your son with you, but I just wonder if it's the best thing for Bronny himself.
Well,
and I'm not saying that like in a judgmental way or anything.
No.
I don't know if I would have handled it right.
As you're saying that, I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, eventually we haven't heard from LeBron nor Bronny since Bronny got picked by the Lakers. If I'm not mistaken, we would have seen it if we had.
He did
right?
the post-draft interview.
Bronny did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least I saw quotes. I didn't see the interview.
Okay. Quotes. Yeah. Like, because my thing, I didn't see that. So what I was gonna say was, like, at some point, one of these two is gonna need to speak about this, and there are gonna be nepotism questions. And I wonder if I'm LeBron Sr., is he gonna be the one that wants to answer the nepotism questions first, so Bronny doesn't have to be the first to face them? Like, in some ways, I'd like to see him like push his kid out there and let him, you know, like, oh, okay, now you go
riding
first.
Out training wheels.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
You know. So we'll see.
That'd be my first question. Can you in fact ride a bicycle? Or did your dad keep the training wheels on the entire time?
Dad ride it for you.
It's hard. It's hard because, like, okay, nepotism exists in sports, especially like with ownership, coaches hiring their sons. Like, it exists. It's there. It's much more rare to have an instance of it like this.
Yeah.
But there is a part of me that objects to even like screaming about this without screaming about other blatant, like, the examples of nepotism.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a track record of screaming about nepotism in various other forms, but they do live in a city where LeBron, through his contacts, might get a hold of basically like every other actor in Hollywood whose father was a Hollywood in the business, and like got a leg up that way. The Hollywood actors have to answer that. Not all, and obviously it's not as much as every other, but there are a lot of people in Hollywood who have to answer this question all the time. Like,
sure.
What do you say about the fact? Did you ever feel guilty about the fact that you got auditions at an early age?
I'll tell you the one time I screamed about it on this show very recently, and maybe it's because it made my Saturdays more miserable, was when NBC just handed Jack Collinsworth the Notre Dame play-by-play job and puts Jack Collinsworth on the Sunday night studio show, and he's not good. And I guess we have
complained about that. Yeah,
we have.
And Jack, he's not good. Jack Collinsworth is awful.
He's not good. And so I guess if I'm putting the puzzle pieces together on this, is that my issue isn't so much with the nepotism; it's with nepotism where somebody's probably not going to be good at their job. You know, like it's one thing if it's nepotism and then you're trying to manipulate to get him on your team, and he winds up being a rotational player for you that is that is productive. I would have like Noah Eagle. This is a good contrast for the Jack Collinsworth thing. Noah Eagle is Ian Eagle's son. There's no doubt that Noah Eagle is doing all the things he's doing at NBC right now, straight out of Syracuse. He was in Syracuse like a year ago. And he's the lead guy on the Big Ten. He's doing Wimbledon. He's doing all these things. He did the Texans playoff game against Cleveland. He's good. He's excellent. I have zero issue with Noah Eagle getting that job because he's good at his job. Jack Collinsworth stinks. Bronny James is probably not going to be a good NBA player. That's my issue. And I don't have a major issue with the second-round pick. I really don't. But if we're drawing that contrast of when have we been about nepotism in other situations, it's when guys aren't good at their job.
Well, and it is also, too, because in what makes it different, especially on a sports team with the player, is not that it makes nepotism fair in other instances. Again, there's plenty of them in the world. But from a fan's perspective, man, you've got 15 roster spots. You've only got so many draft picks. And, you can use the second-round pick as either a way to dismiss it or, to get angry about. The fact of the matter is, a Chandler Parsons or various other second-round picks that have gone. It's not like teams don't approach that second-round pick like that's nothing, and there's nothing that guy's probably not going to be good anyway. It is another crack at getting a potentially good basketball player. So that's the part where you've got very limited resources. Where I think it's easier to kind of just ignore it or not worry about it when you're hiring. You're hiring an assistant coach, you're hiring whatever that doesn't necessarily affect you on the actual like what you're allowed to do with everything else on the team.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast, 713-572-4610 if you want to drop us a text on that. All right, the Pivot Podcast had Brandon Ayuk on. It dropped over the weekend. Ryan Clark does a sales pitch for one of the suitors potentially for Brandon Ayuk. Let's rate the sales pitch and see what would a Texan sales pitch sound like to someone like Brandon Ayuk. We'll do that coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Are you ready?
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Brandon Ayuk was on the Pivot podcast. Man, there's still some contractual drama out there with a few teams. 49ers near the top of the list with Brandon Ayuk. He wants to get paid in that Justin Jefferson range. The Niners are not willing to go that far right now. Here was Brandon Ayuk when asked to guess which uniform he will be wearing next season.
If you had to guess, we're going to say guess, right now, what uniform is Brandon Ayuk wearing in 2024?
If I were to take a guess, probably a Niner uniform. Probably a Niner uniform. I mean, if not a Niner uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
Okay, so Niner, I think it's interesting. Like he does seem to be kind of waving the white flag a little bit on playing for the Niners this year. He realizes this might be, I got to play it out on the fifth year option's there for a reason. They're using it on me, and I got to play it out. You know,
when he had that social media post a week or two ago where he said that they don't want me, where he's talking to Jaden Daniels and he said they don't want me. That, I think most NFL people interpreted that as they don't want me at the price that I want to be had at. It was like they probably, who knows how exactly they phrased it to their agent, but I know I've heard at least two GMs say that exact thing too. Is that, or former GMs that are in the media now say that, okay, they don't want him at the price that he wants. So the likeliest thing is that the 49ers, who don't probably, like realistically, as they have been for the last few years, their problem is they've got too many good players and they can't pay them all. And it's unlikely that as they're approaching making a decision on Brock Purdy and everything else, that they're probably going to have, they're way over the cap in 2025. So it makes the most sense for right now, where you can't trade for draft capital before because you're after you can trade for draft capital, but it doesn't help you this year.
Right.
Their best chance of winning a Super Bowl is right now. The biggest question, I mean, and this is the leverage that a lot of the old retired GMs still don't understand, like what's happening in sports. One of the biggest things players have in terms of leverage these days is how big of a pain in the butt are they willing to be. Mm-hmm. And like the people would say, well, Deshaun Watson doesn't have any leverage. Oh, yeah? Or Jonathan Taylor doesn't have any leverage. Okay, well, he just decided to have an ankle injury and he was out with an ankle injury even though he showed up to camp and everything. So I think from the 49ers perspective, they want him to play this year, and they're probably planning on letting him go to free agency next year. But can they get Brandon Ayuk in the building without him escalate, like in an escalating fashion, tweet and Instagram and everything else more and more about it and become a huge headache to the point where it destroys team chemistry?
Yeah.
That's their big concern right now.
That's what makes that cut so interesting to me, Seth, is that I don't think the 49ers want to trade Brandon Ayuk. I don't think they want to pay him either. I think in their heart of hearts, they want him to come back for $14 million this year on his fifth-year option, play it out, and then he leaves and they get a comp pick for him,
They'd love to. No, in their perfect world, they'd love to pay him whatever he wants. But their harsh reality is that you can't do it, Yeah, they want him.
They want him on the team, and knowing what the reality is, the best case for them is he comes back, plays a year, and then he's gone. They get a third-round pick for him 2 years from now, whatever it is. That's what makes that cut so interesting to me, though, is if I'm the Niners and I'm listening to him say that, and he goes, probably the Niners, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, this guy's coming around. He realizes his situation. Then he lists two other teams. Like, all right, he realizes what his situation is, but he's going to be an a-hole again here at some point.
Yeah.
If he's merely thinking about other teams, and he's thinking about trying to agitate his way onto those other teams.
Right, and that's the big thing is you just never know, how is he going to agitate? James Harden just made it impossible to even play him, He just gave all the impression of a guy that just wasn't going to give any effort on the court or whatever. And, I don't want to say it in a positive way, but it takes a certain amount of cojones and, I guess, disregard for a certain ethical standard to do that. And there's not that many guys that can actually do that. It takes to be day in, day out a pain in the butt consciously, not just because you're that way naturally, that's hard to do.
Yep.
And not a lot of guys can do it. Ayuk might be one of those rare gifted individuals.
Maybe.
And, so that's the question. And what we don't know is, all right, what is he actually like in the building, in meeting rooms, during practice, all of that stuff. There are some guys that can be disgruntled but not be a cancer in the locker room. There's other guys who are disgruntled and then make life hell for everybody else around them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I think talk of chemistry is sometimes overblown, and sometimes guys are too quickly labeled a cancer. But the right guy in the wrong circumstances can very much become a cancer, especially when you're talking about the razor's edge of being a Super Bowl caliber team or not.
Yeah, I think if Brandon Ayuk had already shown those types of colors, then they would have moved him before the draft. You know, they
probably would have taken what they could get.
They would have done what Buffalo did with Stephon Diggs, which is, all right, we can get a second-round pick for him. Sayonara. Ryan Clark, longtime Pittsburgh Steeler, perked up when he heard Brandon Ayuk mention the Steelers as a possibility.
Yeah. You got B.A., right? Najee, Jalen in the backfield, Fryer move, Darnell Washington, number dogs up front. Oh, man.
Okay, now, curiously absent in that sales pitch, and by the way, I didn't cut it off in editing either. It never got mentioned, was, who's playing quarterback for these guys?
Well, and he didn't. Did he bring up Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator?
He did not. He did
not. Right.
Yeah.
This is what I wonder with Pittsburgh. Is I think Arthur Smith might be a Josh McDaniels. I think he might be a really good offensive coordinator, but just does not have the right temperament or what have you to be a head coach. Like Josh McDaniels now, I mean, it's like there's no denying it. That's what he is. He's probably a really good offensive coordinator. I mean, Mac Jones was a different quarterback under Arthur Smith with not great wide receivers or anything else like that. Or excuse me, under Josh McDaniels. So likewise with Arthur Smith, they put together a hell of an offense in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And I think that in Atlanta, as the head coach, like he didn't have somebody like asking him, okay, now why exactly do you not seem to think Bijan Robinson should be getting the ball more?
Yeah.
All these things that guys just with no restrictor plate or anything, sometimes these guys they start to go too far in too many different directions. So I think that Arthur Smith might end up being really good for the Steelers. It's interesting. His offense doesn't necessarily suit Russell Wilson's skill set all that much. Like Russell Wilson doesn't throw well over the middle of the field. He's really good at throwing to the sidelines and deep, but not over the middle of the field. But I do think that Arthur Smith should be a selling point if you spin it that way.
Yeah, you're saying he should have mentioned him in there, Ryan Clark, Arthur Smith. Yeah, he doesn't mention quarterbacks, though, which is interesting to me because if you're putting a sales pitch together for the Texans to Brandon Ayuk, let's say, and they don't need Brandon Ayuk right now, they're stat at wide receiver. But I just think it's funny, like Ryan Clark is listing every position on the dogs up front, list 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, list George Pickens, all that. Just conveniently ignores quarterback. Whereas I think if you're the Texans and you're trying to sell, like if the Texans had to sell Stephon Diggs in coming here, if you get 5 words into your sales pitch and the words C.J. Stroud have not come out of your mouth, you're doing it wrong. You're
exactly
selling it wrong. So ain't all that great, Ryan Clark, with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Okay?
The sales pitch, you got to flip it on its head and talk about think about if you go and play for the Steelers, how you can be the guy that unlocked Justin Fields or brought Russell Wilson back to prominence.
Redemption for Russell Wilson.
If I were Ryan Clark, I'd be like, listen, man, they're not going to be – Russell Wilson's going to be an all-pro, and they're not even going to be talking about him. They're going to be saying, well, he's only an all-pro because they got Brandon Ayuk in there.
You know what I would sell as part of the Steeler thing? And I say this as somebody who I'm not – I don't live in Pittsburgh. I'm not around the Steelers every day. It's just something that I feel from watching the Steelers for all these decades. Is that feels like a city where if you become a hero on the football team, you are a hero forever in that city. Like that's like being an all-pro level Pittsburgh Steeler. That just feels like one of those cities where it matters more to the people in that city than maybe like 80% of the other cities in the NFL.
You'll never have to pay for a crappy beer in a gloomy bar that's carved into the side of the mountain for the rest of your life.
Ever again.
You'll never have to pay for a beer in a place that you wouldn't want to hang out in ever again.
You'll never have to pay for a sandwich with the French fries and coleslaw on the sandwich ever again. Ever again. How's that
From
sound?
Manny Brothers?
Yes.
Said it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever had one?
No, I did. I did a long time ago,
bad.
but I barely remember it, which is rare for me to forget a food stuff.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 8 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to the Astros. Man, there was a lot to like yesterday. We'll hear from Joe Espada. We'll hear from Jeremy Pena. We'll hear from Yordan Alvarez's bat. But the biggest thing that we liked yesterday from the big win over the Blue Jays on Canada Day yesterday, that's coming up next.
Hey, have you been in a car accident that wasn't your fault and you're not quite sure how to prove
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's take a trip back through yesterday's game. Astros. They beat the Blue Jays 3-0. Key part of the game early was when Hunter Brown, man, it looked like the old Hunter Brown was creeping in a little bit. Bases loaded, one out. He gets a pop-up and a strikeout to get out of the inning. Then he was off to the races after that. Here was Joe Espada following the game, talking about Brown working out of trouble.
Yeah, stay calm and trust your stuff. Trust your defense. Trust your game planning. And he's done that, Those are the moments during a game and during a season when you see a young pitcher turning a corner where, you know what, I got my stuff. I got good defense. There's no reason to panic. Let me just execute my pitches. And that's the difference between Hunter Brown and the one that we kind of saw in struggle earlier in the season.
It's really, it's Seth, you could make a case that Hunter Brown was literally the worst starting pitcher in baseball early in the season. Like, remember he had an outing where he gave up like 9 runs in an inning. It was insane. Yeah. He had a 10 ERA early in the season. Like, not after one start, like after a handful of starts, he had a 10 ERA. He was, I guarantee you on this show, you and I talked about flirting with the idea of sending him to Sugar Land to work things out. It would be a logical thing to have talked about. He is literally the best pitcher in the American League now over his last 7 starts.
Over his last 7 starts and in the last 5 games, he's just allowed 1 run. He's been magnificent. Steve Sparks was on the TV broadcast before the game during the Canada Day delay. It wasn't a rain delay. It was a Canada Day festivities delay, apparently. They're operating on European time up there.
Yeah.
And Sparks was talking about just like, the adding the sinker. It's not that he has a great sinker in and of itself, but it just keeps hitters honest, and it's allowed him to just do all the other things he does with more aggression. And you've seen it. He's been more aggressive. He's been. It's somebody like he's walking into a barroom brawl when he gets up there on the mound, and that's the most obvious to the naked eye part of it. Ignore all the mechanics, ignore pitch selection, anything else. It's like he's going up there and he wants to kill people, and that's been really cool to see. Is there's an attack mode with Hunter Brown. So. He's fun to watch. Getting out of that jam in the second inning when the bases were loaded. You're just seeing that more and more out of him, that he's matured in a lot of ways and that he can handle. What I've noticed with him is he's able to let go of the frustration of bad umpiring and some of the questionable calls, especially on days where he's had some days where in this last 5-game stretch where he's been painting the corners perfectly, but the ump isn't seeing it that way, and it hasn't affected him emotionally. So just the emotional stability for a young pitcher like that, it's a very promising sign.
Yep. Fast forward to the top of the 5th inning. The Astros at this point are getting perfect gamed by Rodriguez, the starting pitcher for Toronto.
Well, sometimes Rodriguez is going to perfect game you. Sean.
It happens, man.
It happens.
It happens. At least for 4 1/3 or whatever until Pena did this.
In the jury, that ball's drilled deep to left field. There's the first base runner. There's the first run. JP3 crushes one to left, and the Astros get in front 1-0 on a solo home run into the back of the Blue Jays bullpen.
You know what? It looked like a hanging breaking ball there, but we had never seen him. He's like 5 or 6 pitch mix. So when you go up there looking for a plan, he threw the cutter away from our righties in the hands on the lefties, mixes stuff really well, and we grinded. And Jeremy kind of with that swing kind of let us relax there a little bit.
Yeah, that was big, man. That was big. That was a meatball. that was ripe to be hit out of the park. Pena smoked that thing.
I mean. He's been so much better since he took that day off, Friday, a couple weeks ago. But the power still, you're still waiting for that power from his rookie year or the playoffs specifically to emerge, and that's hopefully a good sign.
Yeah. I don't know. This may be who he is. Like that playoff. That playoff was such an outlier for him, not just in power but in all respects.
Yeah.
Not that it haunts him or anything like that, but I think sometimes we tend to think of that and that's going to be Pena. If this is who Pena is, what he's been so far this year, then I'm cool with Jeremy Pena. He's elite fielder and he's solid at the plate. He doesn't hurt you at the plate. All right, to the bottom of the 6 we go. Hunter Brown's still out on the mound, and at this point you're feeling good because, all right, a day after you just used 7 relievers to get through a game against the Mets, you needed your starting pitcher to do what Hunter did yesterday. That's what made the second inning so scary too, Seth, when he loaded the bases. Was like, oh, crap. It's not just that he's loading the bases, he might give up some runs. It's his pitch count is getting up into the 40s in the second inning, And it's like, man, is it going to be one of these early season Hunter Brown starts where he gets yanked after 3 or 4 innings because he can't keep from throwing 90 pitches in 3 or 4 innings? So he settled in, and his best inning was his last inning, and that's a sign of an ace. He strikes out the side. Here was Joe Espada.
Yeah, he started getting some quicker outs there in the middle of the game. Again, the sinker and just the explosiveness of his pitches. It's a very uncomfortable at bat. And when you have that kind of stuff, hitters go up there swinging early, trying to get the best pitch they can early in the count, and that's when you start getting some off-balance swings, some quick outs, and again, we needed a start like that from Hunter, and he was able to deliver it.
Yep, Espada laid that out well. That was an impressive inning by Hunter Brown, that 6th inning, striking out the side to close things out.
Yeah.
So Hunter gives you 6 shutout innings. Now, it was mostly good yesterday. I mean, the hitting wasn't great, obviously, but they did enough. Brian Abreu now, this is 2 outings in a row where he has been kind of dancing with the devil a little bit. He gave up the 2-run home run to tie the game on Sunday against the Mets. He was bad. And then yesterday, look, I know he didn't give up any runs, but he loaded the bases, and the 2 outs that he got to get out of the inning were 2 smoke shots. I mean, they were line drives. They were hard-hit balls. He was able to get out of it. Here was Espada talking about getting out of the 8th.
Huge. He's huge. You could get him. You could have him against the ropes, but he's going to figure out a way to get people out. That's just Brian. He's so good. His stuff is so explosive. He's got a way to stay calm, compose, execute the pitches when he needs to, and he got out of that.
I don't expect Espada to actually and say, but they were line drive, 120-mile-an-hour velo or whatever they were. Brian.
That felt a little bit almost, I felt that was almost like back to the Jose Abreu days in terms of like, Abreu, he's just going to get up there and boy. Yeah. He's just been a machine all year long.
Yeah, Ryan's going to figure out a way. He's going to make sure those line drives get hit right at a guy.
He's figured out ways to do things in a very interesting fashion. It did more times than usual this year.
Yeah, then the line drive to third was Springer. So I mean, that was that was Springer hit the ball hard a few times yesterday, man. I mean, 2 of them were for outs, one right at Bregman, and then the one to center field. But his first at bat, he got a hit. Stole a base, and then, to get out of that bases loaded jam, line drive to Bregman by Springer, and then Varsho smoked one to second base to Dubon. Like, either of those, they were hit hard enough to be hits. But anyways, they got out of it, get to the top of the 9th, and then you get what you need. You get some insurance runs thanks to Yordan Alvarez.
One other runner reached scoring position. Jordan sends one to center. Varsho, the new center fielder, all the way back at the wall. He'll leap up. It is gone. Home run. Jordan Alvarez goes the other way over the left center field wall. And there are the insurance runs for the Astros. It's now 3-0.
Those insurance runs actually end up playing difference in the game. But I thought they actually pitched pretty good. Their starter was, it was really good stuff. Cutters, sinkers, kind of kept us off balance. Big swing by Jeremy. And then, Jordan, big 2-run homer there for those insurance runs that make the difference.
Jordan, who, by the way, is as we talked about earlier, apparently he's not all that excited about the prospect of doing the home run derby.
Good.
So, Sean don't want
Jordan him in there.
Sean wants Jordan to keep doing the thing he did yesterday.
Yes.
More so than anything else in the world.
Anything else, literally, yes.
Well, because of the guys who were absent for the first part of the season, I mean, it was pretty much every awesome Astros hitter, whether they were hitting well or not, wasn't doing it in the 7th through 9th inning. And these late inning surges, certainly not any there were no come from behind wins after the 7th inning. We've seen more and more of this over the last several weeks. I think that's over the last 2 weeks. That's the most promising thing of all of this. It's stuff that you should expect of these guys by the back of their baseball card and what have you. This is more like the Astros on paper.
Yeah.
The Astros that had people outside the city of Houston weren't freaking out as much. Even people who would want to see the Astros fail weren't counting the Astros out. And when they were down so far, even as recently as a few weeks ago. And this is kind of just where the pendulum swings back, hopefully. You got to extend it on for another half the season here.
They've got an update on the All-Star voting at those 3 positions we talked about earlier that the Astros have guys involved in the runoff. Jordan is in a dogfight right now with Ryan O'Hearn of the Orioles.
Yeah.
As of right now. Voting closes tomorrow. 51?
They have an awakened fan base there in Baltimore.
They got 6 guys into runoffs in this thing. Yeah.
They've got guys. They've got all the fervor of the newbies.
Yes.
So this is all of you listening who vote or will vote, just know he's in it now with Ryan O'Hearn, and these Baltimore Orioles fans have emerged from the woodwork,
right?
And they're coming out in force.
They're getting out to their local precincts and voting. We got to get out and vote
again.
Yeah, they're hungry
right now. Our All-Star voting fan base,
a little complacent.
They haven't awakened the way the Astros have.
No.
You have to get back on your internet, dust off your old laptop, open it up, and vote for Jordan.
51% to 49% right now. Jordan's winning, but by just 2 percentage points.
To go back to Abreu, Abreu's got 40 1/3 innings pitched so far this year.
Yep.
He's never pitched more than 72 innings in a year.
Okay.
Last year being that year. Mm-hmm. So he's on pace for more than that right now. They gave him that big layoff before this weekend. Maybe and now with everybody playing better, hopefully they just don't need to use him as much once we get out of this stretch of only having 4 pitchers.
It's so funny. When you have a team that's wasting so much money, like the Astros are right now, on things like paying Abreu, the other Abreu, Jose Abreu, to go away, paying numerous pitchers to rehab Tommy John surgeries of various sorts, paying guys on the IL who are making a lot of money. This team is paying people like nearly $100 million to not work for them right now.
Yeah.
How do you cut corners? You get Brian Abreu $1.75 million in arbitration this past year, and he's the most utilized reliever in the sport, literally.
Yeah.
Like nobody pitches more than him. So that's how you cut the corners sometimes with stuff like that. By the way, the other 2 positions for the All-Star game. Kyle Tucker is not going to make the All-Star team, at least not as a starter. There's one outfield position already sewn up because Aaron Judge was the leading vote getter in the American League. The leading vote getter gets a spot automatically. So there's 2 other spots open. Kyle Tucker's in last place right now in the runoff. Juan Soto first, Stephen Kwan of the Guardians second. He's having a great season. Ryan Santander, Anthony Santander, however he pronounces it, with the Orioles, 26%. And then Kyle Tucker, 16%. I think it's an out-of-sight, out-of-mind thing, Seth. Kyle Tucker way behind these other 3. Just out of sight, out of mind.
Well, he's just kind of fallen off on early in the season when he was better than Juan Soto in a lot of respects and Aaron Judge. And they were neck and neck in a lot of regards.
Counting stats, yeah.
Yeah, you miss this long a stretch of time, and you're gonna miss out on the counting stats.
Yep. Altuve has a comfortable lead over Marcus Semien. I feel good about that one. 56% to 44% right now for Jose Altuve.
Yeah, that would take a hell of a surge there.
Yeah, yep. So if I had to guess, Altuve gets in. I would guess Jordan will get in as well, although that one is close. As you point out, these Oriole fans are nuts. They're crazy for their guys. So there you go. That's where we stand.
The other thing you should feel good about as we approach the All-Star game is that the Yankees currently stink. So there's that too.
That feels good.
They can't pitch their way out of a paper bag. It's just a mess just a mess up there in New York. It's sad, really. When they've celebrated so many fictitious championships in the first half of various seasons over the last few years.
Yeah.
And now here we are again. I kind of hope they make the playoffs, though. There's a 99% chance that they do, unless they just continue playing the way they have over the last couple of weeks. I do relish the thought of another Yankees World Series in which they're not nearly as good as, or excuse me, another Yankees playoff series versus the Astros in which they're not as good as they were in the first half of the season.
Dude, if you're the Astros or you're an Astro fan, you want the Yankees in the playoffs. The Astros are their daddy. Yeah, for sure. Back-to-back texts. We read this one earlier. Is LeBron the new Jack Easterby? No one wants to play for the Lakers. Then a subsequent text from another texter points out that the Lakers hiring J.J. Redick almost feels like if the Texans had hired Josh McCown.
Oh.
I think LeBron has a little more. I think LeBron clearly has more Easterby in him than Jeff Bagwell does. I don't think Jeff Bagwell has any Easterby in him at all. He's just he was just part of some bad decisions.
The big thing with Bagwell being connected to Easterby at all, and it's I hate doing it because they're just different people in so many ways. Bagwell for the better, but it's that is it a guy who's been elevated to a position for which he's not qualified? That's the big question, because ultimately that was the issue with Easterby. They loved him up in New England as a character coach. They did not love him as an interim GM. They did not love him as a director of team development or vice president or whatever the hell he was. That's not what the Patriots loved Jack Easterby as.
Mm-mm.
Jack Easterby came here and was elevated 19 pay grades above where he had established himself.
Yeah.
So Bagwell, we love as a baseball player. We love for his hijinks at times. Back in the day, not anymore. He's just he's a different guy now.
Yep.
But is he necessarily qualified to be making decisions like, hey, Abreu's the guy we need to get on this team?
Yeah.
And more importantly, stand by through thick and through thin.
Yeah. I think he's qualified to give input. He's a really smart former baseball player. It's just he gave input on the worst decision that this franchise has made.
Well, yeah,
in this title run here.
Well, and that always in both situations with the Texans and the Astros, that comes back to the owner, because if the person that you think is damaging the team has the ability to damage the team because he has the ear of the owner, at some point, then that's on the owner,
Mm-hmm.
And the McNairs probably wish they'd never met Jack Easterby, but they rectified the situation. Sometime right around when Lovie Smith got hired, Jack Easterby started to just be a little less visible.
Yeah.
If that is
start waving his arms. I got an opinion.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that Lovie Smith will probably never be fully appreciated for. I do think that he had an ability to kind of be the wise older man who'd seen it all and can see things for what they are.
Yeah.
And I think there was some part of Lovie Smith's influence that got Jack Easterby kicked into the third row seat of the station wagon.
Yes, for everybody ready to build a statue for Lovie because the end of that Colts game.
Yes.
You might have the wrong thing to build the statue for in the power rankings.
He put Jack Easterby in the rear-facing seat of the station wagon and told him to wear a mask so he didn't have to be embarrassed that his kid was Jack Easterby by the motorists behind him.
And then finally got to Topeka, Kansas on the road trip and said, "Why are we doing this?"
Left him at a gas
Sometimes
station.
Divorce is a good thing. And then just kicked him out of the back of the station wagon.
Hey, sometimes child abandonment's the right thing for everybody.
Sometimes divorcing your child is a good thing,
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Thank you, Lovie. You know what? I do. There's parts of Lovie Smith I miss. Yeah.
That was another great part of the Lovie Smith.
No doubt.
The popularization of sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Power ranking the divorces. Yes, that was always fun. All right, we got a name that you can cross off the list. If you're a Rocket fan looking for star power, you can cross this name off the list. Just happened a couple of minutes ago. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Are you ready? We are.
Hey, I heard you missed us. We're back.
The best football conversations in town, exclusive inside information, and plenty of
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, real quick, some breaking news. You Rocket fans that may have had Donovan Mitchell on your list of possible all-stars to bring in. I suppose you still could eventually, but he just signed a contract extension with the Cleveland Cavaliers. 3 years, $150 million, man. I don't know if Donovan Mitchell wanted to be there long-term, but when someone starts waving $150 million in your face, my rule is take it, Seth. I don't know about yours. My rule is...
That's been my, yeah. That's what... I can't give financial advice when I do my Trajan Wealth commercials, but my personal advice to people is that if you get offered $350 million, don't play hardball.
Right.
Just, man, don't start making ridiculous demands or something. That's my own personal advice, not Trajan Wealth's advice. Just $350 million is a pretty good chunk of change.
Right. No, 3 years, $150. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
It's only
it's only 100.
Well, I take that back. Always turn down $150 million.
Yeah.
Always turn down $150 million.
Yeah, 3 years.
It violates my rule of three, which is if it's $300 million or more, then accept that
rule
offer.
Of three. Yes.
It is, Sean. It's weird. Like honestly, like the warp zone athletes get into when you're operating at those kinds of numbers and everything, and so much of it boils down to ego. Obviously, like you got hyper-competitive individuals that want to be the highest paid, and you should always try to get the most money possible. But there are times where you see some guys, and you're like, man, you got to hit the reset button here a little bit and think about what this means guaranteed for the rest of your life if you handle it right. Let's not get too caught up in ego. Let's just think about what it is. Don't compare yourself to everybody else or what have you. Think about what this does for you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. It's wild. I was thinking about that the other day. I think it might have been Tua that I heard. In fact, I think we have the audio. Ben, I'll give you a second. If you can find Rick Spielman, former NFL GM, was talking about Tua's situation, and I think it's in here where he talks about the possibility of the Dolphins maybe eventually using the franchise tag on Tua and just laying back and not paying him.
I think that if they would have got this deal done maybe last year or right at the beginning of the offseason, you may have looked at that $48 to $52 million range. But as all these contracts come in, and they continue to go up every year, that Tua is going to get paid near $55 million. Now, you can say, I don't think he deserves that, but you're not going to be able to sign him because that's, like he said, the market is what the market is. Why would he take anything less, especially if it's his first bite out of the apple? First time he's going to get a significant contract. Maybe if it was his second or third contract, he may say, well, I may give a home team discount. But because it's the first time he is going to get a significant deal, they're going to have to pay him that market value. And if they don't, then maybe they don't think that he is the quarterback of the future going forward.
Okay, and so that if I had kept going with that cut, Spielman ends up talking about like maybe they just let it play out. He plays out the fifth year, and then they give him a franchise tag and kind of caveats it with it. Although, when you give the guy a franchise tag, ... talks about the turmoil and things like that. We'll talk about Tua in a second because I thought that was an interesting cut. But, Seth, that's the other thing, like the disconnect. And the disconnect fans have sometimes, the biggest one that I see is sometimes with the franchise tag where, like, okay, guys are really, really, really angry. That a team is going to guarantee them $50 million for a year's worth of work. They're super angry about this. Like the second the pen hits the paper, they are going to get that money.
Obviously I was never in a franchise tag situation, but I always felt like, hell yeah. Because what do I have then too? I get a huge payday guaranteed that might not stack up compared to others, but I then also have freedom at the end of it. There's a part of me, maybe this is a trapping more so they're a flaw or something, but there's always a part of me that felt like I don't want to be beholden to somebody for 5 years. I'd like to be able to be free to make my own decision. Maybe I want to go write poetry at the end of this next year. Who knows what it'll bring? There is that element of like, oh, okay, and then I get to set the table for whatever, and then I'm motivated to. I always liked the idea of like being motivated too, and having a kind of like Laramie Tunsil. Tunsil is cool with taking a shorter deal and understanding that, he's motivated then and to go out and get a bigger and better contract after this short-term deal. And I think Nick appreciates that. Caserio appreciates that, and they've kind of utilized that precedent that Tunsil set with a lot of these other guys on the team. Keep that carrot on a stick very close to their faces as much as possible. The thing with Tua, compared to other quarterbacks who might be in similar situations, I think is that looking at it honestly and objectively, even though he took the martial arts to teach him how to fall last year and everything, and that worked out well last year, worked out one time so far, I do not trust his ability to stay healthy. I just don't. He's one of those guys, kind of like RG3, where you watched RG3 play and you're like, man, this guy's an injury waiting to happen. Just either physiologically or the way they move or what have you. He's playing lighter this year. Like, if I were Tua's agent or advisor, I might stress that part to him more so than I would with other athletes. That, man, you've got a knock against you. If you get injured this year, it's not the same as when Dak Prescott got injured. You know, Dak got injured, and I think largely teams would have still, as the Cowboys did, they still viewed him as a guy that's going to play a long time in the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tua is long for this league, and I think he should take, even if it's not on par with a lot of the other market rate things, he should take that security because I don't know how well he's going to age.
That's the dumbest thing that Spielman said in there to me.
Yeah.
Which is that they're going to he literally said the words, they're going to have to pay him. Like, no, they're not. I mean, they can choose not to. They don't have to do anything.
The Browns didn't pay Baker Mayfield that year. As one of our listeners pointed out, I credit the listener who pointed that out a few weeks ago, that the Browns chose not to pay Baker Mayfield, and ultimately, I don't know, it might have been the better thing, but like the way things worked out, it might have been better if they had kept him compared to what's gone on since then.
Yeah.
But you don't have to pay the guy. You can wait and make another decision. The thing that would make me nervous about Tua is that Tua's comments on the topic have not been like Brandon Ayuk's, where it's almost like he's agitating or anything. Tua, as you pointed out last week, he seems to be like emotionally affected by it. Like he's talking about how hard it is. And there's a part of me that, like, if I'm a GM, I'm like, listen, I would prefer the guy that gets a little angry about it and puts a chip on his shoulder to the guy that is like wide-eyed and like, what do I do? What do I do? Like, that's not what I want out of an NFL quarterback.
No. And I think to say you have to pay him ignores the fact that we've seen over the last handful of years that quarterbacks come available now. You know, it's not going to be Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or C.J. Stroud or whoever, but solutions that are in that next tier, at least one or two, become available by some way, whether it's Kirk Cousins becoming a free agent, Aaron Rodgers agitating for a trade, Deshaun Watson agitating for a trade, Russell Wilson agitating for a trade from Seattle and then getting cut by Denver. Like, I'm not saying Russell Wilson right now is a better solution than Tua, but Russell Wilson at what you would have to pay him is a way better solution than Tua at $55 million a freaking year.
Well, I would say, you know where these teams are, the bind that they're in, it's very much like, and now this is a standard take that I would have given 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago, 16 years ago. I've said this forever. Like, there are so many presidential elections. I'm talking about this with my kid right now. Is they're trying to make some decisions in various elections. Like, a lot of times in elections, it's the lesser of two evil. It's the guy you dislike more than us. Like, and that goes for multitudes of different elections. It's that you got to make a decision, and neither one of them might be appetizing to you, but you make the decision that you think it makes the most sense. And I think that's where the Jaguars were, where they have questions about Trevor Lawrence. They'd be idiots if they don't, but they feel and trust enough in the potential upside of him compared to going out there and trying to trade for a Russell Wilson, or, I mean, trade the other side. Okay, you can go out and find a Tom Brady type situation and trade the way that the Bucs did. It can go either way. They just still trust enough in Trevor Lawrence's upside that they say, okay, we'll take this deal right now, and if it works out, then 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it's going to be a bargain for the upside of him. But it's not like it's an easy decision to make.
No, and I think sometimes, Seth, the question you can ask yourself, which we've done with Dak Prescott over the last several days, because it's looking more and more like he might hit free agency, is, okay, if this guy did hit free agency, what do you think the market is for him? Does the market go gaga for him? I think if Dak Prescott has another season this year like he did last year and he hits free agency, he sails through $55 million. He resets the market. I'm not sure about Tua. If Tua hits free agency, if some team gives him $60 million a year, he's had his best seasons, plural, kind of. I mean, he's been banged up or whatever. With Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle as his two wideouts.
I guess,
and Mike McDaniel as his play caller.
The other guy you could say that about is Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow had really good receiving talent. And the difference between Joe Burrow and Tua Tagovailoa was that Joe Burrow looked every bit the part of a guy that, this, especially before all the injury concerns continued to mount. But, he played that way. He played like a guy that was maximizing all the talent that he had around him. Whereas Tua, it still feels very much like he's the recipient of a really good play caller and some really good talent around him. He does not do well under duress and when things break down. He's very good in the first 1.5 seconds of a play. That's the big question. And, with Tua, I wouldn't see any issue at all with, let's see how he does this year. Let's see if he builds on what he did last year and if he starts being a guy that creates instead of just receives.
A dynasty loses a huge fixture from its dynastic years. Have we felt this already? This is not in Houston, but in Houston with our dynasty, have we felt this already, or is this something that's coming up for us here in the near future? We'll explain coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming. Are you ready?
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Klay Thompson will be a Dallas Maverick next year. And to me, look, the Warriors, I don't think, Seth, were going to be a title threat again anytime soon. They did win it 2 years ago, kind of unexpectedly. So one last salvo for the dynasty that was the Golden State Warriors. She was a great dynasty. Won 4 titles, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And
she was a great dynasty.
Talking
about it. Talking about it like it's a ship or a queen or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. So yeah, she was a great dynasty. The titles were spread out over a nice swath of calendar years. First one was in 2015. The last one was in 2022. The 2022 team did not look a lot like the 15 team, other than Draymond, Steph, and Klay Thompson.
Yes,
And
much like the royal dynasty in England doesn't look like it used to.
A little bit.
It's just basically a glorified Kardashian show at this point, but still.
A little bit.
It's kind of sputtering. It's on its last dying gasp, apparently.
So I would imagine in the Bay Area today that this is probably like the feeling like, okay, like it's over. Like this is it's been dead for a little bit here in terms of winning championships, but as far as like the faces of it leaving, like this is probably a day where it feels like it's over. Like we still have Steph and Draymond's still bugging people, but it's probably over now.
Right. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're in rebuild mode for a franchise that did things really well for a long time.
Yep.
Their core of players, because let's remember, one of the most impressive thing about the Warriors was that they were largely a homegrown team.
Mm-hmm.
They get Draymond and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. You didn't have to pick them number 1 overall or anything. Like they had a core that was homegrown. They brought in Durant, but still, nonetheless, you can't recreate that lightning in a bottle in one fell swoop.
No. I don't just want to drive by the Durant thing though, because that rehashing this part of it makes the Durant thing super frustrating to me. Like they didn't need to do that. It was bad for the NBA.
It's Chris Paul's fault.
Yeah,
it's Chris Paul's fault.
Totally Chris Paul's fault. Yeah, he was.
Chris Paul didn't want to tan. They didn't. He just said, "Nope, we want all that. We want all that luxury tax room right now." And it allowed the Warriors, who are already stacked, to add a superstar player.
Yeah, he was.
Chris Paul, the Players Association president, basically facilitated that.
Yeah, the cap went from $70 to $94 million in 1 year. So it was basically room for every team to go get a superstar if they wanted to.
Ruined a lot of other teams because they went and signed clowns that had no business making as much money as they did.
Dude, I've got the list here. We can go through it in a second. But just to localize the Klay Thompson thing, because I think, to me, like the Astros are in a unique spot. There haven't been many dynasties across all 3 of the sports we follow most closely here over the last couple decades. It's been the Patriots in the NFL. It's been the Warriors in the NBA. You can say what you want about the Spurs, I guess, sort of dynasty. They spread theirs out over a wide. Spurs are in there. And then in baseball, it's the Astros, and that's it for the 2000s. Have we had this similar feeling to what Warriors fans are feeling with Klay today, probably? Or is the fact that the Astros have still remained a championship contender and likely will be back in the mix here probably at some point this year, does that cushion the blow from some of the guys we left? Or have we felt similar to how they're probably feeling about Klay, like when Springer and Correa and guys like that have left?
Well, I mean, it's, hindsight, it's easier to say no. Because, obviously we've lost those players, and then they went on to win a World Series. Went on to go to another several ALCSs, depending on who we're talking about.
Yeah, how did we feel?
It never felt. No, I think because they were so stacked that it never felt. It didn't feel like it when Springer left. And you could see that one coming, 18 miles away, because Springer, about as politely as anybody has ever been able to do it, basically made a few statements about how it's a business and everything, but he never did it in a jerkish way. But I don't think it felt that way when Springer left. It felt like a certain era was leaving with Springer walking out the door, because Springer's energy and enthusiasm and everything else was so integral to bringing the Astros to prominence and domination. But I didn't feel that way when Springer left. I didn't feel that way when Cole left.
Not even close when Cole
right.
left. Yeah, we didn't
like
Cole,
him. I was still like, because I think we did, even though we got spoiled by it, we did still appreciate that having pitching that is that dominant across the board. I mean, the pitching that year was just so incredibly good with 2 Cy Young candidates on the squad just dealing. And with Garrett Cole, remember, he didn't really pick it up until the second half of the season. But yeah, I didn't feel that way with Cole leaving. With Correa leaving and with the uncertainty about what Jeremy Pena might be or what his replacement would be like, and having already lost other guys, that's where it started to feel. That was my first moment where I was kind of like, all right, well, I get it and I understand, but man, it does feel different. It felt like a much different team.
Yeah, this is where it's, this is if the Astros don't get back in the hunt this year. Let's say that this has just been a sugar high that they've been on, and that eventually the pitching injuries catch up to them, and they finish 82 and 80 or something like that. I will tell you right now, Bregman leaving after this year is going to feel a lot like probably how Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors feels to Warrior fans today, because there's probably, if they're 82, if they're a 500 baseball team and they don't make the playoffs, there's probably something bigger going on with the Astros that needs to be addressed than just Alex Bregman. Similar to the Warriors, the true face of that era of great basketball, Steph Curry, Jose Altuve, still with the Astros here. Hell, I wasn't even leaning into this on the rundown. They both won their last championships in 2022. You know what I mean? They both, and it was after, and they both won their first ones, 5, 6, 7 years before that. There was some kind of a gap in between some championships there. There's a lot of similarities when I watch Klay leaving the Warriors, where I'm like, man, if the Astros don't pull out of this thing here and make themselves relevant and make another run here, and they just become a run-of-the-mill team like the Warriors did, a 10 seed that got knocked out in the play-in, then there's going to be a lot of Bregman leaving that's going to feel very Klay Thompson-ish here, I think.
It's different because it's a different sport. Yeah, because of the numbers involved.
I'm not saying it's exactly the same. Yeah.
Well, no, I know. I'm just saying that's like the big difference is that it's hard to just take one guy and say, oh yeah, that's the moment I went broke.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing if you lose everything in the stock market crash or something, then okay, it's easy to point out when you went broke. But yeah, there's the old saying, like people go broke very slowly and then all at once.
Yeah.
Would this be the all at once moment where if Bregman leaves, this would remain from 2017? It would be Altuve, Verlander, and McCullers.
Yeah. And I'm glad you brought up 2017, because to me, this is just how I feel, right? This is an emotional topic. This is how I feel emotionally. There are the 4 faces of the Astros, not just window of dominance, but the surge into it. Because the surge into it includes being there when the bad times were existing, to me.
Yeah.
And to me, how I feel, it's Altuve, it's Bregman, it's Correa, it's Springer. Those are like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of this Astros run. I know Verlander's been great. I know they've had a lot of great guys. Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez. Those 4 guys were there in 2017 from the get-go. Like Verlander, they acquired in that season. Yeah. They were there. They came up through the minor league system of the Astros, all 4 of them. Mm-hmm. They, to me, are similar to Draymond, Klay, Steph. I'll even throw KD in there as the face of the championships, but really those 3, homegrown, like you just said, homegrown, drafted by the organization. And to me, like Springer and Correa, I'm with you. Like I didn't feel it because they were still humming and they were still winning championships. If they're just an average baseball team this year and Bregman leaves and this is the beginning of a reset, then it feels similar to the Klay thing for me. Like
I guess the other side of it then too is they still have some very good young players. They are you're kind of fast forwarding to like if it doesn't work out this year.
Yeah.
I guess, but if it does or if it doesn't work out this year and they played, but they lose Bregman, it's not going to feel like that because like obviously Bregman and Bregman alone isn't the reason that they would have played well. If they don't. I still think if we go to the back of the baseball cards, I still feel like they'd still be a playoff team, a playoff caliber team.
Yeah.
Like if they don't, if they don't play well this year, if they play 500 baseball for the rest of the way through, they're still on paper a better than average Major League Baseball team with some very promising developments in the minor league system.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the difference is if Dana Brown's draft last year was as good as it looks right this moment, you've got guys that are incredibly precocious in their advancement through the minor league system right now, that it's not going to feel as much like the door being shut on the Warriors because it's harder to – you don't have a pipeline in basketball the way you do in baseball.
No, you need stars.
And I think the Astros are better set up right now than – I mean, we've seen for years and years now that this organization far exceeds whatever Baseball America or any of the other people who rate the pipelines. They've far exceeded what those ratings are with their pipeline as these guys continue to come up. And I think that infrastructure is still there.
Yeah, I hope so.
And then it's all on Dana Brown. Like, Dana Brown gets to really, like, it's a matter of how quickly some of these guys move through the system and how well do you develop the talent on the team that's here already.
Yeah, we'll see. And to be clear, if they go on, they make a run to another ALCS or another World Series, and Bregman goes, then we just keep on humming. You know, that's the feeling. But if they just level off and it's a mediocre team and Bregman starts leaving, it for me, it'll have some Clay feelings to it. Patriots, I guess the Patriots... I mean, for the Patriots, there's just Tom Brady leaving, I guess, right? What
was the player for the Patriots leaving?
I don't know.
Gronk, I guess? Because that was...
Maybe Gronk retiring or something like... Yeah, because they started to tail... I mean, they won the Super Bowl in 2018, but 2019 was a seriously... I mean, they made the playoffs in 2019, but they lost to the Titans. That was the year where Brady's yelling at his receivers to run faster.
In Houston.
Yeah, in Houston. Yeah.
You guys need to be faster.
Yeah.
You need to go back in time and have your mom sleep with a different dude because your dad sucks, basically, is what he was saying.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have guys who were capable of running faster on
that
team.
No.
That was, they were giving their all, Tom. Sorry.
Yep.
Why be more like Randy Moss? Be more like Randy Moss.
Run faster. Boy, you mentioned Chris Paul. Maybe we can hit some of these names in the 9 o'clock hour. When Chris Paul ruined the NBA by approving of a huge salary cap spike instead of smoothing it over time as the NBA Players Association president, he needs to be taken to task more for that, I think. That's why Kevin Durant wound up with the Warriors. It's also how Nicholas Batum wound up with $120 million.
Was that when Memphis paid Chandler Parsons, even though Chandler Parsons' knees had already turned into Tres Leches?
4 years, $94 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many games did he play for them?
I don't know. Not many. He did not finish that contract with the Memphis Grizzlies.
God, good for him.
Yeah.
Remember what a dopey kid he was coming out of college?
Well, remember?
He transformed himself into total metrosexual guy.
He did.
Total Fort Worth, Dallas metrosexual.
He was at his best getting paid $900,000 a year by the Rockets, and he was at his worst getting paid $25 million a year by the Memphis Grizzlies. It's a remarkable back of the baseball card. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's head into the 9 o'clock hour. Seth Payne got the Barrett Sports Media treatment. This just went across my timeline.
Oh.
Barrett Sports Media, noted sports media outlet, was listening in on one of our segments yesterday, and they got intrigued by some of the things that Seth C. Payne had to say. Let's see if Seth is being...
They've mistreated me in the past. Let's see if they get it right this time.
Let's see if Seth gets treated fairly by big media. That is next.
That's right. Hey, treat yourself fairly. We're coming up on Independence Day, and if you're like most people, there's times where you question how independent you're going to be as you get older. And you start thinking about your financial independence. And, man, you've worked your butt off. You've gotten to a point in life where you feel good about the money you're making, but it's a much different challenge to sustain that lifestyle through your retirement and maintain that financial independence.
screen.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Someone, texter says, in response to me saying that my four horsemen of the Astro apocalypse were Altuve, Bregman, Correa, and Springer, because they all came up through the system. And someone says, what about Yuli Gurriel? He didn't really come up. They signed him from Cuba. He was there for all the championships. He's right there. I mean, you look at any, Seth, you look at any list of playoff performers and counting stats at first base, and Yuli's on the list. All these guys are Correa, Altuve, Bregman, Yuli. Anybody who's here for both World Series championships, or close to it in the case of Correa, they're all near the top of the counting stats at their position for things like home runs and RBIs and stuff, because they played so many freaking games. You know, like they played so many games.
I think the other part about Yuli, though, is that he was the part of the Cuban pipeline that the Astros would become. And like so many of the young Cuban players looked up to Yuli Gurriel, and I think it was he was a bigger asset in the organization maybe than we could appreciate because we don't have that same perspective.
Yeah.
So like Yuli, I mean, because the Astros at any given time, I don't know where they are right now, but for a long time they had by far the most Cuban players in their system, in their entire system, and Yuli was the start of that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the most prominent of the Cuban players that they'd signed.
He was, and I appreciate everything Yuli did. I think the difference, and if you missed the segment, we were kind of talking about. It started with talking about Klay Thompson leaving the dynasty of the Warriors, and given where they are now, kind of how that probably feels like. All right, this feels like this might really be the end. And we kind of drew the analogy to the Astros with Springer and Correa leaving, and they actually kept the dynasty going a little longer and have kept it going a little longer. I think the difference with Yuli and those other guys who left is that with Yuli, it looked like it was time to leave. You know, like Yuli.
That's true. It
Springer
wasn't necessarily.
Correa, they got $30 million a year contracts from teams. You know.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
And Yuli was kind of bipolar in his performance. It was, remember, one good year, one bad year, one good year, one bad year.
Won a batting title second to last season. It was crazy.
As Carlos Correa wouldn't shut up about how nobody cares about batting average anymore. We're like, hey man, just they're giving a trophy to the guy in your same infield.
Yeah,
He's
now.
Standing right there.
Yeah, like Carlos is giving an interview to somebody about how stupid batting average is while Yuli's getting a trophy. Come on, man.
Based on batting average, yes.
Adding Bay Idle Tay. So, Seth, you, my friend, got the Barrett Sports Media treatment here from Jason Barrett's website.
They wrote about me in the trades.
Yeah.
That's how we talk about in the biz.
Yes, in the trades.
Hey, this is basically the Hollywood. This is the depressing Hollywood reporter of the sports radio world.
It is.
When you hit. This is exactly the same as Matthew McConaughey getting a write-up in Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah.
This is me getting a write-up in Barrett Sports Media.
Yeah. The title, the headline: Seth Payne: Mike Tannenbaum did not understand the assignment during his first take appearance. All right, so we admittedly don't have the audio of us or Seth saying that, but I guess just to set the stage here, here was Stephen A. Smith.
We're not the kind of crackerjack operation that can go back and find audio of our own show.
Well, the article just popped up like 5 minutes ago.
I know.
I mean, still, ESPN would probably be able to find it. Ben, this is not disrespect to you. We're not expecting you to go find the podcast.
We did this. We just realized this 5 minutes ago.
Yep. So here was Stephen A. Smith. I think it's still a good topic, actually. Probably a lot of people didn't listen yesterday. If you missed it over the weekend or on Friday, Stephen A. Smith, they had a debate on which quarterback you would start a team with in the NFL, not named Patrick Mahomes. And Mike Tannenbaum, the former GM of the Jets, has gone on multiple outlets and said his guy would be Jordan Love. Stephen A. Smith knew this and looked over at Mike T. and said, "You're crazy for taking Love over C.J. Stroud."
Let's look at C.J. Stroud. Third quarterback in the last 50 years to lead the NFL in both passing yards per game and touchdown to interception, turnover ratio. What are you talking about? This brother had a 157 passer rating in his first playoff game against the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL, which is Cleveland. We saw what the man did during the regular season. And by the way, Mike T is younger than Jordan Love. I mean, what are you talking about? You brought cheaper. Younger and cheaper. You of all people, as cheap as you are, you actually going to sit up there and say that somebody who is more expensive, older, and on top of it all, didn't have the numbers that C.J. Stroud had, or somebody you would take.
All right, so that was – we should mention Ryan Clark is on this panel too. You're about to hear him in a second here. So that was
and
Stephen.
The topic is, again, who would you draft to start a franchise
That's
with?
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless of who you have around you at the given moment or anything, who would you start a franchise with?
So Tannenbaum, who's been crescent kicked in the head multiple times verbally by Stephen A. Smith at this point, he gets an opportunity here to explain himself with the Jordan Love over Stroud take.
Let's go back to that Dallas game. That was a knockout punch. They went up and down the field against a really good Dallas Cowboy defense. We talk about all their struggles.
Aaron Jones running the football helped a lot.
No doubt about it.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, but Houston didn't run the ball last year?
Houston didn't run the ball.
They didn't run the ball that much, Mike Tate.
With Bobby Slowick, Houston didn't run the ball. That's why they went out and got Joe Mixon. Houston was about C.J. Stroud from start of the season to the finish of the season.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that
and when Stephen A. Smith says they did attempt to run the ball a lot. They did not run the ball well.
Yeah.
They were not a good rushing football team last year. But they did keep feeding the rock to fuel the play action, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. Last one here, and I think this is the one where Tannenbaum kind of exposes himself.
You got to know how to take the L, Mike. I got RC with me.
He's changed. C.J. Stroud. Hey, C.J. Stroud changed an entire organization.
I like C.J. Stroud. It's not. This is not against C.J. Stroud, but what I'm saying is when you look at what Jordan Love did after sitting for 2 years and the platform he has now, to me, like when you look at those young skill players, when we're talking about them in November into the playoffs, they're going to be unstoppable on offense, not just this year, but going forward. And they got the one piece they needed, Jordan Morgan, the left tackle. I think
so down with Diggs. It's wide out with Stroud throwing the football. I mean, that's not a big deal. 2010 to 2023, 43 quarterbacks were drafted. 43. One of them won a playoff start as a rookie. One. It's C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is so basically what you heard there was Tannenbaum moving the goalposts because the assignment was who would you take to start a franchise. Tannenbaum, cornered as he was, turned it into like, hey, look at all the tools around Jordan Love and how well he's going to play this year. Moving the goalpost is the last refuge of a scoundrel, Sean.
That's right.
That old. I think Thomas Jefferson said that or something.
Right.
What the hell are you even doing there? You were a GM for the Jets.
Yep.
How do you not even understand the assignment?
So the article on Barrett Sports Media hones in on a couple of things here. Just the appetizer is the part where, as Ryan Clark and Stephen A. Smith pointed out, the Texans did not run the football well. Mike Tannenbaum seemed to imply when he's like, the Texans didn't run the football, that they actually were good at it. They weren't. The article points out how I mentioned that. I mentioned it. So the quote from me, so Tannenbaum got kind of exposed there by those two guys, and so that there's just blood in the water at that point. The article then says the program played the clip in which Smith told Tannenbaum he has to know how to take the L. That last clip right there. Tannenbaum continue to affirm how impressive it was to see that Love did what he did after sitting on the bench for 2 years, especially with the Packers adding an offensive tackle in Jordan Morgan. Smith replied by asking about Stephon Diggs. Payne expressed that by Stephon Diggs joining Houston. They tell the story, Seth, about it. They immediately go into the story about how you sent the clip to Mike Meltzer, a fan of the New York Jets, your former co-host and a fan of the New York Jets, the team for which Tannenbaum previously served as GM. The reason he sent him this clip was because he wanted to know which one of two aspects of the conversation annoyed him more, either Tannenbaum's opinion of the fact or that he, quote, didn't understand the assignment of the situation. I think so far you're getting treated fairly. I think that's what you said.
It's all very fair.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
They've been pretty fair ever since we pointed. They had printed an article once where I was kind of jokingly accusing who was it? Of stealing my take. Ross Tucker. Remember, I accused Ross Tucker of stealing my take, which he did, but he told us he was going to steal it. And I said, like, I did a 3-minute spiel about Ross, stealing my takes.
Yeah.
He's like, classic Princeton move, all this. And they printed it like I was dead serious.
So funny. So funny. No, in this case, you were dead serious about Tannenbaum.
Yes.
The argument was about, this is a quote, they're quoting you directly here. The argument was about who would you pick if you were starting a new franchise, and Tannenbaum turns it into, hey, look at how good he could be this year because he's set up for success on this team. That's not the assignment. You don't even understand the assignment, and you were running an NFL football team, end quote.
It's like he's trying to, we need a running back. Okay, What do you think about this defensive back?
Yeah.
My God.
They mentioned that Pendergast agrees with Smith and Clark in this instance, preferring Stroud over Love. Yeah, no bleep, Sherlock.
Yeah.
Furthermore, he stated Smith can probably realize when all he needs to do is yell while someone else is talking in order to get them to back down. The fact that Smith started to scream and would not stop was something Pendergast considered to be really funny.
Did they point out that I disagreed with your take and those tactics?
They did not.
In this era where I just want a little bit of civility in public discourse, Sean, that maybe shouting people down isn't the right move?
They didn't mention that, Seth, and they probably should have. Is this unfair treatment?
Yes. They should have pointed out that I am a shining beacon of light for those who would demand more from our public discourse.
Yep. Winding down the article here. As the discussion surrounding Tannenbaum on First Take came to a conclusion, Payne recalled the time the show interviewed him on Radio Row. To be clear, that was you and Meltzer that interviewed him, not me and you. Yeah, they just called it the show.
On Radio Row in New York City.
Yeah, back in 2014. Tannenbaum
Apple.
Tannenbaum was working. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Tannenbaum was working as an executive with the Dolphins at the time, and Payne recognized that he was consistently scanning the room and not seeming engaged in the conversation. While he remarked that it can be a successful strategy for some people, he perceived him to constantly be thinking about who to speak with next. Pendergast said, he's a willing networker, but a bad networker. It's all about networking, man, but you got to make sure that the people you're in a conversation with realize you're at least giving the impression that you're engaged with their conversation. Quote. I think that's good advice by Sean Pendergast, the person quoted in this article. Yeah.
Remember, that was one of the quotes about Easterby from somebody who had, one of his previous stops was that, you'd be in a conversation with him. If somebody higher up in the organization walked in, he was like, beeline to that dude. He'd abandon your conversation. Classic Easterby move.
Classic Easterby move. All right, so how do you rate the treatment? I think this was really more
Very
just a
fair.
recap. Yeah.
Very fair, which makes for a boring article.
Yep.
So I've in their fairness to us, they are sacrificing clicks, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That takes restraint. Thank you.
Yep. I stand by everything that I said in that segment yesterday.
Oh, yeah, me as well.
They've not moved me off of
honestly, just from that one interaction I had with Tannenbaum, I would never give him a good recommendation to anybody for anything for any reason, which doesn't amount to a hill of beans in the real world for how it affects Tannenbaum, except that I suppose there's probably other people that he's come across that feel the same way.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
This guy. Yep. All right, whatever.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, let's circle back to the Texans. The Texans were kind of in that. We'll get to the Astros as well and get you set up for tonight's game. Yeah.
You know what they didn't mention in that, Sean?
What's that?
Was that I said that he was either scanning for the next person to talk to or looking out for the feds. So I think that's where I think they realized, Seth was saying that as a joke. If we put this in print, it maybe looks into something more scandalous than it was meant to be.
That would have been funny if they took because here's the thing. This is the danger. If they're going to take everything you say at transcript level.
There's a lot of stuff I say.
You're sarcastic every segment at some point, you know?
Yeah.
That would have been great. Payne, accuses Tannenbaum of dodging feds. Would have been better. That would have made for a more fun article, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The celebrities now coming out of the woodwork for the Texans. That's how you know you're on the. You've got a Super Bowl contender on your hands. Who's the celebrity going to bat for the Texans against one of their evil division foes? We've got that for you. And man, you're literally going to need a map to survive college football this year. The Athletic did something that just made me chuckle yesterday about college football. We will get to that coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
When you get some celebs on your side, that's a sign that your team is really taking the leap here. Here was Parker McCollum, country music star from the Houston area, a card-carrying fan of all the Houston teams, if you follow him on social media. He was on the Pat McAfee show last Friday. He was in studio, in the Thunderdome, as they call it. And McAfee, of course, former Colt, hates the fact that the Texans are good, likes the Texans, hates that they're good because it's bad for his Colts. Here was Parker McCollum showing some of his Texans love.
You Houston Texans fans have to be so pumped for this season, more so than ever, maybe, in the entire history of the franchise?
Certainly more so than ever. Yeah, with by a mile, 100%. I mean, you think about, I think we won 2 games. I think, or maybe won 3 or 4 games. They threw Davis Mills threw the Hail Mary year before last game of the season. We would have gotten first overall pick if he dropped the ball. Mm-hmm. Against the Colts, we win that game for no reason at all. Everybody's freaking out because we don't get the number 1 pick. Right. Again, it's a God thing. Thank you for that touchdown. That was completely meaningless and turned out to be very meaningful. And then we get D'Amico and CJ at the same time. Now we've got Joe Mixon and Dalton Schultz and Tank Dell. And dude, if they stay healthy, I mean, we're talking.
But did you see what Anthony Richardson just did?
Yeah.
Do we have to show the video?
Do you think he'll be windmilling on the football field as well?
Yeah. This is actually what his spike is after he scores touchdowns on every. So good. Yeah.
I'm glad CJ and Stephon Diggs are on the field throwing balls, and Anthony.
Wow.
CJ shows where your mind. It shows where the culture is.
CJ Stroud was sumo wrestling in Japan.
We got our priorities right.
Okay, so I should have set that up better. The last 20 seconds there, where there were some pauses and McAfee sounding, almost, sounding very satisfied there. They were showing a video, actually pretty impressive video. I'm not going to lie. Of Anthony Richardson doing some windmill dunks, probably in that court that they have there at the McAfee studios, and they were drooling over that.
They shouldn't have been drooling over that, because one of the big issues with Anthony Richardson in the past is that he's a parkour enthusiast who loves doing backflips at parties and what have you, to the point sometimes of injuring himself. And he, I wouldn't want him anywhere near a basketball court. So, but I'm glad that he's doing it. If I were a Colts fan, I mean, basically, if I were an inbred dullard, is what I'm saying. Right, but I'm not an inbred dullard.
No,
just a run-of-the-mill dullard.
Right.
And I'm glad he's doing it.
Yeah.
As a Texans fan.
I thought
Parker McCollum has been a Texans fan publicly before.
Has he?
So I've seen stuff. So it's not like he's just jumping on a bandwagon right now or anything. And I think through that, I can remember seeing some clips of him talking about the Texans. In those dark days. So I will give him credit for just being a steadfast Texans fan and genuinely excited about them, I think, not trying to just get social media clicks or anything.
Yeah, he did I thought he did a good job with McAfee there. I thought he did a nice job of saying that the Texans' culture is in place because their quarterback's not doing windmill dunks. He's out there throwing with his teammates.
Right. He's out there working on his craft.
Good retort.
Not his basketball game.
Good retort by McAfee that CJ. Oh, what about the sumo wrestling with Micah over in Japan
and playing in celebrity all-star basketball games and what have you? But that's neither here nor there.
Right,
neither here nor there.
And Parker did a great job of ignoring McAfee when he said those things. Good job, Parker.
Now wait a minute though. It does occur to me that at some point, if the Texans can deliver on the promise that they have right now, they will have some bandwagon celebrity fans. Because right now, do they really, other than like the local Houston rap community, and I don't know if I include 50 Cent in that right now or not, or whether he's like actually a hardcore Texans fan or not, but the number of actual celebrity Texans fans, I'm at a loss. This is a good one for the text line, 713-572-4610. I mean, Parker McCollum mentioned right there that God seems to be a fan of the Texans.
That's a pretty big celebrity.
That's a big celebrity.
Yeah.
That's a big celebrity.
Yeah. Everybody knows him.
George and Barbara Bush for a long time were our most famous celebrity fans, but that doesn't quite apply anymore.
Yep.
That's like J.J. Watt doesn't count. So who are the most famous
Can we count
Texans
him? Like,
fans?
if we're so deficient in celebrity fans, like
he does appear on the McAfee show regularly.
He does. Okay, I just 13 of the Houston Texans' most famous fans. Okay, I just found this article. This is from.
I'm gonna give a ding for the ones that actually ding it for me.
Okay. Okay. Dennis Quaid. The actor, a Houston native, has reportedly been spotted at Texans games over the years. That's the explanation.
Wow.
This is from,
I didn't realize he was that big a fan.
He went to the games, dude. In 2021,
spotted.
That was kind of the measurement. 3 years ago, that was the measurement for actually being a Texans fan. Is like, did you go to the game? Yeah.
Was he a fan, or was he just like doing research for a movie about desolate?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Click2Houston.com is where I found this. Joel Osteen.
Is he an adamant Texans fan?
This is what it says. Osteen, the mega church pastor, confirmed in 2015, I'm a big Texans fan, mainly, but I love playing football or watching football and playing sports, end quote.
I'll give it a ding on that, because he's bona fide nationally known.
Need what we can get.
There you go.
George Foreman.
Okay.
George Foreman. There have been some questions about
these are not A-listers so far, Sean. I mean, Dennis Quaid would be an A-lister for our age group enough, but I'm not 100% convinced that he's like an actual passionate Texans fan.
I gotta see the date on this article just to see like where when this was. I can't find the date on this thing. Here's what they say about Foreman. There have been some questions about whether the former heavyweight champ really favors the Cowboys or the Texans. But nothing says diehard like not knowing who they're rooting for.
I retract the ding.
Yeah. Foreman's been photographed in a Houston jersey, and he held up a Go Texans towel before the coin toss of a wild card game.
He was photographed when they give him the jersey as part of that appearance.
The home field advantage captain. That doesn't make him a diehard fan.
No.
Simone Biles.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes.
Now, well, wait a minute, though.
I think she's still a fan of the Texans, right?
She's got to be.
She's from here.
She's a Houston native. And okay, that's an A-lister.
Yeah.
I mean, she's also a fan of where her husband plays, but more like after his career is over, she'll be a Texans fan. Okay. I've got a picture of her up in my office. You and me and Simone.
I know, me too. I have that one up. That's one of my favorites. Okay.
My wife's volleyball team came over and saw that, and they were. I could not have been a bigger deal in their minds than the fact that I had a picture with Simone Biles. Yeah.
Let's see. Jose Altuve.
I can't. I just did.
They're picking all these people who were named the home. They cite in here that Jose Altuve was the home field advantage captain at a game.
When was that again?
Hey, Jose, I heard you're a big Texans fan.
When was that again?
And then they list Paul Wall and Bun B. We already knew them. I'm sailing past them, not because we need to we know they're big Texan fans.
Yeah. And we already cited the Houston rap community.
Yeah.
Has been very, and a lot of those guys were, vocally Texans fans before they got religion.
Yep. Let's see. That's it. Yeah. That's it.
What the hell?
Oh, no, wait. Rico Rodriguez is on here. He's in Modern Family. And he's on both this list on Click2 and a texter sent it in.
Okay.
And he's been the home field advantage captain at a game in 2016. We need celebrity fans who haven't been coerced into being a fan by being the home field advantage captain.
Like Reed Shepherd at his press conference said, well, I'm an Astros fan now.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come on, Reed. Our cocaine no good for you? What the hell? We give what you want, baby.
Did you see some of that footage of Reed Shepherd mic'd up at the draft is hysterical. He's super nerdy. I love him. He's really nerdy. Someone said Stephen A. Smith seems to be a big Texans fan. Yes, based on the audio that we played in the previous segment. Huge Texans fan.
You know what the most famous one might be? And I don't know if he's genuinely a Texans fan or not, but I think like if he had to choose an NFL team, Jim Parsons. From Big Bang Theory.
Let me see.
He's from Beaumont, right? Or somewhere over there.
Paging down. Jim Parsons is on the Click2 Houston list. He's at the bottom.
There you go.
When we got to Altuve,
that would be the biggest celebrity so far in terms of like national recognition outside of sports and what have you.
Yeah.
Well, Dennis Quaid. Who do you think's got more name recognition? Jim Parsons, who's been more famous recently.
Yeah.
But Dennis Quaid is like an A-list or was an A-list movie guy.
Yeah.
Forever.
What's the age of the person I'm asking this question to?
Yeah. Guys our age and up are going to know Dennis Quaid more so than Jim Parsons.
Here's what it says about Parsons. because I stopped looking as soon as Altuve came up as a name. I'm like, all right, well, this name.
Yeah.
It's Altuve and Paul Wall. Parsons definitely doesn't shy away from the topic of his hometown. Whenever Houston comes up, the actor seems more than happy to give his city some love. Although Parsons hasn't been a Texans fan for his entire life, he told Sports Illustrated he's certainly come around in recent years.
Oh, in recent years. I wonder when he gave that quote.
There's a lot of 2016 stuff in this article.
Well, like Jim Parsons is 51 years old, so yeah, he has not been a Texans fan. He's not been a fan of a team that didn't exist for the first 30 years of his life.
Discovered football at age 35 and said, this sport excites me. Who should I be a fan of?
I don't think Jim Parsons was probably all that into like fantasy football and everything. He was more so a theater kid.
Sketch.
Oh, Sketch. There we go.
Sketch.
Amongst the youth, amongst people 25 and under, the Sketch is pretty well known.
Oh, yeah. Sketch is really well known. Yeah,
Okay.
dude. My sons are, I've told you that. My sons are like, Pop, you got to get Sketch on the show, man. You got to get Sketch on the show. Van Gundy, Jeff Van Gundy, big Texans fan.
You know what? I'll ding that because he's a genuine.
Huge
talks about him on NBA broadcasts.
Dude, huge
folds
Texans
him
fan.
into his takes and everything. Yeah,
And
that's a A-list in the sports world.
Yep, legit celeb. People know him. Beyonce question mark. Yeah, I don't know if Beyonce's a Texans fan or not.
Beyonce's in that category, right? Of she's been gifted a courtside seat, she's going to be wearing that.
Right.
I don't like she wouldn't if she got courtside seats, if she got front row seats or luxury box seats to a Jets game, she'd probably, and they gave her a Jets hat to wear, she would wear it. So if you're a celebrity that doesn't refuse to wear the team's hat, then I can't include you in it.
Someone said Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey is a UT fan. I don't know him to be a Houston Texans fan, as far as I know.
No, he just does. I mean, he's a fan of accepting checks to do commercials for Houston-based companies.
Right.
But I don't know if he's actually a Texans fan. I'm not saying that in a bad way. He's more of a college sports guy than an NFL guy, as far as I can tell.
Travis Scott, Booker T. Booker T's a good one.
Booker T, we'll put that.
Yeah.
A-list wrestling celebrity.
Absolutely, yeah. Big following, Booker T. Text message, Cedric Howard, the biggest Texans fan. That's me. You're not a sir, Cedric? You seem like a nice guy.
Cedric, you don't quite make our list of celebrities, okay?
Yeah.
Get out! Okay, we got to work on that, Sean.
Right.
Get together with all of your A-list Hollywood celebrity types.
I'm on it.
And get us on that list.
Hey, what's the dumbest thing about college football and the realignment this year? That's the Athletic they had to put together a realignment tracker because there's so many teams that are changing conferences this year.
I think for me, by far, is just all of the West Coast teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
The SEC, some of the SEC acquisitions don't make sense somewhat, but like none of them will ever trump Vanderbilt being in the SEC. Like that's still the all-timer. Like what? Still?
Yeah.
Really? What? And I know there's years where they're good. They just don't fit in the SEC. But no, these teams that used to only meet up in the Rose Bowl once upon a time, these Pac-12 teams being in the Big Ten now, I cannot wrap my old man brain around it. It doesn't make any sense. And it's weird. So the SEC has some things that don't make sense geographically. You know, it's called the Southeast Conference. Texas is not in the Southeast. Missouri's not in the Southeast. But at least it's still in the same clump, in that same general geographic area.
Yes.
The Big Ten doesn't have any geography in the title, but they start. You know, you associate them with like the Midwest. And when they added Rutgers, that was weird. Yeah. Maryland, that was weird. But now that you've added the team that used to be like if you win that conference, you're going to play USC in the Rose Bowl or whomever else. That's strange to me. It's really, really weird.
Yeah, the thing I'm okay with the SEC not necessarily being the Southeast is at least when they've expanded, they've done it in a way that would happen in traditional wars 400 years ago, which is they marched to the contiguous areas and took them over. Anytime they grabbed a state, it was always something that was at least touching a state that was already in the SEC. Even Missouri butts up against Arkansas for a tiny little morsel of it there. So So at least you had that with the Big Ten and going and getting those California and West Coast teams. It felt like they just got in their fighter jets and just decided to start dropping bombs on the West Coast for no reason,
The ACC is the one that's just the most fun to look at because I'm always like, oh, them. Oh, yeah. That's still, so they're still doing their thing, huh?
Okay. I can deal with the number in the title of the conference not matching the number of teams. We've been doing this a long time. The Big Ten has not been 10 teams since like 1990 when Penn State got there, or 92 or whatever it was. So I can deal with the Big Ten having 18 teams. I can deal with the Big 12 having 16 teams. I've lived in this world for a long time. I can't deal with SMU, Cal, and Stanford being a conference that has the word Atlantic in it. Atlantic Coast. Cal and Stanford are literally on the Pacific Coast.
It's and again, one that if you had told me 10 years ago, what's more likely, that the ACC doesn't exist anymore or that there's 17 teams in the ACC, I would have bet my 401k on the ACC not existing anymore.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. All right, Payne and
Stanford being in the ACC.
ACC. Yeah. Stanford, Cal.
They should get all the nerd schools together and form a conference, like they did with the Ivy League back in the day. Those were back in the day. The teams that formed the Ivy League, a lot of them were nationally relevant at the time.
Yeah,
joining that conference ended up withering away in terms of national relevance, obviously. Yeah. But if they did a super nerd conference of Stanford and Vanderbilt, Notre Dame,
Northwestern,
some of those, that could be kind of interesting.
Northwestern, Duke. Would all be in there probably. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Anything that has a tech in its name, I suppose.
That's right. Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech. Payne and Pendergast with you. We're getting some interesting texts on our topic here. Celebrity fans for the Texans. Some good ones, actually.
The Big 12 is the one that doesn't rub me the wrong way as much.
Yeah.
And I guess because they've still kept kind of a core of I guess because, you know why? It's because of our central location. It doesn't feel as weird when you're pulling people from all parts of the country.
Yes.
Even though some of them are very far-flung, it still feels a little bit more like, okay, this is the Big 12 has been an evolving conference since the inception.
The Big 12 was born from marrying the Big 8 and the Southwest Conference back in the day. We're used to that with the Big 12.
Yeah.
All right, big one tonight for the Astros. This is a big one considering where they are pitching-wise right now. We will get to the Astros, get you set up for that, and a whole lot more. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. It's coming up next.
What should we expect from the Rockets this season?
one.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, got to keep it going tonight, Astros. 10 out of 11. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound tonight for the Astros.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the reinvented Spencer Arrighetti that I'm here for, Sean. Chandler Rome, we were talking earlier about how Bregman had some advice for Arrighetti. But also, Chandler Parsons wrote a story this morning.
Chandler Rome, yeah.
Damn it. Boy, it's been a bad day for me on the names.
Okay.
Thank you. Chandler Rome. Okay, a white guy that was born in like 1995. There's a good chance his name was Chandler, okay?
Yeah.
His parents watched a lot of Friends or something back in the day. So
they've both gotten people angry at some point, you know?
Yeah. So Chandler Rome wrote an article about how part of Hunter Brown's turnaround, obviously has been him adding the sinker to his arsenal. And that came about when Alex Bregman on a plane ride home just encouraged him to start throwing the sinker more, or at all. He hadn't thrown it since college. I think, or since high school. So yet another reason that Bregman is one of those. It's one of those things he adds to the team that you don't necessarily see on the box score.
He might have saved his career, man. Which also makes me think if Bregman's giving that advice, I'm like, where the hell are the pitching coaches?
I don't know. Yeah, I try not to overthink that stuff.
It just crosses my mind. The pitching has improved since the beginning of the year, so they're off the hook. When at the beginning of the year, I think I might have even said on the show at one point, like my feeling was, all right, when it was really bad. I mean, you go back and look at some of the numbers in April. I mean, obviously they were 7-19 to start the season, but the pitching was abysmal. Like every single pitcher had at least one or more instances of giving up like 5, 6, 7, in the case of Hunter Brown, 9 runs in an inning somewhere along the way. Like it was just comedically bad type of stuff. And my take at the time, Seth, was, okay, if this is how this season is going to go, I don't think they're going to fire Joe Espada, but they're going to extract the pound of flesh by getting rid of somebody.
Yeah.
And I thought it might be the pitching coaches. I thought they might be the sacrificial lambs in the whole thing, that because the pitching was so bad at the beginning of the year. But it's better now. And Spencer Arrighetti going tonight. His 5.68 ERA, but last I checked, a 0.00 ERA in his last one start against Colorado. So this is a big one. Can Spencer Arrighetti build on what he did last time?
All you got to do is, follow Hunter Brown along to a 5-game stretch where you only allow 1 run and enter the pantheon of pitchers who have had such incredible stretches like that. Where the Hunter Brown is one of 4 other Astros pitchers who have had a sub 0.30 ERA in a 5-start span. Jim Deshaies, Nolan Ryan, and J.R. Richard.
Yep.
Oh, so it's only 3 other guys that have done it a total of 5 times.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's only 4 Astros pitchers who have done that.
Jose Berrios.
That's all you got to do.
That's it. Jose Berrios tonight for Toronto. He's good, so we'll see what happens.
Is this an earlier game today, too? I know it's not a day game, but is it a 6:07 start?
It's a 6:07 Houston time, but it's Eastern time zone, so yeah, it's
right. But it's earlier. It's
earlier for
nice.
Houstonians. Yeah, I don't. But not a day game is what I meant.
As I said, it's not a day game, but it's an earlier game than typical.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yep.
Jesus, pay attention, man.
Sorry, dude.
Chandler Schmidt.
We're getting a few more people texting in. Is Jim Nantz a Texan fan? We have people texting in who the Texans celebrity fans are.
I don't think he's necessarily a Texans fan. He's a Coug. He's a University of Houston fan, and he wears that on his sleeve.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the NFL, just through a career of, just covering the entire league and everything, I doubt he wears it on his sleeve, especially for a team that he didn't grow up with here. I don't think he's necessarily. I wouldn't classify him as a Texans fan.
Even if he were, he probably would need to steer clear of that.
He's a fan of Houstonians in general.
Yes. He supports you, the Houstonian. If you're listening to your car.
He's a fan of you, the Houston fan, but not you. He's a fan of you, the Houston Texans fan, but I wouldn't guess he's an actual Texans fan.
That's right. You were talking about this during the break. You and I were talking about the Rockets during the break. And It's strange. The odds to win the championship next year, the odds for the 2025 NBA title, if we take them at face value, the Rockets are actually viewed worse by the betting community in terms of how many teams they're behind in the West than they finished at the end of the season, which is crazy because they were the 11th seed at the end of the season. We will concede that. That's just a fact. But they were an 11th seed to finish the season on a 15-7 run down the stretch. You know, like they were literally a 500 basketball team at the end of the year, and they're bringing everybody back from that team. And that was a young team that presumably the important pieces are going to take a step up this year.
Right.
And they just added shooting.
Yeah, I think there's a whole. I mean, when
Cracker McBuckets. Yeah.
The NBA is fueled by stars, and for good reason. I mean, that's largely when you start talking championships. It's hard to do it without 3 genuine studs on your roster. And I think that there are a lot of people that look at the Rockets and think, I think in their minds, yes, it's definitely a possibility that some of these guys could develop into those true stars, but it's not right there in front of you right now. So you're going out on a limb to project them to be a championship caliber this year. So that seems a problem. I'm not offended, Sean. I'm not offended by Vegas.
I don't expect them. I'm just, these are the teams in order. I'm just going down the list. OKC is number 2. Talk about that for a rebuild, man. You trade Paul George for a player who's better than Paul George, 10 years younger than Paul George, and 5 first-round picks. I know he wasn't better than Paul George when they made the trade, but the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has turned into an MVP candidate. That's like Deshaun Watson level trade level stuff, like beyond that, actually. Like you literally got back an MVP potentially for Paul George, and you got a bunch of draft capital that you can go get other guys with. I don't think the Rockets are catching OKC. I don't think they're catching Denver, not this year. Minnesota, Dallas, those 4. After that,
Dallas would probably be higher on this today because this list came out before Klay Thompson. The Klay Thompson news was reported.
Yep.
So I'm guessing Dallas, after being in the finals and adding Klay Thompson, is probably going to be a little bit higher.
Might bump up a little bit. Yeah, I think those are the 4 where I'm like, all right, that's especially with Klay going to the Mavericks. I know he's not Klay from 5 years ago, but he fills a need for them for sure. Those are the 4 that I feel like, all right, it would be a tough chore. Like if they displace one of those 4 teams and become a 4 seed, then this rebuild is in a massive HOV lane speedway right now. I think you can I can cobble together scenarios in my head where the Rockets are better than the counting upward from them. Sacramento, the Clippers, the Suns, Memphis. Memphis is back up there because Ja Morant is back. New Orleans, Golden State, and the Lakers. Now I can see the other side of the argument, too, that those are all teams that are potentially better than the Rockets. I just think the Rockets have a lot going for them that's getting ignored. Year 2 of Udoka and Van Vliet kind of running the show. They were hot down the stretch. They did a lot of that down the stretch without Alperen Şengün, who had been their best player throughout the season. A little like the Astros without Kyle Tucker. And you picked up Cracker McBuckets to drop threes on people.
Looking at this realistically, because this would go into, what's the likelihood that Kevin Durant would want to come here? Rockets, if they're 80-1 to win the championship right now, is Kevin Durant worth,
where does he put them?
Like, does he move them that far up? Does the addition of one player, even though his name is Kevin Durant, but also even as he's at an advanced age, does that move him up into the top what? Where would you put
probably
him?
Like top, where are they now? They're probably like in the top 18 or 19. I think he gets him into the top. Like, again, betting is about perception in the public mostly. Yeah. So I think it probably pushes top 10 for them, maybe?
Yeah, I guess in my mind I'm wondering, what about the perception of Kevin Durant himself? Like, does he look at the Rockets and think, they're just a me away from being a championship contender?
This is a good topic to segue here because B. Scott has the H-Town Hoops podcast that he does. Have you heard what we're talking about here, B. Scott?
No, fill me in. I was just walking in.
So the Rockets are, according to the odds makers, the 11th seed. They finished last year in the West, right?
Yep.
Just outside the play-in. They are the 12th ranked team on the odds board to win the title out of the Western Conference. So there are more teams ahead of them now in the eyes of the odds makers and the betting public to win the championship than there were when they finished last year.
Yeah, so they've taken a step back.
According to the odds makers, do you agree with this? Do you think there's teams in front of them that feel very catchable.
So the entire issue is the log jam to begin with, right? So it's like there wasn't a discernible difference between 1-5 or 1-6, and then you got to the end of it. It wasn't a big difference between 7-10. So like it's really just a log jam, and I think that betting line would be discouraging for a Rockets fan because you're like, hey, we're supposed to be, we made the biggest jump in the league last year, so you're expecting to make another one this year, and that's going to be really contingent on guys that are already here. Like I was just reading about how they're, staying put, like being real quiet and patient in free agency, and how that's that's a strategy apparently. Like that's what they're doing this on purpose. And so, like, if you're looking at that betting line, and you're saying, okay, well, something's got to give here. They think they're good. Everybody else is looking at them and saying, hey, you're not good enough to compete with the upper echelon in the West.
If this is where they're being viewed, their season win total in Vegas is going to be less than what they ended up winning last year.
Or roughly the same, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably the 12 seed. If the odds makers think they're the 12th best team in the Western Conference, then it's really hard to put a number out there of 41.5.
I'm curious. At least one, I'm guessing one team jumped them from the standings, from the odds to the standings.
Yeah, Memphis gets Ja Morant back.
Yeah, there you go.
Memphis gets Ja Morant back, and you get year 2 of Victor Wembanyama. And the Spurs.
San Antonio's behind them, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like it's just a crowded field.
Yeah,
it's a crowded field. But I'm more interested in what they think. Like, what is that much different about the West? I mean, the West is still. There hasn't been like a tremendous amount of
Oklahoma City
of power. I mean, but they were the number 1 seed. I mean, there hasn't been a ton of power shift change or anything other than what Sean mentioned with Ja Morant coming back.
Yeah.
What's the over-under on Ja Morant days suspended in 2024-25?
He's learned his lesson, Seth.
I think so.
He's learned his lesson, yeah.
I mean, they're relatively easy to correct problems. It's not like he's trying to quit cocaine or something. It's no, just don't wave guns around on the internet, okay?
Yeah, stop having guns.
Can you just not wave guns around on the internet?
Stop having guns.
Put the guns down, put the phone down, log off every now and then.
I don't know, man. As a Rocket
Sean, he doesn't
fan,
have to stop having guns. He just has to stop brandishing them.
Yeah, but the easiest...
He's Yosemite Sam out there.
You don't have them, then you can't brandish them. You know what I mean? Like, cut it off at the choke point.
I didn't realize you were anti-Second Amendment. I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry.
And here we are.
That's how it'll get construed. Now I feel like Hawk Tua girl, who's apparently not a Trumper.
Yeah.
I did not expect to come in here and Ja Morant to be the symbol of Second Amendment rights.
And yet here we are.
Typically not what it looks like.
For that either. No, that's not.
Hey, can you guys remember a turnaround as big as Hunter Brown has had in a single half of a season?
It is tremendous.
He's gone literally from the worst pitcher. He was literally the worst pitcher in baseball.
He was.
He's literally the best pitcher in baseball right now. It's crazy.
So one of the things that I thought was really cool was how, so in The Athletic, Chandler Rome talked to pitching coach and some of the people in the clubhouse who were acknowledging, hey, tough decisions were going to have to be made at one point. Like, we were talking about this here on the station in our different shows, and it wasn't just talk with us. Yeah. It was an actual thought process for them of, hey, when we get whole, when we get healthy. Now, it turns out they ended up going backwards in terms of health. Like, we thought they were going to get healthier. They got less healthy. But at that time, it was like, hey, when they get their guys back, Hunter Brown might be the odd man out.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you fast forward to now, and it's a completely different narrative to the point where last week I'm talking about, hey, by the end of the year, he's going to be their ace, and I still believe that.
On a team that has Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez, and I know Verlander's on the IL, which plays into what I'm saying here, if a playoff series had to start next week.
Game 1.
And Ronel Blanco's probably game 2.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go righty, lefty, righty kind of thing, or different styles of pitchers.
All things being equal, game 1.
Yeah.
Well, so that's one of the things I like the most about this, though, about the development of the season, is that, hey, if the Astros figure this thing out, you do feel like they've got 3 guys that could start a series for you,
sure,
or 3 guys that could go a 7-game series for you between Blanco, Hunter Brown, and obviously Framber's going to start one of those games.
Yeah.
So there's at least 3 guys, and then whatever reinforcement that you might get throughout that period or between now and then is just a bonus.
It's those 3 guys And there's the potential that you get Verlander, Luis Garcia, and Lance McCullers back.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's the weirdest team when it comes to starting pitching ever, because you can make an argument that they need to be desperately going and getting starting pitching, or you can make the argument that they don't need to do anything, just be patient and see what these guys are when they come back in July.
I would lean the first one.
Yeah,
Well, it depends on what you got to give up, though. You know, like it depends if the guys you have are pitching the way they are, then you might be able to muck your way through it without having to give up prospects.
Yeah, but what would not be worth a chance at extending this window or creating an expectation for this season that did not exist a month ago?
I'll let you guys talk about that.
We're
1 minute into your show already. All right. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and you can pry my Crossman air rifle out of my cold dead hands. I'll tell you that much, Sean.
I had so many air rifle questions. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Oh, Seth Payne says, come and take it. Come and take it. He ain't playing.
You're talking about air rifles earlier.
Hey, that's right.
Hey, look, Sean, before you leave, though, I got to keep you around because I'm going to steal an idea from you.
Okay.
Your T-shirt. You're wearing the Iron Sharpens Iron. If y'all are watching on, use Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Figley in the loop. Sean Pendergast stand for us for just a second.
Yeah.
If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, he's got the Iron Sharpens Iron shirt.
Yeah.
He's got another T-shirt, though, that's really popular. It's that Ryan's Stroud. Or is it Stroud Ryans or Ryan? How does the ticket go?
It's Ryans on the top, Stroud on the next line with the 24 next to Stroud.
Yeah.
And the slogan at the bottom is God, Country, Swarm.
Okay. I'm gonna have to work on my slogan, but so that's a hell of a shirt.
Yeah,
I've got a competing ticket for you.
Okay,
I've got a competing ticket for you, and I'm holding you here for accountability because I want accountability for following through with this idea.
There's nothing I like talking about more than politics, political shirts.
Dude, and so we're gonna get straight to the politics.
Okay,
I want my Blanco Brown shirt.
Oh,
Blanco Brown.
You were just talking about it. Who are the top who are the guys that are going to start for the Astros in a potential playoff? Who are their top pitchers?
Okay.
I am 100% now on the Blanco Brown ticket.
Do you have the shirt that says it?
That's why I've got
then
you
you're
here.
98%, not 100% yet.
Okay, 98%. Well, so that's why you're the rest of my 2%. Here for accountability to make sure I follow through with this idea.
Okay.
Because by this time next week, I want my damn Blanco Brown shirt.
I'll get you the link.
Because give me the link.
I'll get you the link.
That's where I'm at, Lopez.
You should be.
That's
I like
where I'm at.
that.
Yeah.
You're going to make a T-shirt official?
T-shirt official. And let me tell you why, though. Because I'm the one on this show not too long ago, I think it was last season, who pointed out that the Astros have a brown pitcher named Blanco and a white pitcher named Brown. And at the time, I did not know what it was going to develop into. At the time, those two guys were not their top two pitchers. It was just something that I happened to be sitting around. Who knows what I was doing at the time?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I got an idea.
But I happened to be sitting around and I thought, well, I'll be damned.
Yeah.
The Astros have a brown pitcher named Blanco and a white pitcher named Brown.
Yeah.
And you look up a year later.
Yeah.
And that's a hot ticket.
Aces.
Yeah.
That is a hot damn ticket.
Need to make a trade for an Asian pitcher named Black.
Dude. Just to complete the trifecta.
Yeah.
See if you Darvish
Hispanic pitcher named Greenberg.
Hey. see how political we can really get.
Or fired.
Hey,
either way.
Hey, but this is where I want to go. I want Blanco Brown T-shirts. I want Blanco Brown buddy cop.
Yeah.
I want them in the HEB commercials. I mean, can you imagine?
HEB is gold.
I'm going to tell you 3 words that are not in Brandon Scott's vocabulary, and then I'll get out of here.
Yeah.
Small sample size. He ain't buying into small sample size.
No,
Dude's
sir.
ready to make a political ticket and a T-shirt. He's ready to get T-shirt committed to this.
Let's go. I mean, think about it, though. Like, honestly, these two guys, and I was just talking about this with somebody yesterday, but these two guys are to me the biggest story for the Astros this year. Blanco, I think, for the consistency of the entire year, and then Brown just like the individual excellence over the last, I mean, what are we talking about? The last 8 starts, the last month or so, or month plus now, month and a half now. Like, these guys are the big story for the Astros, and they're the reason why we're talking about them in the way that we're talking about them, the reason why we've had to change the conversation entirely. like this Astros team as we know it right now, as we think about them right now, do not exist without the guy that pitched yesterday and the guy that's pitching tomorrow for the Astros, and that's Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco, my ticket for this year, 2024.
I'm telling you, 2 weeks ago today, just 2 weeks ago today, you and I were talking about a team that was 7 games under, and we're pretty much saying, well, that's it. They had just lost to the Rockies, and it was, and you came in, and I didn't disagree. In fact, I doubled down on some of the things that this team just didn't seem to have, even with Blanco and Brown pitching well. And now look at where they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
It happened when they lost.
But even as recently as 2 weeks ago.
As recently as 2 weeks ago, I mean, even before that, like the turn really with the Astros feels like it happens right after that series opened and lost to the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
And it's like at that point, I think I called it an inflection point. Remember that 2 weeks? I called it an inflection point, White Sox, and it's like, yo, you know what? Maybe an inflection point in a different way where they kind of like look at themselves in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? We're not this. We're not going to actually be this.
Yeah.
But to me, it comes down to having the starting pitching, which was the thing that they did not have to start the year. They did not have reliable starting pitching. They weren't healthy. And you were relying on younger guys to kind of step up for you in a way that they weren't prepared to do. And Hunter Brown, by the way, as Sean Pendergast just mentioned, was one of the worst pitchers.
The worst
at that time. And if you take it back to even last season when he wasn't really that good, I mean, he had a stretch there where it was, again, to a point of, hey, are we going to have to send this guy down? Are we going to put him in the bullpen?
Yeah.
Are we going to have to replace him? It's gone from that to, hey, he is on track now, or at least pacing to become the ace of our rotation. And, by the way, we've got another guy that we weren't really expecting, that we just kind of barely turned into a starter last year.
Almost by accident.
Who's having an all-star level campaign.
The thing about Hunter Brown is, like we've been saying, well, they don't really have an ace. They don't really have an ace. They have an ace. I mean, now they do.
Did I soft pedal it last week when I said he'd be their ace by the end of the year?
No, you should have gone hard on that.
I probably should have leaned into that.
Yeah, but the fact that he's doing that and you have Blanco doing what he's doing, that is the biggest of just a number of things that are almost incomprehensible that this team has done in just a matter of weeks. And it's got me thinking about, like, okay, what has gotten this team to where it is today? I don't think you can really put your finger on it. If you want, you can pick one thing, and it would be hard to disagree with Hunter Brown and Blanco being the one thing combined. But it's not just that. It's the way that they've won games. It's the way that they've shown some resilience. It's the heart of a champion thing. Shout out to Rudy Tomjanovich. It's really amazing that all these things have happened at the same time in the last month, and that's why they're where they are.
Yeah, I don't want to be cheesy with it, Lopez, but I really think it's a matter of confidence.
Yeah.
Or at least specifically with Hunter Brown. I know he's talked about that. One thing that I thought was really interesting was him talking to Chandler Rome in The Athletic about how Ryan Presley, I know I talked about joking around about the Blanco Brown ticket, but it's really apparently been Ryan Presley and Alex Bregman who have shown some leadership. Specifically with Brown, there's a relationship there with Presley. But Alex Bregman overall, with his influence on the pitchers, like he's kind of
pulling a Martin Maldonado.
He's having that Maldonado type of impact. The way that they glorified or celebrated Maldonado in the past is the way that they're talking about Alex Bregman now, and you can actually see it. Like he's giving them advice on what pitches to throw and just kind of their overall approach and strategy, and I think like instilling some confidence in them, and it's specifically coming from a guy like Bregman, who himself is such a respected hitter. Like hearing it from him, I think has resonated with the pitching staff and has had, like, to me, like a resounding impact on the team.
I think if I had to pick just one thing, and again, it's a number of things that have just all come together at once, I would still say it's the same thing that has transformed the Texans, and that is the culture. Jose Altuve throwing a couple of tantrums. Joe Espada or Dana Brown, or no one told him to do that. That was something that he did because of the culture of the Astros winning. Presley and Bregman, you just mentioned that. They didn't say, hey, Breggy, can you go talk to some of these pitchers, especially Hunter Brown? No, they did that themselves. The way that they've responded as a group, how they win baseball games, not necessarily mashing all the time, but creating traffic, rally innings, the proverbial crooked numbers. Yeah, there is a managerial aspect to that, but that is the culture of this team. Like you can talk about what is the reason that this team has turned it around. I think it's as old as and trite and cliche as you can get. It's they are who they are. They know how to win because of they've won so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an element of that to it, but also, like, specifically again back to this Brown and Blanco thing.
Yeah.
Like they were obviously on the team last year and all of that, but they have emerged in sort of a premier role where, to me, like you're not there without some of these younger guys. Like, to me, there are three guys that stand out. I mentioned Blanco, mentioned Hunter Brown. There's even Jake Myers.
Sure.
Like having, and he's easy to forget about because you've got so much star power throughout the lineup, but actually having a viable, real major league center fielder, I think has meant something for this lineup and for this team. Like, there are some places where I think you at one point thought that the Astros were weak, and they simply aren't anymore. And that's, like, to me, a credit to the leadership and also a credit to the development of the young players as well.
I totally agree, but the two pitchers you're talking about specifically, Blanco and Brown, it's not just that like their records are good, 8-3 and 6-5. It's what they've done for the squad in their starts and how this team. It's a combination. It's the team being what they are, and then having two guys that can go out and give you the confidence. Even if they don't personally get the win, you get the win.
What about? Let me ask you about this. What about just not having a hole in your lineup?
Well, that's on my list,
and I don't want to, because look, we're so far past it now. But if we're talking about where it turned or what's different,
I don't think that's unfair at all.
I think there's two parts to it. Not having the hole in the lineup, the zero or the negative in the lineup.
Yeah.
And then whatever, like we talk about that swag and that culture, whatever like weight that puts on the clubhouse on top of it. Like not having that as well, to me, both of those things matter.
Dude, it's common sense. It's in everyday life. All the listeners, all the loopholes, so to speak, that are with us. You've probably worked in a building at an office for a company where there was just a black hole. It could have been a toxic personality. It could have been a lack of production. It could have been just someone who didn't show up in time. Once that is eliminated, the whole building gets better. Even if they're not necessarily directly involved with that person on a day-to-day basis. So that's what we're talking about, Jose Abreu. And so when he's gone, yes, it breaks your heart. Yes, he was great in the clubhouse. Yes, they loved him. But that is now gone. So the whole building, the whole clubhouse just gets better.
What if you get 2022 Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez?
Well, and
what if
what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, too. Like, and you're obviously not getting that, or at least you're not getting that from Yordan Alvarez, I don't think. You're getting kind of a milder version of what Yordan Alvarez can actually be. But, man, you got to see yesterday when it all comes together what exactly that looks like. Hunter Brown out there dealing. Oh, by the way, you got Alex Bregman, who has got, like, his imprint on the Hunter Brown evolution. So that part of it is cool. And then the guys that come up for you in the lineup are the same ones that came up for you in the postseason 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, like guys that you absolutely need to be huge for you.
Well, let me ask you both this, you and Figgy. Like, pick one. If you had to pick just one thing, because I was writing down some stuff before the show. Altuve seemed to spark this team. The lowest point, your inflection point, as you called it, sparked this team. Hunter Brown and the pitching staff, maybe Ronald Blanco. The culture, as I talked about. Jose Abreu is now gone. The way they changed their approach to winning games. Like, that's a lot of stuff that has come together perfectly for this squad to win. Pick one. If you had to pick one thing that, like, that's the reason, that was the moment, that's the person that changed the direction of this team.
If you're going to make me, you're going to make me pick one?
I'm going to make you pick one.
Figgy, I got one. If you're going to make me pick one, it's got to be losing to the damn White Sox. Like, losing sucks, obviously.
Could have gone two directions.
But losing in that moment into the White Sox, I think, was a new low.
Mm-hmm.
It set the bar, like, beneath the floor. I feel like that moment was embarrassing. I remember coming in here today after that, the show after that game, feeling like, hey, man, this is just not it.
Yeah.
This ain't it. You can say, and at that point, they had some numbers that were redeeming. They had been doing some things leading up to that moment that made you say, hey, you know what? The Astros are not dead. The Astros are not lifeless. The Astros do have a shot. And, oh, by the way, they play in the weakest division in the American League. And we'll get to that at 12, or we'll get to that actually at 10:20. But look, I think it's losing to the biggest loser. I think is not just an inflection point, as I call it at that point, but also it's like just a matter of pride.
You
like,
gotta pick one thing.
You got to decide who you're gonna be at that point. And to me, it's that moment.
Yeah, I must say I agree with you, B. Scott, on that, but I think Jose Altuve is the one that fired up this team, man, because we seen him act the way we never seen him act.
Yeah.
And I know I asked Belaine this a couple days ago, how many times Jose Altuve got thrown out of a game. He said twice. And this was Sunday.
Yeah.
So I think he is firing up this team, man. He never had to before.
Yeah.
This is the one time I feel like he's saying this ain't us.
Yeah.
We need to step the F up.
But see, we can trace that to the same moment. Think about that.
I agree.
It's that White
separate but the same.
But remember, it was that White Sox game where Jose Altuve gets that terrible strike zone. It cost him an at bat. He comes out there livid.
Yep.
In the next half of the inning. And Joe Espada's the one that has to get ejected.
Yeah,
it was a meager ejection, of course, but I thought it was a big moment for them.
713-572-4610. You can only pick one thing. What changed this Astros, the direction of this Astros season? I'm going to have to agree with Figgy. It was the same moment, but that was the moment where all we did was see what happened on the field. Jose Altuve doesn't really do a lot. He's not really. I mean. Adam Spillane flat out said, I don't know if I'm spilling the beans here, like off the record, off the air, we were talking. I said, how good of a leader is he? You're there a lot, all the time. He says he's really not. He really just kind of, but still, that's only what we see. Like what we don't see, if there's a guy that is not really vocal, not really animated, not really the, quote, leader on a day-to-day basis, and he goes off, that's all we saw on the field. What did he do in the clubhouse? Could Altuve have gone and whatever, either called a meeting or thrown a tantrum in the clubhouse or stated, a case for why they need to get their bleep together? I really think that was just the tip of the iceberg. There was so much underneath the water, I think, that Altuve did that I would have to give him credit.
But see, I think that's far less likely. I've been around him a lot, too. I think it's far less likely that he stands on a table or calls a meeting or anything like that. But to the point that you're making.
What if he does something?
Well, I think to the point you're making, though.
Yeah.
Just watching him. They got eyes.
Yeah.
They're out there.
That's all we saw.
They haven't been like this in a long time. They usually have leaders in there already.
Yeah.
The
Correas and Correa.
Yeah, but he's Jose Altuve again. I think all you need to do is see that. You see Altuve, you know what Altuve is about.
You think even if that's the only thing he did?
Yeah, I think that's all it.
If they see him get thrown out of a game, man,
that's all they needed.
But I think there's probably more.
I think that's all they needed. That's all that was required, and I think there is more.
Yeah.
But I don't even think there needed to be. I think for the players, that's enough to see.
If you see somebody like that get upset, then it's like, okay, we need to step up then because we never see him mad.
A lot of people are pointing on the text board and on YouTube, pointing to the Abreu thing. I think that's a definite factor.
713-572-4610. Where do you think it changed for the Astros? Coming up on In the Loop, we're going to call our shot on the AL West. That's next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is coming.
Nobody's off limits. You find a way to make that deal work.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. H-Town.
Sports Radio 610.
Call your shot, Houston. Call your shot. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. And we're not going to be shy about it. We're not going to shy away from it, Lopez. You and I both, at various different points on this program, have counted the Astros out. We have said, look, man, the Astros don't have it. This ain't their year. They're cooked. They're done. We're not the only ones who did it, by the way.
We'll get to that.
It got to a point to where it was kind of a universal take. They were that bad. They were that miserable at one point. But we've got new information, Lopez.
There's a new development. There's a new development.
Update, as the kids say, right, Figgy?
Update.
We got some new information, more information here on the Astros. What, 10-1 over their last 11?
Yep.
13-4, something like that over the last. Like it is an incredible stretch. Hunter Brown, we talked about in the last segment, emerging as like ace potential. New information on this Astros team. It ain't the Astros that it was a month ago when we talked about them. So let's call our shot with this new information. Where you at? How you feeling? Do the Astros, 3 games out of the AL West, 3 games out of the last wild card spot in the American League, do the Astros seal the deal and win this division? Do the Astros win the AL West? Call your shot.
I love this question. I'm not dodging. I'm going to answer you. But I love this question because it reflects just where the Astros were and where they are right now. I'm the guy that said
he about to dodge the question.
No. I'm the guy that said a month into the season.
I have to see more.
A little dodgeball going on here.
No. You
I have to see a little more.
You know me better than that.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite game in elementary school, by the way.
Let's wait for September.
Love it.
I am going to give you an answer, but I have to give you the background. I would say what I said the 1st of May again, if that was the sample size that I had.
So I was going to ask you this later. So let's just get to that.
They were done.
Let's just get to that now.
They looked like a team that
let's
was
just get to that now then.
Yeah.
You don't regret.
Hell no.
Because you got folks on our text line. You got folks in our YouTube chat. You got folks in our mentions. Who want us to eat crow.
Yeah.
And look, I understand why.
Yeah.
They were bad before. They're good now. We said they were bad. And now we're saying they're good. You got to eat crow first.
Yeah.
You don't regret it.
I would say it again. Given that was the sample size that I had, what I saw, what they had in the farm system, what they could do, their starting pitching, their injuries. Do people forget all these things? Like, I always believed. Well, that's easy to say right now.
No, hell no.
That's easy.
I did not.
Hey, Figgy, did you always believe?
Absolutely not.
I've been believing from the beginning.
Get the hell out of here with that.
What you talking about, man? I never gave up on this team.
You're one of them. Why don't you get on the text board? Why don't you text me that? 713-572-4. Oh, man.
I got the tape of Lopez saying they were dead.
Yeah, you're the guy that said, yes, I was, and I would say it again.
What is the appeal of blind faith? And belief for the sake of believing.
It's a fantasy world.
What is the appeal? What is the fascination with that? Why do you, in order to be down, or to be like a credible fan, or whatever it is that you're validating?
Yeah.
What is the validation in blind belief?
There is
faith?
And I'm getting to that because I think there is a culture of gotcha. Like there is a gotcha culture in America today, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, the text board, people on broadcast, people, fans heckling or whatever. For some reason, people want to say gotcha, right? There's a gotcha mentality. Look, you said this. Gotcha. Yes. and I would say it again, because of all the information that we had at our disposal at that point and what this team looked like and what this team had, it just looked like it was done. So, all these people saying this, I mean, I don't remember this many texts, when we were saying it, that, oh, no, you guys are wrong. They're going to win the division. I mean, do you remember all these people saying that? No.
And honestly, I think with the blind faith thing, man, I think people just try to, I think that's kind of like a stamp of, hey, I'm always going to be here no matter what. And that's cool. Yes. You can always be there no matter what, but sometimes you got to be honest with yourself.
Yes, it's a first cousin of, well, real fans, blah, blah, blah. Real fans, blah, blah, blah. No, real fans then are blind to what they're looking at. So all I'm saying is, yes, I would say it again. I said it then. I'm not backing down. I'm not denying. And frankly, the way things are going right now, I would not be surprised to see them win the division at this point. And there's one reason more than any other. Like you're talking about wild card and division. It's going to be hard to predict it right now. There's because there's still the same holes. Although the pitching staff is so much better with Blanco and Hunter Brown, that's where I'm getting the confidence now that this team can win the division.
And I think too they benefit being in the rough division. Because if there was any other division, I think it'd be a longer shot from winning or even getting into the wild card. So I think they got to take advantage of this.
If they were in the Central Division, they would be 8 games back, 9 games back.
Yeah, there's three teams in the Central Division that are ahead of them.
Yeah,
three teams.
If they were in the East, they would be 10 games back. But that's the reason, Figgy, that I would not be surprised to see them win the division now. And the reason is the Seattle Mariners are looking in their rearview mirror, man.
Yeah, well, as far as the whole fair weather fan, like we don't come on here to fan or not to exclusively fan. We come on here to tell you what we think.
Yeah.
And based off of what we were seeing and based off of what was happening at the time, what we thought was that they were cooked because they absolutely looked cooked. We would have had to predict that Hunter Brown was going to go from being the worst pitcher in baseball to one of the best pitchers in baseball, that Ronel Blanco's brilliance could be sustained over an extended period of time.
Yeah.
That the timely hitting that didn't exist early in the season would start to, like, all of a sudden you could depend on Jeremy Pena to break up a perfect game, or like that you could have these sort of things come together for you in the ways that they have.
Mm-hmm.
That was not easy to predict at the time. So there is that. But as far as the division goes, to me, not only am I going to predict them to win it, they're going to win this division, and they have to win this division.
Yes.
I don't think it's 100% a must, but it's pretty damn close.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty damn close. And the reality is, and y'all kind of said it, but the reality is you're chasing one team in your division, in the AL West. You're chasing one team in the Seattle Mariners that are not really as good as you.
They're looking in the rearview mirror.
And then in the wild card, there's about 2 or 3 teams that you're competing with for that final spot that are around about as good as you when you talk about the Royals or the Red Sox or being right there with the Twins. Like, both of those other 2 divisions are going to have at least 2 and probably or possibly 3 teams in the postseason. The AL West is going to get 1. You see what I'm saying, Lopez?
Yeah.
There ain't going to be no wild card from the AL West. Whoever doesn't win the AL West is going to be on the outside looking in and is going to be watching the postseason from home. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 Cancun, but before the postseason even starts.
Yeah.
So you got to win that division if we're actually talking about a postseason squad.
And you're talking really about like the what these other wild card teams look like versus what your division opponent looks like. I go back to the Mariners have been here before, man.
Yeah.
I mean they know that the Astros are bearing down on them.
A longtime Houston rival just jumped from one hated team to another, but would you have welcomed them here? That's next on Localize It.
What should we expect from the
localize it.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Rockets have been quiet so far with the free agency extension frenzy that we've been seeing, the trades around the NBA, the extensions and all of that. Rockets have been quiet. But outside of the loop, in other places, specifically up I-45, hasn't been nearly as quiet. Rockets fans got a new reason to hate Klay Thompson. He goes from one rival in the Golden State Warriors to another in the Dallas Mavericks. And I got to say, Lopez, while I am somebody who thinks that Klay Thompson is cooked.
He is cooked.
He is absolutely cooked.
Yeah.
I think with the Mavs, where he's not going to be asked to do nearly as much as he was asked to do or maybe was expected to do as a Warrior, given the legacy with the Warriors, where he's going to get to kind of just be there on that 3-year, $50 million deal that he's going to sign with the Mavs. I think that could work. He doesn't got to move a lot.
Yeah.
He's not going to be moving a lot. He's just going to be standing around, shooting threes. I think the Mavs came up, man. I'm looking around, and I'm seeing outside the loop. I'm seeing up 45, the Mavs adding Klay Thompson, and I'm thinking, you know what? He's a shell of himself, but I think that's going to work for the Mavs. And honestly, he's got a quality in his game that the Rockets could have used.
Oh, absolutely.
That the Rockets could absolutely use.
I think that his success in Dallas is going to depend directly on how much he checks his ego, if we're being honest. He's a role player now. He is a role player. Now, you could argue he's always been a role player. He's had that, that third wheel kind of guy, but he was integral. He was integral in everything that they did. Now he's just going to be asked to do one thing. And if he does that and he checks his ego, and he's getting paid pretty handsomely for it, by the way, that's a lot of money for a guy at the end of his career doing what he's doing. But if he can just kind of check himself a little bit and defer to others and hit the open three. I saw a stat that was circulating about how important other players were to him with the Warriors. Like over 60% of his made threes were considered, quote, wide open. In other words, no one was in 3 feet of him. That's just the role he has to just fit and minimize his amount of other things, and then it'll work. It'll work there.
It frustrated me, Lopez, just thinking about Klay standing in the corner.
That's all they need him to do.
And Luka and Kyrie just dicing up the defense and finding him out there in the corner, specifically when they play the Rockets. Like, we all know Klay's been a Rockets killer, or was in his heyday. And honestly, Luka has been one more recently. Now, the Rockets haven't really been much worth killing since Luka's been in the league, really.
Yeah.
So it's kind of been like, what are you really hurting anyway? But like, if the Rockets are gonna get good, if they're gonna make this transition, I'm thinking about the Mavs. I'm looking around. I'm looking at what the Spurs are doing. Chris Paul.
Pretty nice for Victor, that's for sure.
With Vic.
Yeah.
It's just like, yo, man, this isn't a good feeling, Lopez. I'm being honest with you, man.
I feel good about the Rockets because of the young talent. But if you're talking about the here and now, the upcoming season or two, you can almost kind of set the Spurs aside. I don't think Chris Paul's going to turn them into a playoff team overnight. I mean, they may squeeze in, but you know what I mean. They're not going to be a big contender. But what he is going to do is Chris Paul demands a lot from his teammates. He really, you can talk about his personality, he can be kind of a jerk and all this other stuff, but he demands a lot from his teammates. I think he's going to help. He's going to help, obviously, Victor Wembanyama a lot. I think he's going to help Castle a lot, Stephon Castle a lot, the young guy that I like a lot. So he's going to help the Spurs kind of establish themselves. Now, in Dallas, that's going to make the Mavericks a much better team if Klay can fit that role.
I'm trying to sort through what Sean was talking about earlier. We were talking about this in the crosstalk about the Rockets taking a step back in the betting odds or in their chances out of the West to win the championship. I'm trying to think of what that is, if that's born out of anything more than just the Grizzlies getting Ja Morant back for a full season. Like to me, I'm kind of tongue in cheek here talking about Klay Thompson going to the Mavericks and Chris Paul going to the Spurs, but I do really feel like the Rockets should be taken seriously as a team that just took a step last year, has players that took a step, and honestly, young players in Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd that project to, I think, contribute to a team that should be a lot better than it was last year. Like I am surprised that the view of the Rockets is as down as it is, and maybe it's because they're not doing anything in free agency. Like I wonder how much of the view of them is tied to their lack of activity right now at this point in the calendar.
I think this is a true situation where the Rockets are not even really focused on the 2024-2025 season. They want to do better, obviously. I think they're going to do better with these young players developing and Udoka in his second year. But I think if we go back to that trade they made, they're posturing for not this coming year, but beyond that. And so it makes sense to me. The one thing that's confusing is, like, if you talk about winners, air quotes, free agency so far, they're really in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
It's the Knicks, it's the Sixers.
That's my thing.
It's who else is one in the East? But it's mostly Eastern Conference teams outside of Oklahoma City Thunder. Well, the Oklahoma City Thunder are in another realm anyway. You're not gonna jump them in odds to win the Western Conference. So really, I think it's just more of a betting thing than anything. And the fact that the Rockets are really going to hope for the best in 24-25, but they're posturing for the next year and beyond.
Speaking of the next year and beyond, Donovan Mitchell, he's agreeing to a 3-year, $150 million extension with the Cavs. I could easily see that being a 1-year extension, maybe a 2-year extension. I mean, think about it. Like you're saying, they go out last week and trade for essentially the rights to the Phoenix Suns' future.
Yeah.
By the time that thing fizzles out, I suspect that things are not going to be much better with the Cavaliers than they have been since Donovan Mitchell got there.
Right.
Like, they are no better than a 4 seed, a 5 seed. Like, they're somewhere middling in the Eastern Conference among the playoff teams, which effectively puts you out of contention if you're a 4 or 5 seed.
And look at the East, like we just talked about, how top heavy it is.
Yeah, so like that's not sustainable. Like that's just a give me the money, let me sign the extension now, and we'll figure out.
And we'll see where I play next.
Yeah, we'll figure out where I play next. So, so my question to you, Lopez, could you actually see this 3-year, $150 million extension that Donovan Mitchell just signed with the Cavs? Do you think by the end of it,
bring it on?
Do you think by the end of the 3-year extension, he's actually wearing a Rockets uniform?
Well, I would hope that would be one of the candidates. Maybe Booker would be another candidate. But I can tell you this: he ain't gonna be wearing the Cavs uniform.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the answer. You're such a pro. That is the exact correct answer.
He ain't gonna be wearing a Cavs uniform. Look, I really love where the Rockets are right now in terms of posturing,
optionality.
Because let's say the Suns go, you know what, we are toast. Let's go ahead and make a deal. Well, then okay, we'll take it. If they do it at the trade deadline, we'll take it then. If they do it after the next season, okay, we'll take it then. The Rockets are banking on this eventually happening, and the sooner the better. That's all it is.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that a good bit of the perception of the Rockets does have to do with the lack of a frontline guy like this.
Yeah.
Like, they've got to either have one of those dudes emerge among them or trade for a guy like this before they can be taken seriously. I think it's interesting how here I and a lot of us in town have wanted to give them a lot of credit for the 19-game turnaround, for the 500 season, going from the bottom to at least playing competitive basketball by the end of the year, which was, a stated goal and something that we would acknowledge as progress at the beginning of the year, but still lacking that frontline guy, which was, again, what a lot of last week was about, trading for the future of a team that you don't think has a future, so you can use that as leverage to go get a guy. That has a lot to do with how this team is viewed on the outside. They don't clearly and obviously have that dude.
Yeah, like positioning is what they're doing right now. They're positioned in such a way that they haven't been in a long time, with the assets to be able to go get something, with the coach that can help them win now if they get that something sooner rather than later. I mean, that's all that Rockets are right now.
100%. Yeah. 100%. And look, I'm hoping the best for him, man, because I want to be in a position where when free agency comes about, that the Rockets are at the top, or are a topic of conversation, and it's not just a bunch of, oh yeah, we're waiting to see what happens, and we're hoping that we blossom.
But you can still do that. Like, you can still be waiting because you're in a position to do it. But yes, I think they can maybe make those moves quicker.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Well, and again, the optionality is the big part.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
the fact that you do have, like even your big contracts, they're movable.
Yeah.
Like there's options at your disposal. So things are looking up. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. He is Figgy Fig, holding things down. Coming up next on In the Loop, if this is true about C.J. Stroud, Texans fans should already be planning for their first AFC Championship game appearance. That's next.
Oh, Lord. All right.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. And Lopez, we've talked a lot about C.J. Stroud, rightfully so. Probably the biggest star in sports right now here in Houston. But what if I told you?
What if I told you?
He's not.
What if I told you?
C.J. Stroud's not just the quarterback that you would start a franchise with, or the quarterback that you might draft ahead of anybody not named Patrick Mahomes if you were starting a team right now. He's not just the hottest up-and-coming quarterback of the future. What if I told you that C.J. Stroud right now, and this is not a way that I feel like we've discussed him or talked about C.J. Stroud, but what if I told you that he right now is the most clutch quarterback in the NFL? What if I told you that? Would you look at me crazy? Would you believe me? Would you need to hear more? What if I tried to sell you that right now, today, as we sit here, C.J. Stroud is the most clutch quarterback in the NFL?
I would introduce you to one Patrick Mahomes.
Fair.
First of all.
Heard of him.
He's I would introduce you to him first.
I hear he's pretty good.
Then I would wonder, while I don't think it's necessarily outrageous to consider him one of the most clutch quarterbacks in the NFL, and I can back that up with something here in a second. I do think that might be a little lofty, especially number one. I mean, he's not Patrick Mahomes. I mean, look what that guy's done. I mean, Buffalo and Super Bowls and everything else.
It's Patrick Mahomes.
But even if you said he's the second most clutch quarterback in the NFL, I wouldn't think you're outrageous. And let me explain that. And I meant to put this. I meant to mention this to you guys, and I just completely forgot. So DeMeco Ryans actually spoke on the NFL Network, and one of the things that he said was like, "This is the best thing about the new season. You get to hit reset." And everybody's talking about how, and I'm paraphrasing, but everybody's talking about we won 10 games. We won 10 games, and he pointed out, yeah, but we played a lot. I think it was 7 or 9 or something one-score games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So you have to press reset and understand that that's not necessarily something that you can just rest on your laurels. Well, that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is you had a quarterback who won you 10 games in a lot of one-score situations in the fourth quarter. That's clutch, right?
Yeah.
That's a clutch quarterback.
And that you're perfectly equipped to handle said situations.
Yeah.
Like, if it's going to be a close game, and what do we say is the difference between good teams and bad teams? The ones who lose them and the ones who win them.
Yeah.
The fact that you won them, I think, is more attributable to how good you are than it is luck or something that a laurel that you don't want to rest on, or however you want to put it. Like, I think it's more so indicative of what you've got going for you.
Yes, sir.
So this list on CBS Sports does have C.J. Stroud as number 2, just like you mentioned, behind one Patrick Mahomes. Because even the list makers don't want to get that ridiculous with it and go beyond. But they do point out that the numbers and the criteria under which they make this list that they lay out does have C.J. Stroud as the most clutch quarterback in the NFL right now. But what they don't want to rely on is the small sample size. The small sample size versus what Patrick Mahomes is just like undeniable. You don't want to mess with that, especially if you want to have a credible list. But as far as the sample size goes, the Texans converted on 6 of 8 game-tying or go-ahead drive chances. That's last year with C.J. Stroud.
Clutch.
6 of 8 game-tying or go-ahead drive chances late with C.J. Stroud under center last year. And I think I know which two of those games didn't happen. I want to say that's going to be the Atlanta and possibly Carolina games. Definitely Atlanta. And so those games stick out. I don't necessarily, those games are going to happen.
Yeah.
But as far as the sample size that you got, 6 of 8 game-tying or go-ahead drive chances late with C.J. Stroud were converted by the Texans. And his numbers in those games: completion rate, 77%. 10.7 yards per attempt, 139.5 passer rating. So these are the best numbers.
Yeah.
And it's not just like a rookie thing. This was like across the board, across the NFL. Small sample size, but an indicator that, hey, man, you've got one of the, if not the most clutch, one of the more clutch quarterbacks in the game.
Look, if I were to tell you the Texans, let's go ahead and play this game. The Texans are going to be in 9 one-score games in the fourth quarter in 2024. If I were to ask you, how many of those do they win? They're in 9 one-score fourth quarter games. I would say 6 or 7.
6 or 7, yeah.
Figgy?
9 one-score games.
9 one-score games. How many of them are they going to win if they're in 9 one-score games in 2024? I would say 6 or 7.
So here's the thing why it's important.
Yeah.
I think that, like, what does this mean? Like, if you've got a guy like this, to me, and I put a little sauce on it saying, hey, you might as well just be ready to go to the AFC Championship game. Not necessarily, but if this is what it comes down to, like, to me, Lopez, if this is what it comes down to, close games, and can you rely on the guy with the ball at the end of the game or not? Can you rely on him more than the next guy? To me, if you're already saying that about a guy, you're already saying that about C.J. Stroud in year one.
Yeah.
Before he gets the extra weapons that he's gotten this year, before you add Stephon Diggs to the mix, before you add Joe Mixon to the mix as both a pass catcher and somebody that you can hand the ball off to in the cold when you're not wanting to overly rely on C.J. Stroud. You do this. You get these numbers before the offensive line comes together for the Texans, which I think they're hoping that it does. Obviously, they have better health, and they got guys that develop from within with the offensive line this year. To me, it's like it's not just like a credit to C.J. Stroud, but it says something about what I think Texans fans can legitimately expect from the team if this is what it's going to be.
And again, we can talk about the small sample size, but that's all we have. And 17 games, however many he played in, it's all we have. So if given the small sample size versus much bigger sample sizes of other quarterbacks, like we know Patrick Mahomes is number one. Like let's go through some of these other guys on the list. Like if you just had Team X, like they had the Texans roster, and all these quarterbacks could lead this team in the fourth quarter. Would you take C.J. Stroud or Jalen Hurts, who's number 3 on the list?
Yeah, they've got C.J. Stroud over Jalen Hurts, who's been to a Super Bowl and, by the way, played well in said Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Only lost in that Super Bowl.
Would you take him, though?
Because he was going up against Patrick Mahomes. I would absolutely take C.J. Stroud over Jalen Hurts.
I think I would, too.
Yeah.
I think I would, too.
They've got
There's only one name that I would go that I paused. Go through the 10 names.
Well, so this is the issue with the list because it doesn't feel natural. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes at the top of it makes sense. But after that, you got number 2, C.J. Stroud. Number 3, Jalen Hurts. Number 4, Josh Allen.
That's the one where I stopped. And I went, I might have to take Josh Allen. Even though he's fallen short, he's been so clutch in so many games.
And you're like, how in the hell is Josh Allen behind Jalen Hurts after the year that the Eagles had?
Yeah. That
part of it didn't feel like it made sense. But you don't have to quibble with it too much. So you got Josh Allen at number 4. Number 5, Jared Goff.
Would you take, again, same weapon, same team, Jared Goff or C.J. Stroud?
C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud. So I'm right there with you. The only one that I'm not, I'm going Josh Allen right now.
Yeah, I would go Josh Allen.
I'm gonna say that I've seen enough from Josh Allen between the regular season and postseason heroics that I'm going Josh Allen over C.J. Stroud. But so far, that's the only one on the list that I'm objecting to. I'm going with C.J. Stroud over a guy, and shout out to Channel View, shout out to Eastside, but I'm going with him over Jalen Hurts, who, again, performed well in a Super Bowl. Going with him over Jared Goff, who has also been to a Super Bowl and has been excellent so far since he's been with the Lions these last couple of years.
Yeah, it's first world problems all of a sudden that the Texans seem to have at the quarterback position. Now, like, are we drinking the Kool-Aid or not? No, this is CBS that came up with this list.
Yeah,
not us.
You're taking him over Dak Prescott, who's number 6 on this list.
I would take him over Dak Prescott. And he's had some moments, of course. 7, Joe Burrow. I might, but
I'm actually surprised Joe Burrow was that low.
Yeah,
because I felt like he'd been really clutch in the playoffs.
No, so you got to go up and read the crowd. I think it's in part due to the fact that he wasn't healthy all year.
Okay.
So he didn't get a chance to have as many clutch moments. I think didn't get a
but
chance.
But he has had his moments.
Yeah, I think if you're,
he would be the other one I might
to me,
argue.
I felt like he's the scariest quarterback outside of Patrick Mahomes once you get them in the playoffs.
Yeah. If you're grading this list on the curve of reputation and what you know about the quarterbacks, first of all, C.J. Stroud is not going to be number 2.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be what Figgy said. It's going to be Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen,
and then maybe
C.J. Stroud gets in after that. Jalen Hurts might even get in there because of the more recent Super Bowl appearance. But so I think if you're grading on that curve, that's where it's at. But the fact that Joe Burrow wasn't healthy all year is what bumps him down to 7.
I mean, if we're grading like that, then he would probably be lower. I'm grading on what we've seen in the sample size that we've seen. Like, he hasn't been to a Super Bowl, so he's going to be eliminated from contention by a lot of these guys. If that's
it was only year 1.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. If that's going to be part of the equation.
How much do you think it helps C.J. Stroud with the? And I don't know if a lot of people are doing this, but the Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud head-to-head, like if we're going to do the comparison, the fact that before Joe went out for good, like the Texans went there and beat them head-to-head. C.J. Stroud went to Cincinnati. The Texans beat the Bengals, and he went toe-for-toe, tit-for-tat with Joe Burrow. Like, I wonder how many people remember that or know that. I mean, that was.
I think it's remembered.
It's coming off.
Big one.
Yeah, it's coming off the Tampa Bay game. Like, I feel like that has a lot to do with and colored a lot of the perception of C.J. Stroud and how it compares with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and we're not even going to say the number 8 name on this list because it'll pretty much diffuse the entire conversation that we just had. But number 9, are we going to say it?
Nah, I mean, why not? We're talking clutch.
Because number 9 is Lamar Jackson.
But clutch and, like, so number 9 was Daniel Jones.
Oh,
and
what are we doing?
And look, they say, he says to hear me out before you pound
when
the
you
table.
Say hear me out,
you already know that you're fanning the flames. But that, to me, this is a credit to the list and the objectivity of it. Because no list, no subjective list that you create with quarterbacks on it is going to allow you to put Daniel Jones in the top 8 or top 10 of anything, maybe the bottom
or 20,
but not the not the top of anything. But if you're using like a subjective sort of criteria and sort of like data analysis, then maybe Daniel Jones can find his way in here. It's the same thing that has Joe Burrow as number 7 and Josh Allen behind Jalen Hurts and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
So to me, it's a more objective list if you can find an out, and it is an outlier. Let's just be clear.
Yeah.
Him being on this list is a statistical outlier and not indicative of his place in the quarterback hierarchy.
This whole conversation and so many like it is why D'Amico said, hey, let's tap the brakes a little bit here. We played in all these one-score games, and it could have gone either way. At the same time, it's also a reason why you put C.J. Stroud on the list, because you did win those games. You did win them, but he's right. I mean, he's worried about too much hype, and that's not something you should worry about because it's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of hype around this team.
So before we get back to this list, since you mentioned hype, do you get the sense? I think I've pointed this out before, but do you get the sense that on the offensive side of the ball, they're leaning all the way into the hype. They're leaning all the way into the mania. And on the defensive side of the ball, it seems like they got that whole rat poison, avoid the rat poison, don't eat the cheese kind of mentality. Like, it feels like it's the exact opposite on the two sides of the ball.
No, I don't. I think that on the defensive side of the ball, they're just kind of keeping it low key. They're keeping it quiet. I think they know how good they can be defensively. And they're just like, don't say anything. Don't make eye contact. People are not going to, quote unquote, respect this defense the way they probably should. They could be really, really, really good on defense. And I think they're just like, keep it under wraps. It's impossible to keep under wraps how hyped up this offensive team is because of C.J. Stroud and the fact that he's on lists like this, et cetera.
So this list, and we're talking about this list from CBS Sports that has C.J. Stroud as the second most clutch quarterback in the NFL, and they really say that he is the most clutch quarterback.
Yeah, but in terms of numbers, yeah.
But they don't want to be disrespectful to Patrick Mahomes, and I think that's a good idea on their part.
Yeah.
So a nice addendum or a nice editor's note, like, hey, we're going to go a little bit away from what our criteria said, and we're just going to go ahead and put Patrick Mahomes in his proper place. But they did something a little bit different, though, with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Because he's ninth on this list, and you know what? Maybe this is not different. This is the exact same because they're holding against him the playoff performance. They point out here on this list, CBS Sports, that Lamar Jackson has the third highest conversion rate on clutch drives, just behind Patrick Mahomes and C.J. Stroud. The problem is he hasn't delivered in the clutch in the postseason, and he was one of the reasons that the Ravens blew so many fourth quarter leads recently.
Yeah, no, I actually
it's a tough one to acknowledge, but it's kind of
I actually think he's a victim of the sample size. Like C.J. Stroud is benefiting from it because he's only really played 2 playoff games, and so his sample size was he beat the hell out of Cleveland, and then of course they lost to Baltimore, his problem is he's been in a lot of playoff games where he's Lamar Jackson's, where he hasn't been able to perform. So I think he's kind of a victim of that.
Yeah, I do wonder. Lamar Jackson doesn't strike me as a hater, but I do wonder how he sits back and looks at this attention that C.J. Stroud is getting. Again, I know he's not a hater. I'm pretty sure he's happy for
I think
CJ.
he just has a giant chip on his shoulder.
He's got to.
Giant.
Because think about it.
Yeah.
C.J.
I beat him.
And it was an incredible year.
Yeah.
But he beat him twice.
Yeah.
And C.J.'s kind of been anointed a little bit as clutch, as this winner. And I think he's all of those things, don't get me wrong. But Lamar has had to constantly
defend himself. Yeah, he's defending himself.
And to defend himself and battle against this idea that he can't get it done in this way.
Yeah.
Whereas a guy who, again, that he's beaten head to head and has done less than him.
It's just how people see you.
Has been anointed sort of ahead of him, at least in this way. Like specifically on this list.
Yeah.
You got C.J. Stroud as the second most clutch quarterback. And this is, to me, I don't think it's subjective. They use an objective criteria to arrive at this point.
Yeah.
The only subjective part is where they say, we're going to make Patrick Mahomes the number one guy. But this subjective list has C.J. Stroud all the way ahead of Lamar Jackson. They're putting it out there, and Lamar's like, 2-time MVP.
Yep.
Beat this guy twice. I do
Has
wonder.
been clutch.
It's curious. I do wonder, how does he sit back and look at it? Like, what's his thought on the CJ craze, you think?
I think he gets it because CJ is the new kid in town. Obviously big personality, very much good in front of the media, kind of the golden child and all that stuff. And Lamar Jackson has really never been the golden child. Like he's won MVPs, but just the perception of him has just been different, man. It's just been different. So I think he gets it, but he's got a giant chip on his shoulder.
He's John Lopez. I am B. Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, who is the most important non-quarterback on the Texans? We'll talk about that on In the Loop.
What should we expect from the Rockets this season? fits you best and take it with you wherever you go thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Who's the most important non-quarterback on the Texans? That's the question. The most important non-quarterback, the most important non-CJ Stroud member of this team. I got my answer. I'm curious of what yours is, and it's a cool spot to be in because there are a lot of really good answers.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go with Laramie Tunsil. They're Pro Bowl offensive lineman. They're Pro Bowl tackle. You could go with Derek Stingley. They're cornerback that looked like he was on an all-pro trajectory.
Yeah.
You could go with Stephon Diggs, one of their marquee signings. There's a lot of different directions that you could go. I'm curious about you, Lopez. I know where I'm going to go. Curious what you're thinking. And also the audience, 713-572-4610 is how you communicate with the show. The most important non-quarterback on the Texans.
So I was having this conversation not long ago about that exact same question, right? Not counting C.J. Stroud, and I got chastised by one of the I guess real football X's and O's guys. It was just a buddy. He fancies himself as I know football.
I was gonna say you way too old to be getting chastised.
Well, it was just in good fun. I know football, and this is the guy that's most important.
All right.
And he's saying, if you know football, you don't know ball. You know it's Laramie Tunsil. You gotta have that left tackle.
Oh, did he really go with that?
Oh yeah.
I could tell y'all know ball.
Yeah.
It starts in the trenches, Lopez.
You got to protect his blind side. He's the left tackle.
It start up front.
Pass protection. It's in the trenches. And I went I get it.
It is kind of true, though.
No, I get it.
It does start up front.
It does. But in this offense, the way that he performed behind a makeshift offensive line. Now, granted, Laramie Tunsil was a stud, but still, it was a makeshift offensive line. As important as the trenches are, with this offense and the play calling and the design of what Bobby Slowick can do, and the way that C.J. Stroud is able to avoid pressure, make quick decisions, it doesn't totally mitigate, but it kind of mitigates. God, this is going to sound so bad to real seam heads. It kind of mitigates just how important the trenches are for him. Like, it's important, but it's not like, boy, he's a statue back there. You got to protect him. He's not. Boy, this offense, he holds the ball too long. Well, he doesn't. He can't move around. Well, he does.
I don't know, Lopez. I'm still thinking about that. I'm still thinking about
guy.
I'm still thinking about that Jets game where somebody got through.
Oh, he got hit.
Quentin Williams gets through and slams into the ground, and apparently the turf out there is concrete, feels like concrete. They slammed his head on the ground, and he was out for 2 weeks.
No, don't get me wrong. I get that it's important. It's very, very, very important. But I think it's kind of, I hate to use the word lesson. Again, mitigated.
You ain't played the game.
I played on the line.
You ain't put your hand in the dirt.
So take that. So I'm not going to say Laramie Tunsil. And all the seam heads are going to be texting.
Thank you, though.
I think the most important player, for their success, we're talking elite success, make a run type of success. Dude, if you got a cornerback that can shut down anyone, you already know what you're going to get with your offense. All due respect to the offensive line. You already know that. You got receivers. You got a really good running back. Maybe Dameon Pierce steps up. That's another story. You got a tight end that's proven. You got the quarterback to make. I ain't worried about the offense. If you've got a cornerback that can just play, Stingley Island, whatever you want to call it, shut down corner, that makes the whole rest of the defense so much better, and I think it changes the entire course of the team.
Lopez, it starts up front.
Detroit about the trenches.
Yeah.
It starts up in the trenches.
I respect the trenches.
Let me ask you this. Do they have that?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You said most important.
But so
if he can do what he did at the end of the year, they've got it. Okay. They've got it. And a guy that can maybe ball hawk a little bit too.
Yeah, man. And that So an offshoot of that then is like that also to me makes even like less important but exciting the other side of it, because that's the unknown. Like we feel like we know as long as we get it with Stingley, right? On the one side, we know as long as we get it. And I said this before that I hope D'Amico Ryans has adopted a new philosophy and is going to allow Derek Stingley to go wherever the opposing best wide receiver is, not just on one side of the field, a particular side of the field, but wherever that receiver happens to be lined up. I hope Derek Stingley finds himself in that place. But it also makes it even more exciting of what that other side could be if Kamari Lassiter turns into
I get that.
Like, and I'm not going to put him, we're having a different discussion on the most important non-QB, but if Derek Stingley to you is the most important non-QB, the offshoot of it just makes Kamari Lassiter even more of a fascinating proposition to me.
If he's just above average.
Dude, what if he is?
I thought about that, and I don't think you're necessarily like, oh, that's a horrible take. All I'm saying is you go back and look at some of the great defenses that have won Super Bowls. Dude, they got a cornerback that just makes everything easier for everybody on that side. And imagine what you can do with the line and pass rush schemes and the safeties and cheating them to the other side with maybe the rookie there. Like if you're just like, okay, we got Derek Stingley, we're set. Especially if D'Amico Ryans shows something that he showed in the postseason. Oh, that's not our style to really move around a cornerback with a receiver. Well, maybe with this guy it is, because we saw it. I mean, we saw it. Like, oh, he's not going to go. He's not going to go with the receiver. Well, he did, and if he can do that with the best receiver everybody they face, they'll be in real good shape.
So I think the most important non-quarterback on the Texans is Will Anderson, and I got a similar logic that you do with Derek Stingley. I think it's just more of a chicken or the egg, how you prefer. Like what comes first, the coverage or the pass rush? Like which one do you put more focus on? And to me, like, not to be the in the trenches guy or it all starts up front, but I just think that Will Anderson is just that dynamic of a player, and it's not a knock on Derek Stingley. I 100% agree with your overall point.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make it and take it just an even step further for me about Will Anderson Jr., especially if, you talked about if, Derek Stingley, if you get it, if Will Anderson has actually made the adjustments with
it's kind of the same premise,
like with his arsenal, like if he's more than just this relentless bull rusher or this high motor guy who like is fast and stronger than he looks and like just an outrageous motor, and that has a lot to do with how good he is, but also has added a repertoire or more to his arsenal than what we were able to see last year. Because that was the issue last year was, hey, if he wasn't able to bull rush you, it seems like you were able to take him out of the game. But he
showed some things at the end, especially the Tennessee game.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you see him doing a spin move here and there. I don't know if he learned that I think maybe from Jonathan Grenard. Like, he's taken a little bit from the other pass rushers around him. We've heard him talk a lot about learning and leaning on Daniil Hunter, working with Myles Garrett. If all of that is applied and shows up on the field, and the Will Anderson we saw last year meets with whatever Will Anderson was doing in the offseason, dude, to me, that is the best non-quarterback on the Texans.
Well, what it does,
the most important non-quarterback on the Texans, because it gives you a young, likely double-digit edge rusher.
Well, what it does, it's kind of a different way of looking at the same thing. I think we're both looking on the defensive side because we're not worried about the offense, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So what you're talking about with Will Anderson kind of does the same thing. If Will Anderson can, and obviously Daniil Hunter is in the equation too, but if Will Anderson takes this huge step and becomes a fierce pass rusher and puts pressure on the quarterbacks and they can't breathe back there, well, that helps the secondary immensely. That helps the defense become next level. Same thing I'm saying. If you get a cornerback that's like, okay, he can take away that whole quarter of the field, like that whole side of the field, they're not even looking over there. It helps the defensive front. So it's kind of the same premise, just different players.
What if we did take it to the off? Because I think we're on the same page. We both got defensive players. You named Derek Stingley. I named Will Anderson Jr. What if we did take it to the offensive side of the ball?
Oh, there is a right answer to me.
There's a right answer.
There is a right answer.
Let me hear it.
Dameon Pierce.
What?
I know. He's
hold on. Wait.
No.
Wait.
This is
as the best player on the.
No. The most important player. The most important non-quarterback on the Texans.
Yeah.
We both took defensive players.
Yeah.
Now I divert the question back to the offensive side of the ball. The most important non-quarterback on the offensive side of the ball for the Texans. And John Lopez says,
hear me out.
Oh, man. I think he skipped over somebody.
What?
That played the same position as him.
No, well, Joe Mixon obviously is more important than Dameon Pierce in the offensive scheme and the offensive approach. You can't have one running back, man. Can't do it.
I agree with that.
Not in today's NFL. And you just can't. You cannot. You can have all the – and I know I'm the one that early on last year I was saying, dude, this is a pass-first team. Don't worry about the run. Like don't run on first down. This is a passing-first team. So it kind of sounds a little bit counter to my whole premise that I've been swearing by since we realized what C.J. Stroud was. But if you've got one running back and he can't run 30, 35 times. Can't do it. And if you're in a pass-first team, you're going to be in close games. You're playing teams that you're playing a first-place schedule. You've got to have another running back. It's a must. It's a non-negotiable. You've got to have a second productive running back in today's NFL. Again, let's look at Super Bowl teams. I pointed to Super Bowl teams and how they have fantastic cornerbacks year in, year out. Let's look at Super Bowl teams. How many of them had one running back?
Hey, Figgy.
I think he lost Brandon Scott, man.
Nah. I'm going to go the opposite way, Figgy. I'm going to be honest with you. You know what? I think Lopez sold me on this.
Okay.
Like I don't actually agree with Pierce being the most important non-QB offensive player on the team. But the point that Lopez is making about the importance of having a second running back emerge, whether that be Dameon Pierce or whoever it is, I do think that that's important. I mean,
year in, year out.
If I'm answering the question, I'm probably gonna go to one of those top three receivers and maybe the tight end before I even get to the second running back.
I get how important Laramie Tunsil is. Again, let me reiterate that for all the in the trenches guys out there. Like I'm talking about not Laramie Tunsil. We get it. I mean, you gotta have that guy. And by the way, Joe Mixon's not gonna play every game, every game.
I'll allow it.
Yeah,
I think this was good. This was a good talk. We play the hits on In the Loop. That's next.
Ability Trees right now. AbilityTrees.com.
866-491-0944. 866-491-0944. Program and services not available in all states.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Lopez, did you see how much money Jason Tatum just got paid?
I did, and it good for him, but it kind of made me shake my head a little bit.
Jason Tatum has agreed to a 5-year, $315 million contract extension with the Boston Celtics. Obviously, the Boston Celtics just a couple of weeks ago won the NBA title. Good for them. The Celtics winning another title.
Yeah, go figure.
What is it, just Tuesday or something? But Jason Tatum gets this deal. The thing that I thought about was that Jason Tatum is now, and I think this is the largest deal in NBA history, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
He gets the largest deal in NBA history on the heels of Trevor Lawrence getting that deal that he got with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, how do we feel about the quarterbacks at the top of the market, the highest paid NFL players, and Jason Tatum being the highest paid NBA player, like not feeling like the highest paid guy is actually anywhere close to the best guy?
At least you can justify it.
Yes.
With Jason Tatum. Dude won a title.
Yes.
He's been there before. He's clearly, their best player.
He's not overpaid. I don't think he's overpaid.
You can, even if you say that's a whole lot of money for a guy like that, you can justify it. That's the difference. Like some of these, like Trevor Lawrence, I mean, his is more of a market thing than a production thing.
But that's how you justify it.
But the market says he's going to get paid that, or at least they thought so. So you can't justify it in terms of wins and losses and production and MVPs and all that. I just think the NBA salaries right now, I mean, it's good work if you can get it, man. I mean, it is really good work. I get what Klay Thompson got, but that's still a hell of a lot of money, man.
I mean, but is that not how you justify all of this? Like, is with the market, like you're worth whatever somebody is willing to pay.
Absolutely.
The other day, Isaiah Hardenstein.
That's another one.
Former Rocket, and a great story. Somebody who I really wish that, honestly, and it's water under the bridge at this point because the team has flipped over several different ways since then. But somebody I wish that 4 years ago, whenever it was, 4 or 5 years ago when they had Hardenstein, that they had kicked the tires on that a little bit more. They kept him around a little bit longer. But dude just signed an $87 million contract.
Yeah.
$87 million for Isaiah Hardenstein to the Thunder. And you were talking about them as a team that maybe some people believe really improved.
Yeah.
$87 million for Isaiah Hardenstein, somebody that averaged like, I want to say like 8 and 8.
Yeah.
What?
Hey,
like,
man.
It pays that much.
Figgy's appalled
It
by
pays that much to be that big now.
No, I still can't believe how much money Tobias Harris is getting, man. Yeah. That's he's on my list of most hated players.
Yeah.
Just for no reason, man. It's like, what did he do, man?
Tobias Harris, if y'all have not heard, has now made somewhere around, or will have earned somewhere around $300 million in the NBA.
Hey.
Yeah, he just signed another deal, 2 year, I want to say $52 million with Detroit, out of all places.
Hey, it pays to have a single in the NBA.
I asked in a previous segment, I wonder how Lamar Jackson feels about all the attention that C.J. Stroud, there's a couple segments ago, about how the attention C.J. Stroud is getting. I wonder, like, just make Lamar Jackson as an example, but if you're like the best at your sport, Lamar, even Patrick Mahomes, whoever it is, but Lamar specifically, fighting for that contract that he fought for a couple of years ago, and then you look over and Tobias Harris, like you're the best at what you do.
Tobias Harris.
And you look over at Tobias Harris is sunning you at the bank.
And this dude is a no-show in the playoff.
Yeah.
Every time I watch whatever team he's on, I forget he's on. He's an extra body.
Yeah.
The third best player on a good team, wherever he goes.
And that's stretching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The third or fourth wheel, the completes the tricycle or the car.
The thing about it is, like, if you have options early in life and you're that good at football, basketball, and baseball, let's say, but Why the hell would you choose any sport but basketball?
Oh, no.
Why? Baseball's second best, but you got to wait 7 years to get paid.
Listen.
Yeah.
This is what was lost in that about a month ago when Austin Rivers had the internet going nuts with the hey, NBA players could go play in the NFL, but NFL players can't go play in the NBA. Hey, man, the reality of that is I don't know who's playing in the NFL if they can play in the NBA. Like, are you doing it? Think about it.
Yeah.
Like Charlie Ward, Heisman Trophy winner, could have had a career in the NFL in some capacity. But dude also knew that he could play in the NBA.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you just do that? Like that to me was lost in the argument.
Yeah.
Was, hey, if you can play in the NBA, you will.
You should.
You should.
You absolutely should.
I think the NBA, first of all, got less spots. So you might not make the team. It's a high possibility you won't make a squad at all. But
way more competitive.
I think the other thing is
that's true.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is the NBA is a lot easier than the NFL. Like I think
easier on the body.
Yeah, easier on the body. So I think if I had the choice, I'd rather play basketball than football.
Yeah.
If I want to make the most of my money,
dude. Malik Monk got $78 million. 4 years, $78 million.
To be a sixth, what is he? He's a sixth man on the Kings. He's a 6'3" gunner, like a 6'3" shooting. Well, Malik Monk does some pretty good things, but
I mean, he averaged 13.
Dude, 70. I mean, he can get you a bucket, but
78 million
78
for 13 points a game.
I gotta tell you,
$78 million for 13 points a game.
I'm taking my boy to the park as soon as the show is over with. We're working on that. I mean, he's a lefty.
You better look up some AAU teams.
Man, I've been sleeping on it, man, because the other routes, I even asked him the other day, man, which sport do you like the most? He's played a little bit of it all now. Football, basketball, soccer, which one? He's like, football. And I'm like, nah, man.
I mean, I love football.
That ain't it. But I think he's just not. He's too young to have sense enough to understand the context of this conversation that we're having.
I don't even want to scroll through this list anymore. I mean, freaking Patrick Williams is a 7-footer for the Bulls that averaged 10 points and 2.5 rebounds. 5 years, $90 million.
No, you really want to have some fun. Look at the contracts from the 90s.
Yeah.
The superstar contracts from the 90s and compare it to today.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're as big as Patrick Williams is, and you
I shortened it. It's 3.9 rebounds. 7-footer, 10 points, 3.9 rebounds a game for the Bulls. $90 million.
I don't think that you should make more millions per year than rebounds. Especially
if you're 7 foot.
If you're 7 foot and the rebound number is under 5.
Dude, this is incredible. Parents, let your kids do what they want, but you may want to put them in the basketball gym once in a while.
This is like the easiest thing to try to say, but like, hey, I'm gonna put him in the basketball gym, but it's like, my son can't beat Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You got to start at birth. At birth, you got to put a basketball in their hand at birth.
Yeah, and he has had that, but like there are just some dynamics here. Like there's some dynamics at play that just are not going to work for you.
It's unbelievable.
But you know who maybe you can aspire to? That's why I like Jalen Brunson.
Yeah,
because doesn't he have an everyman quality to him? It's like, you know what? If I really try. If I really work at this my entire life, I understand he comes from a professional athlete himself, but
or a golf club. Don't forget the golf clubs.
Oh, the golf club.
Don't forget the golf clubs. You can do that too.
Man,
yeah.
Trying to find the get rich quick scheme.
It's a wild world we're living in.
Speaking of NBA contracts, Donovan Mitchell, 3 years, $150 million with the Cavs. I suspect Lopez. Don't know if it's going to be with the Rockets. Don't know who it's going to be with exactly, but I suspect by the time this deal is over with, Donovan Mitchell will not be playing with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I suspect you're right.
I would say stay tuned on that Rockets front. Stay tuned. It is interesting.
I'm telling you, the Rockets are in just a very good position. We talked about how they're not even ranked in the top 10 odds-wise. That doesn't matter to me because that can change very, very quickly this year or after this season. They're in a good spot.
I saw that John Gruden is still trying to sue the NFL.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to end up. Well, actually, I do.
Dude.
Yeah.
Is there, so obviously racism and homophobia and all of that is worse than, the litigation after it. But is this just not the insult to injury? It's like, hey, they tried to set me up by showing that I said these things. It's so uncomfortable. It's so weird. Like, do you want to be this guy, or would you rather not just bow out?
Let it go away. Let it go away.
Especially when
other things that are worse than this have gone away.
That's what I'm saying, especially when it's this. Like, this is more of a perception thing than anything. Like, you didn't actually commit a crime.
Yeah.
It's not like you got to go register or anything. But, dude, just go away.
Part of me is thinking, I get it. You're defending your name. And that's really the most important thing, and for a lot of us is like the integrity of your name and people disparaging it if you feel like it's been kind of dragged through the mud. I get it, but the other part of me, the bigger part of me, is like, dude, just let it go. Let it go. It'll go away. Let it go. It'll go away.
Hey, Figgy, he had that one joke. I maintain this. John Gruden had that one joke about Damari Smith.
Oh, yeah.
That I think if he were black, we would have allowed to have been funny. I think it was the fact that he was white and it's got its racist undertones, and that John Gruden, I maintain this, he was not allowed to make that joke in his position and his background.
It's true.
As the white man.
Yeah.
Could not make that joke. But y'all look up the joke that John Gruden had about Damari Smith and see if I make that joke, or if Figgy makes that joke, if it's not one that maybe you're allowed to laugh at, or maybe that you can laugh at behind closed doors.
Yeah,
just saying.
You've heard me say 100 times. People are allowed to say jokes about Hispanics all they want. It's the craziest double standard in society. Like, you can say anything about Hispanics, nobody's going to really get you crazy about it.
Context is everything.
Yeah.
Those are the hits on In the Loop. Coming up next, what was the change that marked this Astros run? We're going to talk about that next.
What should we expect? Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
How did we get here, man?
What
How
is
did
it?
we get here? Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And I'm trying to figure it out, man.
Yeah.
How did we find ourselves here? How did we arrive at this place where the Astros go from this unserious franchise, this team that
Out of
we're
it. Done.
They're done. They're out of it. You know, we're counting them out. You said they were done. I think Sean Pendergast said that they were toast. I think we've all called them cooked at different points. We've been pointing the finger. Dana Brown, Jeff Bagwell, Jim Crane, Astros brass. How did you allow this once wonderful enterprise to become what we were seeing at the beginning of the year to now? It's a different tune.
It's a different tune.
It's a different feeling. Only just a few games out of first place in the AL West. Only just a few games out of a wild card spot. And by the way, got a team that's reeling ahead of you. A team that is not playing its best baseball. While you're one of the hotter teams in baseball, the team that's ahead of you in the Seattle Mariners is going in the other direction. Things are looking up for the Astros. Where do you feel like it turned? What was the moment for you, Lopez? You think like this Astros team went from what we were seeing before to what we're seeing right now?
I have an answer in my mind, but I'm curious what our listeners are thinking as well. 713-572-4610. Something happened. Like something flipped the switch, or if it wasn't that sudden, started the Astros on this trek back up the standings to where they are. Whether you think they're done, whether you think they actually will complete the job and get there or not, doesn't matter. They're in contention. Like they are 3 games back, wild card, 3 games back, division. The Mariners are 3-7 in their last 10 games, and they are looking in their rearview mirror. And that's a good place for the Astros to be, chasing somebody. So whatever you thought, whatever you think, doesn't really matter. But they're here. So how did it happen? I've got an answer, but there's a lot of options out there. I mean, could it be as simple? Could it be as simple as like they put it all together in a series against the Orioles, and all of a sudden that, like, forget all the abstract stuff, like the culture and the leadership and getting rid of Abreu. All these are options.
Sweeping a playoff team, sweeping a team that expects to be in the postseason, which the Orioles are. That is a serious thing.
Could it be as simple of a validation type series? We are still that team. We can prove on a daily basis in a series that we are still that team. Could it be as simple as they beat the Orioles and then they backed it up by beating the Mets? I don't think it's that simple. I think that's part of why we got here. Let me give you some options first, and then I'll give you my answer. This is stuff I jotted down. Could it be as simple as that series? Could it be as simple as Jose Altuve lost his cool, sparked this team? Could it be the lowest point? And this is something that you were subscribing to last week. Like the lowest point didn't trigger a collapse. It kind of opened their eyes to a rise. The bad series they had, the bad loss they had to the White Sox. Could it be as simple as Hunter Brown started throwing a really good pitch, like he started throwing that sinker?
So if it's Hunter Brown, it feels like it goes back way further than when you and I were able to put our finger on that pulse.
Yeah.
It goes back to way before you and I were acknowledging that there was something to this Astros team beyond just what we were seeing.
Yeah.
It goes all the way back, I think, to May with Hunter Brown. You think back.
He was on the verge of, at least in the public's eye, of being cut. Being demoted, I should say.
He had that one start against the Royals back in May. I think it was May 5th, if I'm not mistaken, where I don't even know if he got out of the first inning.
I don't think he did.
And there's some historic number, some record he set for like the only guy to give up 11 hits without getting out of an inning or something like that. Like it was historically bad. Nobody had ever been that bad in a starter to start an inning, like ever. And then his numbers, like in the first couple of innings or first few innings of games, his ERA was like at one point close to 20. So like we're talking about that being the way he started the season.
Yeah.
And then there's a story about how, he talks to Ryan Presley after that, and Ryan Presley just lets him vent and hears him out. And then Alex Bregman also steps in and says, you know what?
Yeah.
You're
giving him tips.
Your four-seamer's missing wide a little bit. What if you tried to throw a two-seamer in there?
Yeah.
What if you just changed your arsenal up a little bit and see if you could use that two-seamer to keep him off balance a little bit, and then all your other pitches, like his other secondary pitches, are actually really good.
Yeah.
It was his four-seamer that wasn't really working for him in his pitch sequence.
Yeah.
Alex Bregman steps in. And it's like,
do this.
Let me put you on game. I'm watching. I got one of the better approaches in baseball, whether I'm hitting the ball or not, whether I'm slumping or not. I got one of the better eyes and better approaches in baseball. I'm watching from third base how the hitters are approaching you. Why don't you do this?
Yeah. So could it be that?
And so to me, like if you're chasing it or if you're tracing it to Hunter Brown's improvement or Hunter Brown's ascension, I think that's the moment it changes for Hunter Brown.
But there are more options.
There are more options.
What if and I said this yesterday, they realized it's about who they are, not what they are. They still have issues, man. Like they still, even though Hunter Brown is doing his thing, Blanco obviously is having an all-star type season, and they're hitting the ball and all that, they still have so many issues in terms of pitching depth. I mean, they're doing bullpen games and everything else. The middle relief, they still don't have a farm system to go get somebody. They still don't really have a first baseman. But they have that culture, that Rudy T, don't underestimate us kind of thing. What if it's that? What if it's as simple as, man, Jose Abreu's finally gone? Like that sort of dark cloud that was just hanging over the entire organization, from the owner down, from the owner into the clubhouse. There was a dark cloud of the Jose Abreu sort of problem, the Jose, and just simply removing that from the equation made every life a little bit better for everyone. What if it's they realize their approach at the plate? You talk about Hunter Brown and his approach. Their approach to the plate, they're not about mashing anymore. And let's see if Kyle Tucker hits a home run. He's not even playing. Let's see if Jordan hits a home run. Well, Jordan is moving people around now. Their approach of traffic on the base. There are so many options here of what possibly triggered this. What do you think it is?
So, for one thing, I like this small ball version of the Astros. Like, I feel like I'm finding it a little bit charming.
Yeah.
Having been an Astros fan through this run and, like, what they've been known for and the bats that they've had in the lineup throughout the years, and now that they've got this pass the baton kind of approach, I found a little bit charming, to go with the fact that you got these young pitchers that are stepping up. I mean, I think the big thing is losing to the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
Like, to me, the big moment for Hunter Brown was having that embarrassing outing against the Kansas City Royals way back in May. The big thing for the team overall, I think, was that embarrassing moment a couple of weeks ago on the south side of Chicago against the White Sox, the worst team in baseball. And, like, just based off of that game, that series opener, okay, they obviously win the next two games. But based off of that series opener, you couldn't – and you're going to lose some games. We had Adam Spillane here the next day, and it's like, hey, you're going to lose some games. These things happen.
Yeah.
But in that moment, and this is frustrating as an Astros fan, when you're watching them, it was not easy to tell the difference between which one of these teams is supposed to be the laughing stock in baseball and which one of these teams is supposed to be the legacy team coming in here that's just trying to find its way. I'm picking that moment.
I'm picking something that's an offshoot of that moment. And everybody knows Jose Altuve, if you say, who are the leaders on this team? Well, I mean, he's a leader on the field, but he's not really a clubhouse leader. He's not vocal. He's not a rally the troops, let's have a players-only meeting guy. He's really kind of low key just in general. And Adam Spillane's been there a lot. You've been in there a lot. Like, he's not. You don't look at Jose Altuve and go, boom, Bagwell, Biggio, Bregman, all those, Correa, that gets in front of the mics, gets in front of the team. That's not him.
Not a rah-rah guy at all. It's why those ejections. Or
that's right.
The ejection that we just saw recently, and even that moment that we saw a couple of weeks ago in Chicago, is why they stood out so much.
Yeah,
because he's just not a vocally fiery guy,
and that's why I'm picking Altuve, because it happened twice, man. You just pointed it out, but that's happened to him a million times. He gets a bad call on a strike. Almost, maybe literally a million, but certainly over 1,000 times, he's gotten bad calls. And he hadn't done that. I think it just all kind of boiled over, and everybody took a step back. It's like when mom brings out the chancla, Yeah. You're like, oh crap.
Nah, it's kind of like somebody that's always quiet. Like for me, nobody really seen me get super mad or upset, but if I
oh man, Figgy's mad.
Yeah, if I slam my hand on the desk and throw something, you're gonna be like, oh man, it's for real now.
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine what kind of effect on the show that would have.
Yeah,
if something happened back there and Figgy lost his cool for whatever reason. It's so I'm gonna be honest.
I might cry.
It's so unlikely.
We disappointed Figgy.
That would have a different effect.
Yeah, but that's what it is.
That would be unnerving.
And they're the same height. No,
I'm Jose Altuve.
You are Altuve.
I'm Altuve is 6'10".
Leader by example, and so out of character. No, I think that was it. It just sort of led to all these other things, and maybe combined with all these other things. I don't think we can downplay the Abreu thing either. Like, they had his back. They liked him. He was likable. They were, but still, it's just like eliminates this dark thing,
It's addition by subtraction.
Yeah.
In both ways. I think it's addition by subtraction in your lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you don't have a dude that, hits a buck or under a buck.
Yeah.
You don't have somebody that's like just a shell of himself out there. It's not as awkward to like have in the lineup, to watch, to observe, to experience, and then the clubhouse element of it. Like, it's not this, and I don't think that the Astros players were walking around there like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? We got Jose Abreu in the lineup. Our future is dull or whatever. Like, I don't think it's like that, but I do think that there is again, the addition by subtraction element, a freeing of, okay, you know what? We can just go out there and ball.
Yeah.
You know, we can just go out there and do our thing. I don't think it's a good thing that they don't have a for sure answer at first base. Like, the one thing Jose Abreu,
they still have problems.
Yeah, they still got the problems, but I felt like they felt really bad for him because he was probably a good guy to talk to and all that stuff. But have you ever seen somebody that was such a good guy, but he was just in a bad place where he's just like, man, he just needed,
and it brings you down.
Yeah, it brings the energy down.
Oh, well, we for sure, just like not being necessarily in the game, undersell the influence. Talking about Jose Altuve's leadership and influence. I think we undersell the influence of one Jose Abreu in that clubhouse, specifically with the Latin, with the Cuban players and the Latin players, like all of the Spanish speakers in the locker room. I think all for sure looked up to Jose Abreu.
He's probably a legend to him,
and that extends across the board. I don't want to just limit that to the Brown players. Like that's I think everybody in the entire clubhouse is probably looking at Jose.
This is a former MVP right here, man.
MVP, rookie of the year.
This is somebody I looked up to.
Yeah, and was a big deal even before he got to the big leagues. Like, so he's like a legit
But
dude.
you were also kind of waiting for those shoot it fall.
Yeah.
You knew it was coming.
Well, right. It's that.
So that's
thing.
a disruption.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh, okay. What do we do with this? With this guy who's just basically a relic at this point.
Yeah.
No, I think there's something to that, man. I would not understate.
It's
that.
like a rapper past his prime. And you looking at him, you like, man, he's such a legend, but he don't make the same type of music, man.
Yes.
And I don't want to call him whack or awful and all that. I don't want to be disrespectful because of the classics he put out, but man, this ain't it now, man.
Yeah. Ooh, what would what album would Jose Abreu's Astros tenure have been? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think.
I'm about to say, you want to localize it?
Yeah, I was going to say, give me your favorite artist who gave the worst album of your favorite artist.
Yeah.
Is basically Jose Abreu's tenure
album of your favorite artist.
Tenure in Houston. That's basically what that is.
That's a good topic by itself.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. One to think about. But no, I think there is a lift. There is a weight lifted without him being there, on top of whatever the hell it is that just set Jose Altuve off.
Yeah.
And just the example of that is like, you know what? If Altuve got a fire lit under him, if he's got this kind of passion, then how could we lack it?
And a texter said he's like Andre Johnson. Compared to Jose Altuve, Andre Johnson is like
a wrestler.
He's like Ric Flair.
Yeah,
he's like
that's a good one. He makes Andre Johnson sound like Macho Man, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, The Rock.
Like even Andre is 10 times the most vocal, kind of animated type leader. No, and that's why it's that, and I think it's Abreu. If I had to go 1-2 on like what kind of triggered this whole thing. And you can't downplay just like the actual pitching of getting a guy like Hunter Brown going.
See, I think that's more the significant part, or the most significant part, I would say. Like the turn, we can point to a moment, a seminal moment. We can say, hey, it's when it turns around for Hunter Brown. Hey, it's when they lose to the White Sox and decide that they're not going to be this pitiful outfit anymore.
Not going to take it anymore.
They're not going to take it anymore. Or, hey, it's when they finally sweep a good baseball team, when they come home and do it against the Orioles.
Yeah.
But to me, the most significant development for the Astros, and the reason why we're able to have a different type of conversation about them now than we were having about them before, is they got this Brown-Blanco 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
The Brown pitcher named Blanco and the white pitcher named Brown. It's the best part.
I love that.
Dude, it's the best part. And I didn't, again, when I thought of this last year, I did not think that it was going to develop into anything of significance beyond just this little moment that I had on my couch where I realized, you know what? They got a brown pitcher named Blanco and a white pitcher named Brown. Ain't that some?
Yeah. Were you holding your breath when you did that? Were you holding your breath when you did that?
But look, it turns out that is way more significant of a note than I thought. Like on the serious note, Lopez, Ronel Blanco, Hunter Rennell with an all-star caliber season, and then Hunter Brown with, I think obviously the beginning of his season negates, like, he's been brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's only brought the ERA down but so much because of how bad he was earlier.
Yeah.
But if you just isolate the brilliance, it's even better, I think, than what we've seen from Blanco. And that's no knock on Blanco. It's just better than what we've seen, period.
Look,
outside
we had a no-hitter.
Outside the no-hitter.
We had a no-hitter, but I do agree with you.
Yeah. But if you, and then you bring that together, you got a 1-2 punch here that, oh, by the way, doesn't even include Framber Valdez, who is not as reliable as he has been, but is 100% going to be a dude that you throw out there in the postseason, to start a game for you in the series. You got 3 arms based off of the information that we have right now. Based off of what we know right now, I feel like you got 3 guys, Rennell Blanco, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, that you feel good about going into a postseason series, on top of the fact that outside of this Kyle Tucker injury, you've been pretty healthy with your lineup as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good time, man. It's a good time to be an Astros fan. And look, I don't have any regrets about how we talked about them previously. I know you don't either, Lopez. This was the state of affairs.
Yes.
That's what they were then. This is what they are now. All we can do is really give it to you straight. By the way, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up next on In the Loop, Lunchtime Confessions. Stay there.
The Drive with
These are my confessions.
It is lunchtime confessions on In the Loop. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in the building. This is where we confess our sins and let them hang just a little bit extra. We start with Lopez.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is so bad. So you saw Tyreek Hill was here in Houston, right?
Well, if I know Tyreek Hill, I'd imagine Houston's got a lot that would interest him.
A lot to offer?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot to offer. Well, he was working out. And Aaron Wilson got a hold of him and asked him a couple questions. I'm not going to lie. This is my confession. What I thought of when I heard this.
I'm very excited to, just be a part of, the old wave, which was $30 million, and Justin Jefferson came and surpassed that, man. So very, proud of those guys. Happy for obviously my teammate Waddle, getting his new deal. For guys like me, that's great. I'm 30 years old. Also looking for a new deal. So
wait, what?
Very, very excited to see where I fit in to that category.
Right.
So it's amazing.
So he's already looking for a new deal?
Mouths to feed, my brother.
That's exactly my confession. That was my confession.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Why not be looking for a new deal?
Dude has 11 kids.
The food ain't going to pay for itself.
So I'm not alone.
The diapers don't just appear.
He just got a new deal not long ago, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it $30 million?
That's what he's saying. He said, hey, man, I set the bar. Yeah. Now I'm about to go set it again.
And now he wants a new deal.
Hey, he's Latrell Sprewell.
He say, mama need a house, baby needs some shoes.
And my mind, so I'm not alone, obviously. My
He got to feed his kids,
damn
man.
right he does.
Need that new deal.
He's got 11 kids and a lot of baby mamas to take care of. That's bad, man. That's bad. And I guarantee you probably was a factor. Yeah, I need a new deal. 11.
So
11.
How you even covering that much ground?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, I understand that he's, the cheetah.
Yeah.
He can cover ground quicker than most of us and all of that. I get it. But this is a little different.
11.
I don't even know how you have I don't know, maybe this is just saying more about me. Maybe I'm telling too much, but attention span, appetite, I don't have none of it.
Sense. Common sense.
I got a lot of that.
Yeah.
I got plenty.
He doesn't.
That I think is my gift.
He does not have
I got
common
plenty
sense.
of that. I don't know what's wrong with my boy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I don't want to do anything for the 4th of July. And nobody's making me. I'm a grown ass man, can do whatever I want to do.
Yeah.
But my confession is just to be really transparent about what the 4th of July is actually going to be for me this year, this week. I did not realize until maybe yesterday that we weren't working 4th of July.
Yeah.
I thought we was doing a show. I was going to be ready to do a show with y'all on 4th of July. I thought we was all coming in.
Yeah.
I did. I thought y'all are going to be going after the day.
Yeah.
I'll be in tomorrow, but nobody's going to be in on 4th of July. Nice to know.
Yeah.
4th of July, don't want to be bothered, don't really want to do anything, not in an antisocial way.
Yeah.
Because y'all know I got this element about me where I like to be alone, but I'll be with the crowd. I'll be with the people.
You can do both.
I can do both.
It's a mood.
This is more about rest.
Yeah.
You telling me I got the whole day off from all the jobs that I do?
Yeah.
I'm sleeping.
You're going to rest. You're going to sleep.
I might sleep.
You're going to eat and sleep.
I might set a record for the most that I've slept as an adult in one day.
And eaten, hopefully.
Yes.
This is not anti-American. We all understand what 4th of July is and what it means for. It's the most overrated holiday of all of them.
It is.
No, it's overrated.
It is probably overrated.
And let me explain it.
It's probably overrated.
It's not a big food holiday. It's hamburgers and hot dogs. We're going to have hamburgers, hot dogs, and brats. Which is good.
Which we do all the time.
But we do it all the time.
Any weekend. We do not need a good excuse to do that.
It's not a great sports holiday. I mean, there's baseball.
It's a bad.
Maybe Wimbledon.
It's a bad time in the sports calendar.
Yeah. It's not a big, it's not a top family holiday. I mean, people tend to do their own thing, sometimes with the family, sometimes. It's not a big shopping holiday like Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's not a big, it can be, but it's not a big drinking holiday like New Year's and Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's a very overrated holiday.
Well, and also like the people who hold it. I don't want to get like political here, but like the whole, our independence.
No, I get it, and I respect it, and I'm proud.
But come on, like, what are we doing?
Yeah, you mean the over the top stuff?
Yeah, I mean, like, let's be serious.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So one thing about me, man, sometimes I be having weird hate for certain NBA players.
You've expressed some of that today.
Yeah. So I have a weird hate with a player like Jayshawn Tate for the Rockets. He's a good guy. Went to the best college in the world, The Ohio State University.
There you go.
But sometimes I get frustrated with how people value a certain player that, you don't really see as much from that person.
Yeah.
So he's one of them. I don't know if people know this guy, but Ira Newble is another one.
Ira Newble.
Try to make him out as this defensive specialist because he can't do anything on offense. Another one is Eric Snow. Eric Snow, I just never understood Eric Snow. This dude didn't even.
NBA has more of those guys than any
they
sport.
have a lot of those guys, and the thing I hate about that is people try to defend him like, oh, he's actually good doing this, and like, nah, this dude suck. Tobias Harris is on this list for me too, man. I think he takes the cake for all of these guys. Because at least these guys ain't get over $300 million in their NBA career.
He's all about Tobias.
This dude is driving me nuts, and I thought I was the only person that didn't care for Tobias Harris. Kendrick Perkins, Beaumont's own, actually has some words about him too.
Tobias Harris, let him walk. I mean, damn. He asked them if they wanted something from Chick-fil-A before the game. The team told him yes, and he came back with a bag full of napkins and straws. I mean, he was just a no-show out there. And not
That's a great line.
No, he is 100% right, man. Like, dog, you can't come back with a fry from Chick-fil-A. Napkins and straws, man. Like, you can't bring no Chick-fil-A sauce. That's how I feel about Tobias Harris, man. I never understood the hype about this guy, man, making all of this money. It's ridiculous, man. Salute to him.
Good.
I have no personal hate towards him, but this is crazy, man.
It sounds like it's a little personal.
I just want to know the exact situation, the exact moment that Kendrick Perkins is talking about, where they sent somebody to Chick-fil-A.
I think he's just being kind of.
He was being a little bit over the top there, but it's definitely one of those, hey, you went to go get this and then you didn't come back with it. Like this sometimes happens at the grocery store. Maybe they send you out to the grocery stores. Oh, I couldn't find it or I didn't get it. How do you not come back with it? But I gotta know, like, where did he? You went to Chick-fil-A and came back with nothing but napkins and straws. Like, just the image of that. But yes, no,
it's so good,
dude. Tobias Harris, what a legend at the bank. Legend at the bank.
Legend at the bank.
You can't deny that. Definitely a legend at the bank.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I was just talking about the 4th of July being overrated, but that's not to say I don't appreciate it and enjoy it and have a good time. How do we feel about this? Because I appreciated it, but I could see where it would be, all right, that's a bit much. So you mentioned it. Going to head down sideways to the Comal River and Canyon Lake tomorrow. My daughter created a spreadsheet for every one of our meals. Most all our meals. So I'm showing you the spreadsheet right here.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, it's got heroes and fries, or Hitos, how you want to say it. Tomorrow, got some English muffins, breakfast, Italian breakfast bake, wedge salad with some chicken and shrimp on Thursday night. Friday, we're going to have some assorted tacos, lasagna and salad. It goes on and on and on. How do we feel about spreadsheets for vacation dinners?
The older I get, the more I'm into the spreadsheets.
Yeah.
I'm pro spreadsheet. I think the older I get, the more organized I wish to be. And I think organization is good. I think it keeps y'all in line. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with it.
I'm kind of both on it, but I'm leaning toward your side on this. Like, I think it's a great idea. It prevents, like, we got 3-4 families coming together. Me and my 3 kids with their spouses and kids. It prevents the, what do y'all want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? No, I get
that. I think it's smart too, but me looking at that, I would definitely roll my eyes. Like, come on, what are we doing, man? We can all of us can find a place to go, but it is kind of smart. That way, we don't have to think about, what you want to eat, what you got taste for, what you got taste for.
See, I think there's a difference between just simply having making the spreadsheet and having the spreadsheet versus, say, like, I would roll my eyes if she like shared it with everybody.
Yeah, it's just us.
Yeah, it's like, or you know what I mean? Like, only the cooks or maybe only a few people really need to see it.
And the vacation, the grocery trips are going to be better.
Yeah.
We're not going to double up on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and I think it's something that y'all also, like, it's fine that we're doing it here in Confessions, but it's also something that y'all shouldn't really, like, talk about.
No.
Like, hey, we got this spreadsheet. Is that the meal that was supposed to be on this part of the spreadsheet? Like, don't make too big of a deal out of the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
But absolutely have it in the background as a resource.
She should be the one that's responsible for the meals and just say, hey, I'm in charge of dinner. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
And then when that time comes, what's for dinner? Okay, we got this.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I ain't like Patrick Creighton going after Ron Hughley on Twitter.
They was going nuts too,
They
man.
were going at it. It was for we might call it friendly fire.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to talk to those guys maybe offline about how we go about this. About the branding and perception and upkeep. Maybe that's a conversation that we have off the air, Patrick and Ron. If you're listening, maybe that's something that we do. But I will say the confession is PC was right.
Yeah.
He was on the right side of the argument, and I didn't feel comfortable jumping in or stepping in the fray. First of all, I didn't like that it happened. So
it was the epitome of that escalated quickly.
It was ridiculous. Please don't, guys. Let's not act like children on social media anymore. And this is coming from the digital lead at your station who's asking you to do this. But to the point. DC was right.
Wow.
And I'm going to say this, too. It felt kind of anti, if you know what I mean. It felt a little
dirty.
It felt a little anti. I didn't want to get in there because I was like, man, Ron's my guy.
We just had Juneteenth, man.
You know what I mean? Like, I ain't really feel all comfortable with it.
Hilarious.
But PC was right.
Yeah.
Sign with the white man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta give Lopez some grace now, man. I do. I think Lopez and Vandermeer are the only ones in Houston with an Android. And I finally got to give them some grace now, man, because Apple, they just did an update. It's a beta update right now, so it's not officially out, but it will be once, I guess, probably in a couple months. But now you can actually send clear videos and pictures to Androids.
Thank you.
So they made it where we could text. I actually text somebody recently that has a Android, and at the bottom of it said delivered. And if you have an iPhone and you text somebody with an Android, you can't see anything. All you see is green bubbles, all that stuff. So I got to get Lopez some grace now, man. I think you could probably get back in that family group chat now, man.
I'm telling you, man, they ostracized me for some of their
I know they
videos
got a side group chat right now, but I think you could probably get back in there now, man.
I'm gonna send you both a video here during this break. And I want y'all to tell me how it turns out. Remember, there was a story about 3 months ago now that was like they were going to do this. Enough was enough. You know?
So I think it's good. I think the Android, Apple use. I think we can put our differences aside now and just link up like the Bloods and Crips.
I was just about to say that is the big takeaway. This is what you love to see.
Yes.
When the Apple user, when the iPhone user, and the Android user come together.
Can't we all just get along?
It's like the Bloods and Crips bring their blue and their red together.
Tied together.
Tie our handkerchiefs together.
And put their fists in the air.
Android handkerchief and an iPhone handkerchief.
We are one. It's like Frankie Beverly and May said. We are one.
Yep.
We are absolutely 100%. That is Lunchtime Confessions on In the Loop with John Lopez, B. Scott, and Figgy Fig. Coming up next, we're going to call our shot. Are the Astros going to win the AL West or not? That's next on In the Loop.
Yeah, right now, Low T Center.
available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop, Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, here with you. And fellas, I want you to call your shot. I want to hear where you at with this. Are the Astros, since it's a different team now, not the Astros that we knew before, but the Astros that we know now. This squad that we've been watching, are they winning this division? 3 games out?
And it's only a yes or no.
3 games out of the AL West?
Yeah.
3 games out of the wild card. I'm asking about the division, not the wild card. Yes or no? Are they doing it? Call your shot. What you think?
All right, Figgy, you're next. I'll go first. So you're saying yes or no? Because earlier I said I wouldn't be surprised based on how they're playing.
That's not calling your
That's
shot.
not calling the shot.
That's not calling your shot, man.
Yes or no? Astros win the division.
My answer is yes.
Figgy?
I've got a definitive yes. What you got, Figgy?
I'm going to say yes. Because I really don't trust anybody in the division outside of the Astros.
Well, that's where I'm going too. We all, by the way, thought they were done in different ways. I said,
never gave up on them.
Yeah, sure you didn't. You didn't say done. You said like toast or something. No, Sean said toast.
Sean said toast. I think you said done. I think I said cooked.
I said it was too early. It's too early.
I think we covered all the bases.
So they were cooked toast that was done.
To use a baseball reference.
They were cooked
I think we covered all the bases.
So yes, the answer is yes, and it's for. I'm interested in your theory, but it's for almost the exact reason that Figgy just talked about. Like I can't get over. I think the biggest difference, we talked about Altuve and all, but I think the biggest difference is collectively it's like they looked around and maybe not even said it, but they looked around and realized we're the freaking Astros. Yes, we're not the same Astros, but we're the freaking Astros.
Remember who you are.
Yes.
Man, that's a word right there, Lopez. Because it did seem like for a while either
they doubted it.
Either they
don't think they didn't.
Well, either they had forgotten who they were, or they had become something different. And, and I think the issue for us is that we couldn't tell which one it was.
Yes, and running parallel with, look, again, just to reiterate, they still got issues. They get a lot. They got a lot to overcome still, just in terms of acquiring players and keeping this run gun going and keeping pitching at its top level. But I'm going to say yes because not just, they looked around, figuratively speaking, or maybe even literally, and said, we're the freaking Astros. I think parallel to that, the Mariners are like, damn, that's the freaking Astros. Like the Mariners looking in their rearview mirror at the same time is what I think is going to be.
Yeah, they looking at the Astros like, oh, man, that's the boogeyman.
Yep.
That's the boogeyman right there.
Yeah.
So even if you just look at the numbers, okay, the Astros, while they're 3 games behind the Mariners, have some other numbers that would lead you to believe that they are the better team, that they are a better team than the Mariners, despite being a few games behind them. And these are the ones that I would use. Run differential, plus 35 versus the Mariners. The Astros run differential is plus 35 versus the Mariners run differential of plus 6.
Yeah.
So they got a plus 29 advantage in run differential. So there is that. Expected win-loss record. How about this, Lopez? While the Mariners are 3 games ahead of the Astros, the Astros' expected win-loss record looks like 2 games ahead of the Mariners. So at least they are expected to have 2 more wins than the Mariners. So basically, if you reverse engineer this thing, the advanced numbers, the advanced stats, some of the peripheral numbers tell you that the Astros have played over the course of the season, have actually played better baseball than the Mariners. I think if you look at those 2 factors, those are, to me, indicators that the Astros not only are on the Mariners' heels, but are just a better baseball team.
Well, and right now for sure. Just look at the last 10, 15 games. They're playing better baseball, and we can talk about.
Yes, that's probably the biggest thing.
Yeah, that they're playing better baseball. They're getting better pitching, and we talked about this 21 game stretch a little over a week ago, I talked about the 21-game stretch with you before the All-Star break, because after the All-Star break, you have to start looking at the trade deadline and all that. I mean, that's a wrap. Like, they're gonna be in the hunt for something. You know, and it might be hard to get. You might have to give up some prospects, but there is no more should they buy, should they sell, what are they going to do? No. They see what's happening. I mean, it could be bad advice. Like, they could mortgage the future of the organization if they have to give away too much to try to make this run now, and then it doesn't work out. Like, it could be a bad move, but it's going to be the move.
I think an interesting calculation that they're going to have to make is whether – because I think they need to make a move in order to put themselves in the upper echelon, or to, take another step beyond just, being a slightly above 500 baseball team. But I don't think that they need to make another move, or at least a major move. Teams make marginal, moves along the margins all the time. Like, maybe they get a bullpen arm.
And that's what Adam Spillane keeps saying. Well, they can get an arm, and I'm like, but
so maybe that's what they end up doing. Maybe they do something small, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't think they need to make a major move in order to win this division. I think this division is theirs. The AL West is the Astros, whether they go out and get Vladimir Guerrero or whether they go do whatever the equivalent is to getting Phil Maton from a couple of years ago. Like, whether you add to this bullpen or you go out and get a star, I still think you're winning this pitiful-ass AL West and chasing down these Mariners, who you are a better baseball team, flat out a better baseball team than. Like, I believe that it's going to be, okay, do we want to be better than, and I understand you you swept the Orioles, but do we want to be in that conversation? I know they're the Astros. They haven't played like that. Do we want to be in that conversation with the top teams in the American League? And do we want to be competitive for if we do win that pennant and we're facing the Phillies or Atlanta or the Dodgers? Like, are we good enough to go up against that? No, you're going to have to make some changes.
See, that's a great point. You just got me thinking, like, would it even be a successful season if you make this run? Would you consider it, I should say, it will be a successful season, but would you consider it a successful season if they make this run, they squeeze into the postseason, they make some peripheral marginal moves and kind of get into another playoff picture, and then still don't complete the job, maybe get ousted early? Part of me would say, that's a great success considering where they started, but that's not also not the standard.
See, I don't, because I don't know about y'all, but I done seen 7 ALCS championship games.
That's not the standard.
Like, that's my standard.
Well, and not just that, and this is a complicated question to answer, I think, because if you keep it all in context and say, hey, this is where they started and this is where they finished.
You're like, good job.
Good job. This is a successful season. Hey, if we're watching baseball in Pittsburgh or just name a city where the baseball ain't good, then they would love to have this. But also, that ain't the standard, nor is it really like what success should be limited to, or what a winner should be limited to, because the Astros themselves have seen what it looks like when the Nationals come in here looking like an average team, but then all of a sudden they can beat you in a 7-game series in the World Series.
Yeah, if this was 2013 Astros or something like that and they squeeze into the playoffs, then we probably throw a parade or something. But
let me ask you this.
And we're not going to excuse the beginning because you did
it would be a
go
success.
on the run.
It would be but not the standard of success.
It's a very successful season, especially how it started.
Yeah. Well, here's the other question I got to ask you guys. Like, how long can you rely on, we're the freaking Astros to carry you? Keep in mind, the Orioles, the Yankees, and now the Guardians are all 22 games above 500. All three of them.
Yeah, but
can you beat any? Can you go through a gauntlet of teams like that in the postseason by relying on we're the Astros?
No, I don't
we're
think
the Astros.
I don't think they can rely on that. Period. Like
on the culture, on the winning, on the
especially with the injuries and all that stuff. I just don't think they'll be built for that.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they can rely on that at all, and I wouldn't want to rely on that. I will say though, it's part of what's got me excited.
What's going to get them there?
Well, but also though, what's got me excited about some of the new elements of their success, right? The Renell Blancos of the world, the Hunter Browns of the world. Like I mentioned, Jake Myers earlier in the show, having a real viable center fielder. Like, to me, having all those things going for you, feels less of we're resting on being the Astros of old, or we're just the Astros. I think you've got an element of that that works. Like, I don't want to say that you can have it both ways, but you kind of do, because you've got Altuve, Bregman, even Tucker and Jordan have that experience now. You got those guys, but then you've also got these younger guys who have stepped up, emerged for you, and have really kind of just allowed you to, I don't know, to be a team that you can just sort of take for granted and be like, yeah, you know what? They're going to be there. They're going to be in the mix. I think, again, to Figgy's point, it helps that they're in this division, though. Yeah. That is 100% it. 100% it. All right. He is John Lopez here with Figgy Fig, B. Scott on In the Loop. Coming up in the final hour, we go around the NFL. That's next on In the Loop.
What should we expect?
around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Around the NFL in the loop, John Lopez, B. Scott here with you, Figgy Fig. And we put down here 3 cut candidates for the Texans. Why you want to kill a vibe, Lopez?
You know what?
We got cut but you know what? I can appreciate this because we are going to have to cross this bridge at some point, one way or another. To me, ain't no time like the present.
Yeah.
So we might as well get to it. You got cut candidates for the Texans, at least 3?
Well, Clutch Points is putting together a list for all 32 teams. They haven't gotten to the Texans yet. The example I used was the Niners. You know, they have 3, which is obviously a great team. So, like, who are 3 cut candidates for the Niners? And they're doing like 1 or 2 a day. They did the Titans and other teams. So they haven't done the Texans yet. So they will. They're going to do who the cut candidates are for the Texans. Like for the Niners, for example, I mean, this is a guy that the Texans might be interested in if it does happen. Running back Elijah Mitchell, that would be a big surprise, but they explained it. I'm not going to get into the detail. A tight end and a cornerback. So it got me thinking, all right, I mean, there's going to be surprises, and somebody's going to make this prediction on Clutch Points. Who are the 3 cut candidates? Like familiar names that might be cut by the time we have this show. We do a show, let's say in early September.
Yeah, I mean, the one that sticks out the most is going to be Robert Woods. I feel like there's like a cut candidate position, I feel like, in this wide receiver, because now there's a log jam, and then there's guys there with names that that you've heard of. Mm-hmm. And so 2 to just jump off top to me are Robert Woods and John Mechie. And I don't think John Mechie is going to get cut. Yeah. But I just think that there is a numbers game that is going to be important to pay attention to once we get to training camp. I think John Mechie is going to emerge from the group. Yeah. But in terms of candidates and in terms of urgency and the need to perform and to show and to be, as best you can among your position group, I think Robert Woods and John Mechie are 2 that stand out to me off top.
That is one of the positions that I was focused on as well. I'm with you. I mean, 4 guys for sure are not getting cut. And they usually only keep 6 wide receivers, maybe 7.
Yeah, no, that's right.
So let's say Mechie, I'll go with you. Let's say Mechie's not going to get cut. And I think that's a real possibility. So that's 5 already. So 3 does not go into 1. Because you got Noah Brown, you got Xavier Hutchinson, you got Robert Woods. Because I don't think they're going to cut Ben Skoranek. They just brought him in. And he's a special teams guy that's going to have a defined role. And, so I guess it's possible, but I think they brought him in for a specific reason.
Yeah, and he might, like when you say 6 or 7 as the number for wide receivers.
He might be 7.
He might be. He might qualify as number 7.
Yeah, and then the other easy answer, I guess it's on the table, would be Kenyon Green. I mean, it's a tough cut. It's a first-round pick.
Yeah,
but if you go another year and it's just not there,
he is somehow both an obvious candidate and would surprise me if it happened.
Yes.
I feel like both things are true. He's a candidate because look at year 3, didn't play last year. I think there is an urgency at that position where like they just got to.
You can't mess around.
Well, yeah, they got to figure it out, and maybe for Kenyon Green, it's just a matter of figuring it out. Whether it's here or elsewhere, if it doesn't happen in training camp or they see something else or don't see enough, then maybe that's it. But I just got a hard time believing that this past year that Kenyon Green took off away from the field, I got a hard time believing that that's not going to benefit him in a major way.
You would think.
I got a hard time believing that getting away from the game, the daily grind of the game, and having the chance to allow your body to heal, develop, whatever all different things that needed to happen with Kenyon Green's body. I think it was a mixture of both.
Yeah.
He was both young and unhealthy. Like, I think he was still growing into his body to some degree, but also was just never healthy from the moment that the Texans drafted him, quite honestly, which is maybe even a question, for Nick Caserio or for Texans brass about the process or how much they looked into exactly what was under the hood there. But I mean, that part is water under the bridge at this point. It's about putting it all together. I could absolutely see him being a candidate, but would also still be surprised if he did not make good on the time that he's had away.
All right, here's a wild one for you. I don't think it's necessarily it's as much one of the candidates that I'm going to list as a question. Could they steal another roster spot by only keeping 2 quarterbacks?
Well, that's not today's game though now, right?
No,
I mean, the post-COVID era, you keep you 2 quarterbacks and you got you like a COVID quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, like it is the underrated COVID effect of the NFL. It's like, you know what? I don't think anybody that's serious is going to go a significant amount of time without either 3 quarterbacks on their roster or at least a real quarterback.
You'll have a third quarterback, but basically I'm saying like a Davis Mills or Case Keenum, because you could have like they got 4 on there right now. They got Tim Boyle. You could keep him on on the back. But could there be a quarterback surprise?
Yeah, if anything, it's weird because Davis Mills seems to be like the guy that's most qualified to be the backup, but also the one that they don't quite believe in for whatever reason. They believe,
and he wants to play.
Well,
I don't know if he can.
I think in fairness, I don't think he is a frontline starter. And if we saw what that looked like already, But in fairness to him, I do think he deserves a more
like a chance to compete,
competitive chance at the backup job.
Yeah,
because see here, he's only kind of like the backup quarterback in name.
Yeah.
But he's not really the backup quarterback because I feel like
they turned to Keenum.
Yeah, we've got a good sense for what happens if for some reason C.J. Stroud can't go.
Yeah.
It's going to be Case Keenum. I mean,
could that be a surprise? Maybe not cut. It might be end up being a trade or something.
Either a trade or one of those friendly cuts where it's hey, we'll cut you early on enough to where you can maybe have more of a sense for where you're going to end up. Yeah, I'm going to add that one actually.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make that one mine. I'm gonna adopt that. I'm gonna go.
I thought it was.
I'm gonna go to 2 wide receivers that I mentioned, and I'm gonna go Davis Mills, and maybe as a gentleman's cut at that.
Mm-hmm.
Pay the guy a little bit of respect for being a soldier, and say, hey, we're gonna let you find a team where you can actually compete. Yeah, I like that. Some other ones I think are actually pretty good, Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
What if whoever loses the C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah, Kamari Lassiter,
I think that's definitely
last man standing situation.
That might not even be a surprise.
See, for me though, and this is why it would be a little bit of a surprise, and I guess if I'm pointing it out now, then it's not. But I would hope that whoever doesn't win that spot does provide some depth for you. Because to me, if you lose that competition, then that's your lot in life now, right?
Yeah.
You're a depth guy.
You know what you are.
Yeah, wherever it is that you go, if you couldn't win this competition, wherever it is you go, you're going to play a similar role to the one that you play in here.
Yeah.
So you might as well do it here for a team that, oh, by the way, is one of the hottest, one of the most talked about, one of the most revered in football right now. You've got a franchise quarterback to believe in. You got some pieces on defense other than yourself, obviously, to believe in. Defensive-minded head coach. But I could see on that side of the ball, whoever does not survive that competition, not being depth the way I would like for them to be.
Or not wanting to.
No, that's what I'm getting
not
at.
Wanting to.
Maybe not wanting to be the depth at a spot where they were expecting to compete for maybe a starting role.
No, I think that's more than fair to consider that a possibility. They may want out. They may not fit here. And they may not have a place here at that cornerback spot.
Brandon Ayuk, this story is it's just a weird story how publicly this is played out. But the latest headline as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop, B. Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Brandon Ayuk for sure wants to stay with the 49ers.
You sure about that? Is that your final answer?
Do you buy this? This headline that Brandon Ayuk, and apparently he told this was on Friday. He said this is TMZ Sports at the airport in L.A. that he for sure wants to stay with the 49ers. Now, all of the shenanigans and all of the games that they've been playing on social media lead me to believe that he don't. Yeah. And it leads me to believe that the 49ers are also maybe maybe they want him, but not at the price. This is what it sounds like. Do you buy this, that Brandon Ayuk for sure wants to stay with the 49ers?
For sure?
For sure.
Hell no.
He says, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying today. I mean, that's what's going on.
He was telling his boy, man, right, they don't want me no more.
Yeah, no, and he's gone back and forth and waffled on that multiple times. But no, I just don't feel like there's different ways to do negotiations publicly, and there's some ways to do negotiations very privately. He has gone in the far extreme in one direction, just trying to rattle a lot of cages, man. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't either, man. I don't either. I feel like at this point it's kind of you've gone back and forth enough now to where now it's kind of time to play the good soldier or play the the good cop side. Now it's like
I don't think it's in him.
I want to come across as this is what I want to do. This is what we're this is what we're about. No longer am I making embarrassing social media videos.
Would it surprise you if he played somewhere else?
I feel like I'm expecting them to play somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'm expecting them to play somewhere else. Or unless honestly, this is really up to the 49ers, though, and their appetite for this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm expecting them to play somewhere else because, to me, it seems like at some point you lose your appetite for this kind of back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I would say, to me, I would say that he's probably going to play somewhere else.
Yeah.
More than likely.
So there's your answer.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're going to lose your appetite for this.
Yeah, there's your answer.
It's 100% got to be the case as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop. Man, also, we were talking about C.J. Stroud earlier as the most clutch quarterback. I really feel like Lopez.
We didn't mention one name, did we? Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
We
didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this is a little bit too much hype, man.
Oh, it is a lot of hype.
I feel like
it is a lot of hype.
I feel like it's a little bit too much energy, a little bit too much sauce, if you will.
Yeah.
On the Texans, like I'm a little bit worried about it. Not that C.J. Stroud can't live up to it, not that DeMeco Ryans can't live up to it. Just that maybe we've oversold ourselves on exactly what.
And
to
it's
expect.
not even just us. Let me read.
I mean, it's happening around the NFL.
Around the NFL,
literally.
But it is a lot of hype. It is a lot of hype, and not that this is going to necessarily be the case. But let me read 4 quotes to you. They're short quotes. I want you and Figgy to guess who this was said about. They've got a veteran quarterback, a big-time receiver, a strong running game, and a dominant defense. That's more than enough for a Super Bowl run. Who was that said about?
Who?
Figgy?
Read it again. Veteran quarterback.
They've got a veteran quarterback, a big-time receiver, a strong running game, and a dominant defense. That's more than enough for a Super Bowl run.
Who was that said about?
Who was that written about by a major national outlet?
The Jets?
The 2012 Houston Texans.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
All right, let me read another one. The culture is real. In short time, this has become one of the most established teams in the league. Don't underestimate what they're capable of, even if you're talking about raising a trophy. Who was that written about?
Is that the 11 ones?
The 1996 Houston Rockets after acquiring Charles Barkley.
Oh, man.
We're talking hype, right?
You hitting me right in the gut. Right in the gut.
Let me read another quote to you. You tell me who this was written about. This team can do it. Every element of the offense is potentially next level, and the front office seems to have answered every question in the offseason. Houston may be on the verge of something special. Who was that written about?
Ooh, is this another?
Biggie?
I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and say the COVID Texans, 2020 Texans.
The 2006 Houston Astros. So my point is, sometimes the hype is real and we get swept up in it. Those are all real quotes.
All right,
those are all real quotes.
Let's be real, though.
Yeah.
This seemed like it's got a lot more promise than all of that what we just mentioned.
Or
though,
we
right?
could have said that in 06 too.
Yeah,
or 98.
Yeah,
or 90s, whatever.
The benefit of hindsight, I know we have, but
can't all those quotes have been written about the Texans?
Yeah.
I mean, look about it. Like they're talking about front office. The seems to have answered every question in the offseason. Another one's like the culture is real. Short time. It's been one of the most established teams in the league. The other one was about, this one was a little bit of a giveaway because it said a veteran quarterback and a big-time receiver, and so you were like, but it was talking about the Texans with Schaub and Andre, but it also said strong running game, dominant defense. That's more than enough for a Super Bowl run. These are all real.
Yeah.
For teams that flopped.
You know, another team that had a lot of hype, that flopped, that it just has me thinking, last year's Jets. I don't know why they were on my mind, but Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
The name that we didn't mention as we go around the NFL. That's one, to me, as a cautionary tale. Oh, Jets, Aaron Rodgers, and what it was going to be.
4 snaps.
4. 4 snaps, and that's not counting the Achilles.
Yeah. That the fourth was the Achilles.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. The fourth was the Achilles.
You see, they decided. They figured out where he was on that when he missed minicamp.
Where was he?
He went to Egypt. He checked off another continent, I guess. So Aaron Rodgers had a pre-planned trip to Egypt allegedly, and I got to be honest. I don't think that his excuse is a good one. Let's think about this. They said that he deserved the benefit of the doubt because he didn't really know when minicamp was going to be scheduled when he planned the trip, and so they gave him this unexcused absence because whatever. Dude, he's Aaron Rodgers. It's not like he had a non-refundable ticket. Or you know what I mean?
Or that he's unfamiliar with the NFL schedule.
Or that he couldn't have picked up the phone and said, hey, I'm thinking about going to Egypt, June whatever to whatever. You think that's going to be? They would have told him, that's probably when we're going to do. Like, the reason that they're saying, like, if C.J. Stroud had did this, I think we would have a problem with it. Like, wait a minute, you're missing minicamp because of a vacation or whatever it is. Maybe you went on a retreat again, that you couldn't pick up the phone, number one. Number two, he probably already knew when minicamp was going to be. And number three, you can't reschedule that. Like, it's not like me or Figgy or you, oh, man, I got a non-refundable ticket. Sorry, I don't want to eat that money. He could eat all the money he wanted.
He could eat the money.
Yeah.
The Jets. You think the Jets wouldn't?
Yeah.
How much was that trip? Oh, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, exactly.
Or we'll send you. Oh, sorry, Aaron. Yeah. You got to come to work, but you know what? We'll send you to Egypt whenever you get ready.
People are giving him a pass like, oh, okay, so it was already scheduled? Bull crap.
Yeah, but see, if it was a practice player that did the same thing, they wouldn't have gave him no grace.
Exactly.
And they probably need that ticket the most. They can't just eat that ticket up like that.
And I get it. Aaron Rodgers has his own set of rules. But don't give me that, he had it scheduled excuse. He had it scheduled. He scheduled it deliberately at that time and didn't care if minicamp was happening or not.
Yeah, man. Get out of here with that.
Get out of here with that.
We got some more vacations scheduled during the season?
Yeah, exactly.
Was this the final straw for this NBA player? That's next on Internet Going Nuts. It's In the Loop. Stay there.
In the Loop.
I think the most important rookies to
610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. And Lopez, B. Scott here with you, by the way, Figgy Fig as well. Lopez, man, I cannot believe that you asked this question about this young lady.
Oh, you know me.
I can't believe.
If the thought enters my mind, it's probably going to come out my mouth.
It is. Is there?
It can be a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah. And that is a tough time.
Yeah.
That is a tough thing of like trying to keep that filter on.
Yeah.
But is there anything on the internet right now that's got the internet going nuts more than the Hawk Tour girl?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing has the internet going nuts more. She did an interview.
Does it say more about her or us? Is what I'm curious.
Yes is the answer.
There we go.
Yes is the answer. So there were a lot of reports about Hawk Tua girl, and her dad was a preacher and all this other stuff. She did an interview on a podcast. And, well, I'll ask the question after you hear this.
What were you doing for your job?
I worked in a spring factory. I'm not a school teacher.
That was my next question, because everyone said that you were a teacher and got fired from your job.
No, I'm not even old enough to be a teacher.
I was going to say, because you're 21, I'm like, this is illegal. Who are you teaching?
Exactly.
So you weren't a teacher?
Or a bartender.
So
either one.
And also, I've heard rumors that your dad is a preacher?
My father is so far from a preacher, it's crazy.
So everything has just been made up?
Oh, yeah. Like, none of it's true at all.
Yeah, and then she was I guess Shaq was DJing in Nashville.
Yeah, I saw this.
And she was taking pictures with Shaq and then got into the booth. And I think she actually did a Hawk Tua on the mic.
Yeah.
And all this other stuff. So, as I said, if it enters my mind, it's probably going to come out my mouth. And it came out my mouth when I was talking to you guys before the show. I'll just keep it very, very direct. How long until she does porn?
A long time, Lopez. It's going to be a long time. What are we doing here, man? What are we doing?
She is cashing in. Figgy, what's your answer?
I don't think she's gonna do it.
All right, remember y'all said that.
Look, right now she don't have to.
That's what I'm saying.
She don't have to right now. Now, if she hit rock bottom where she needs some money and it's not going good, I think she can.
Dude, y'all are looking at this backwards. I bet you she already has huge the porn the adult, I should say, do it properly. The adult film industry, they pounce on stuff like this. They give you monstrous contract. Remember,
no pun and pun intended.
Remember Lisa Ann as what's her name from Alaska? The one that was
Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin? Nailing Sarah Palin?
Nailing Palin?
Yeah, it was. Yes, I very much remember it.
As soon as stuff like this breaks, they write big checks. Big checks.
But she got to want to do it.
And it sounds like she kind of does. It kind of sounds like she's got some experience.
But right now, you never really see like porn stars trying to be porn. If they don't have to, I feel like they wouldn't do it.
Porn is like football, man. You're not going to do that if you don't have to.
She's 21 years old and might get a million.
But see, that's the thing with this social media influencer day and age.
That's good.
There will be plenty of ways for her to. She can cash in on the sexual nature of the Hawk Tua mantra and what all of this stuff represents. She'll be able to do the things and accomplish all the things that you're thinking of, I think, without actually having to do the porn, at least in the very beginning. Now, back to Figgy's point, I think Figgy's right on this.
Yeah.
There could come a day where this 15 minutes of fame, this moment in the spotlight wears off, and she's not able to monetize it in the same way that maybe she is right now. And could I see 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, you look up and you're like, is that they got a whole Hawk Tua section on Pornhub?
Or not even that, just more of a, hey, I got an OnlyFans, guys, because you see a lot of celebrities.
Now that's a possibility.
You see a lot of celebrities, former actresses that come out of nowhere and say, hey, I have an OnlyFans, and you be like, where this person been?
That would probably be because you can make a bleep ton of money on OnlyFans. But I'm telling you, I bet you within 2 or 3 weeks, not 2 or 3 years, we're going to at least get a report of such and such films offering her 7 figures.
Man, there is just too much money, I think, in the TikTok game and the YouTube game. Twitter's even paying, or X, whatever the hell they calling themselves now. They're even paying people. Like, to me, anything short of desperation should keep her out of porn.
Yeah.
Never mind whatever her appetite is for to actually do porn. I mean, I think the Lisa Ann era of influencer / porn star has a different kind of set of options at their disposal to this one. Now, again, could it happen? Yeah, but I think desperation is going to have to kick in as opposed to like opportunity. More opportunity is going to be there.
I think it's more likely she get an OnlyFans and maybe show people how to do the hot tour or something like that.
I do think OnlyFans is her first step. But trust me, there are people that are ready to write big checks. They strike when the irons are hot. And they're so hot you got to spit on them.
Got to hit that hawk tool on them.
I got the internet going nuts.
Hey, Figgy, I need you to catch me up on Rick Ross getting his ass beat in Canada, man.
What?
I didn't know. I didn't realize. I've been seeing that he was trending at different points. He was trending at different points. People were talking about him either not standing on business. I seen another part about how Rick Ross didn't even pinch the bitch. What exactly happened with Rick Ross getting jumped in Canada, man?
So it looked like Rick Ross had a show in Vancouver, Canada, and apparently he was out there playing the Kendrick song, They Not Like Us, Not Like Us. And some people were very offended. I guess some people that was from Vancouver was very offended. Long story short, they got in a scuffle. I think Rick Ross got hit. But he didn't really do anything. He was posting up like he was ready to fight, but didn't really do anything. His entourage, somebody from his entourage got beat up. I think he was unconscious or something like that. It went bad for the Rick Ross entourage.
Dang. So wait, Ross got hit and his mans got beat up?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I think Rick Ross just got hit and was in a scuffle, but I think his entourage is the one that got it the worst.
So these were Drake people. They were obviously in Canada.
No, see, that's the thing.
Canadians.
Yeah, they're
Just
Canadians
in
for
general.
sure. Yeah, I don't think they were associated with OVO, which is Drake's camp.
Yeah.
So the first thing I thought of, I'm like, man, you really got to be a fan to sit there and fight another rapper over somebody over another rapper that you don't even know.
Yeah.
And my other thing to Rick Ross's side, why are y'all playing another man's song?
Well, that's
like play your own damn diss song.
He did have one that was pretty good.
He
too.
did, yeah. Like, why are you playing Kendrick's song? You had nothing to do with that song.
Yeah,
it's an anthem now, though. Like it's a wave.
We talked about it yesterday.
It's an anthem.
It is, but
I think it's reaching the point, if it hasn't already, of like oversaturation. Call Me Maybe. That's the one that Figgy brought up.
But see, as a rapper, you can't be going around bumping another rapper's song like that, man.
Yeah, just respect it.
Yeah, and if you are, you got to be ready to go, man. You can't play that song and somebody tell you stop playing that song and you don't, you get your ass whooped.
Yeah.
That can't happen, man.
I think it does speak to the genuine hatred for Drake, though. I think it's more about the hatred for Drake and less about the bravado and the ego part that you mentioned in Figgy.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that is genuine. Like, okay, this is the banger. This is the hit that basically was like the kill shot, for lack of a better term, the kill shot on Drake and this beef.
Yeah.
And so all of us who either participated in it or who feel a certain way about Drake gonna play it up and play to it.
And I think it was a little bit of trolling too, because
I was just gonna ask, you think he was kind of sticking in there?
100%.
He kind of sticking it to him.
He was in Canada.
Yeah.
And he was playing that song to try to say, hey, I'm up in Canada.
Yeah.
Playing this song, talking about Canada's own.
Hey.
And oh, by the way, it was Canada Day, or I think it was close to being Canada
it was the day before or day of.
How about these cats from Vancouver being like, man, y'all got Canada effed up.
Yeah.
Y'all got Canada messed up. Y'all make jokes
too.
Hey,
yeah,
we can get gangster depending on how you want to go about it.
Yeah.
Like, don't count us out. Apparently,
yeah.
I'd never test nobody gangster, man. I'm sorry, I'd never test nobody gangster.
Nope.
I was not expecting that.
I got the internet going nuts.
So I saw a report from the Chicago Sun-Times that said, this is speaking of Not Like Us, I'll bring this back in a second. saying that DeMar DeRozan with the Bulls, his final straw was the trade that they made for Josh Giddey, sending Alex Caruso out and bringing Josh Giddey in. A lot of the internet was saying, hey, DeMar, and they're playing. Okay, so remember the concert, the pop-out concert that Kendrick Lamar had a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan, being an LA dude, ended up on stage with Russell Westbrook and some of the other guys.
Yeah.
And so they're taking that video and saying DeMar DeRozan said, not around my family. he hid his family as Kendrick Lamar.
I see what you did there.
He hid his family as Kendrick Lamar suggested you do with Drake around. That's what he doing with Josh Giddey joining the Chicago Bulls. This is ridiculous.
It's a bit of a reach, too. Isn't it?
DeMar DeRozan, keep the family away.
Yeah.
Because the report is that this was the final straw, but it's more so about them losing Alex Caruso, who he liked playing with, and less about him trying to keep the family away from Josh Giddey, who, my God, is never going to be able to live down this road.
No, he won't.
It's very, very, very messy.
Yeah.
That is the internet going nuts. Right here on In the Loop, he's John Lopez. I am B. Scott here with Figgy Fig. Coming up next, who is the most important non-QB on the Texans roster? We'll talk about that. Don't miss it on the other side.
Yeah, man. Let's talk about taking control of your health here with the Low T Center. It's lowtcenter.com. Easy to navigate.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop, Brandon Scott here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig rolling through. And we already know, guys, who the most important player is on this Texans team. Just a few weeks out from training camp, a couple of weeks out from training camp. And we know going in that the quarterback, the franchise quarterback, one of the best in the game, we were talking about it earlier, man. Some places got him as the most clutch there is.
Yeah.
Save for one Patrick Mahomes, but in the discussion for most clutch there is in the entire game. Put that aside for a second. Non-quarterback. The most important non-quarterback on the Houston Texans. The good part about it, I should say, is that there are a number of candidates. It's more than one, two, 3 or 4 different guys.
Now we're talking
importance. And I don't know if there is an exact right answer. It's really about just how you see it, what direction you come at it from. But I want to know from y'all the most important non-quarterback Houston Texan on this team now
Figgy,
as we sit. Where y'all at?
You're a big tape guy, I know.
Am I?
Yeah,
I know you've been crunching the tape.
You've been crunching that tape. You know what the standard answer is for the tape guys, for the X's and O's guys.
In
right?
the trenches.
In the trenches.
Start up front.
Laramie Tunsil. I'm not going to say Laramie Tunsil. Obviously, we know how important it is. No one's denying that. Both trenches, but we're talking about the offensive line. You're talking about the most important player on this team, not named C.J. Stroud. I get it. I get Laramie Tunsil's in the discussion, but you also have to kind of qualify it, or at least realize that this was an offensive line that was in somewhat of disarray last year anyway. Tunsil was good. He was great.
Yeah.
And it mattered. But with the offensive approach, with C.J. Stroud being able to read and react and get the ball out of his hands pretty quickly a lot of times, his ability to evade the rush, his ability to extend plays and all that stuff, it kind of mitigated a little bit. Not to say it wasn't important, a little bit of what this offensive line did for him. And there was just a cast of characters that changed. So I'm actually, as much as I can acknowledge Laramie Tunsil, I'm not going to fight you on it. I'm going to say the most important player on this team is on the other side of the ball, because I think we all feel good about the offense. On the other side of the ball, you give me an absolute next-level, elite, shut-down cornerback, and I can tell you we're going to win a lot of games. I can tell you what it's going to do for the defensive pass rush, what it's going to do for the rest of the field in the secondary. Like if he's taking away a corner of the field or a quarter of the field, what it's going to do for the defense is going to be off the charts. I mean, I think it's if Derek Stingley can take another step and be a shutdown corner, he might be the most important player on this team.
There's something to Derek Stingley and his quiet demeanor and the quiet nature that feels like he's easy to overlook or understate, because there isn't a lot of trash talk, there isn't a lot of flashiness, there isn't a lot of bravado, there isn't a lot of look at me.
Yeah.
I mean, he's literally just going out there.
He doesn't even really like to talk.
And look, he got a lot better last year about people being around. He smiles a lot more, and you can still tell it's uncomfortable. I think it's uncomfortable for him.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable for everybody else that has to be around it. But as far as just the play itself, I think you make a hell of a point here on what the value of a shutdown corner is, if that is exactly what he is, and not just shutting down a part of the field. And this is important to me.
Yeah.
I don't know how important it is to DeMeco Ryans, and I just straight up defer to him.
Yeah.
And we'll just trust whatever it is that DeMeco wants to do on defense. But if it's just me, if we're just talking about what I think and how I feel about it, I'm really, really hoping that he allows Derek Stingley to go out there and spread his wings.
I agree.
This coming year, and sticks to the way that they started doing things toward the end of the year versus what the stated philosophy and plan was before that, when it was just, hey, we don't let guys travel. We just let you cover one side of the field.
Yeah.
You got something special here if this guy is
potentially.
If this guy is healthy, I think it's there. Like the potential. It's only for me potentially just the health. Like if he's out there, to me, it's kind of just obvious and transparent to me of what it could be.
Yeah,
I think that's a valid one. I can't object to the importance of one Derek Stingley, especially if he's right.
I mean, just look at what some of the great cornerbacks, and we're talking about if he's great. You know, we know what he was last year, and it was exceptional, and it was potentially elite. But if you get a great cornerback, I mean, your whole defense is next level.
So I don't want to be like your hardo tape-watching friend who wanted to go in the trenches and say that, it all starts up front. But, it kind of does. It kind of does.
I'm not denying it.
It does. It absolutely does start up front. It is undeniably important. But I don't think I would go on the other side from what you might traditionally think and say, tackle or whatever. Like I'm going to go with not just edge rusher, but the less accomplished edge rusher of the two.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that. Like, how about the fact that the Texans are going to have Will Anderson Jr. on the team this year. He's on the team.
Yeah.
And he is their third most accomplished edge rusher.
He is.
Third.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think he's going to be their third best.
Not for long.
I think he's got a chance to absolutely be their best. Their top sack guy. And they signed a dude that had 16 and a half sacks last year, Daniil Hunter. But I think it's Will Anderson. That's the answer for me. If he is the improved version of himself that I am expecting him to be. Because I wondered about this, and I talked to Will a little bit during the season, and maybe it was just kind of in the moment or maybe not wanting to talk about it, but he's been much more open about this since the season ended than he
He's
was.
just good to talk to.
Yeah, just like during the season, it didn't seem to be something that he thought as much about. Maybe it was more about trying to just keep the confidence and not wanting to show any kind of chink in the armor. But since the season ended, he's been a lot more open and honest about.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, I needed to develop more. I needed to add more to my arsenal, and just all of the work that he's put in to actually do that.
Yeah,
working with Daniil Hunter since Daniil Hunter came over. He's done some work with Myles Garrett over the offseason. And it just seems like, I mean, you talked about him being good to talk. He's just a good.
Yeah.
The intangible stuff fits with the actual football part.
Yeah.
But if he puts that all together, to me, it's Will Anderson, man. He was as disruptive as he was last year as a rookie without really having a refined game.
Right.
Still being like, imagine that, being this dude that led the SEC in sacks back when you were in college, becomes the number 3 overall pick that they moved mountains to go get.
Yeah.
And then you're an impactful player and you're still raw? Like he's still a raw player, not a very refined and skilled pass rusher, if we're being honest about it, or at least didn't show himself to be that last year. Was just more of a motor guy,
brute force,
and a brute force.
Yeah.
Quicker than most linemen and stronger than he looks.
Yeah.
And so if you can add to that, I think that is the makings of the most important non-QB player on this Texans team.
I think you can argue that he would be the most important player even if he didn't become the number 1 or number 2 pass rusher on this team. If he just got to double-digit sacks and got to let's say Daniil Hunter has another 16.5 sack season, and Will Anderson has 14. Well, that's still, you could argue that he's the most important because you're getting 30 and a half sacks out of your 2 rush ends. That's going to change the dynamic of a defense too. That's going to do probably even more than what a shutdown cornerback could do. If you get what you expect out of Daniil Hunter and a much improved, even if it's somewhat lesser season out of Will Anderson, you got 2 guys on the edge that can do that. I mean, you're in business.
You know, it's funny to me, during the year when we would, you remember that stretch there where Will Anderson didn't have a sack?
Yeah.
And there was some question of, hey, what's going on with Will? Is Will good? Like, what's the deal? And there was a period there where we would use some of the advanced numbers to talk about.
Yeah, he's still doing his job, yeah.
Pressure rate and pressure this and that, all of these other numbers that were not sacks.
Yeah.
And I appreciated that Will came, I want to say, on this show, on Radio Row. So when we were out in Vegas several months ago for the Super Bowl, and was like, hey, man, straight up for me, as a pass rusher, as a defensive end, the number is sacks. It's about sacks.
Yep.
But I do think in the offseason, we are able to kind of use those numbers. It's hard to do in real time because you're like, he's not getting sacks.
But it's ongoing, and you don't know what's going to end up being.
But the offseason gives you enough time to think back, look back a little bit, and be like, you know what? He did have the 9th highest pressure rate among pass rushers with as many rush snaps as what he had.
Yeah.
So like there is something to be said for that when you're trying to mold clay, when you're trying to develop from this raw talent. And it's wild to think that he is as raw as he is, or as raw as he was, and has as much to grow and as much to learn as he does. To me, the importance of that, if I'm actually doing that, is immense. Immense. And if he taps in even just a little bit into what that is supposed to look like, going from raw to a more refined pass rusher, hey, look, it's gonna be hell on wheels out there. It's gonna be hell for the opposing offensive lines for sure.
Well, I mean, again, if you just get what you expect out of Danielle Hunter, his Will Anderson's improvement can, and I know Clint can weigh in on this. Clint and Ron are joining us now. Like, even if he's just not Danielle Hunter, but just gets, a healthy amount of double digits, a healthy, number of sacks, you're talking about edge rushers that are going to be in another class.
Yeah, we're going back and forth on the most important non-quarterback on the Texans roster. Lopez has Derek Stingley Jr. I have Will Anderson Jr. Curious on what Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner from the Drive think about those two selections. What y'all got?
Ooh, man, I would go with Derek Stingley, but the Will Anderson conversation y'all are having is interesting. I think this is one of the more fascinating things in Houston is because it's got a lot of run of what you just talked about, which may end up being true, may not. I mean, just in terms of the development.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, this guy clearly is going to win a lot of matchups, just energy and effort.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's just a different animal. He's wired different.
He is.
And that leads us into a spot where I think it's natural for us to go, oh, but wait till he develops this pass rushing skill set, right? And really, we should. I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It may, but it also may not.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's not like there's not been a number one overall pick in Houston before that came out with all this that actually was very, very similar in the term of how he played the game.
I know who you're talking about,
right? And really, even to this day, never developed this elite pass rushing skill, but was one of the more physical, more dominant players, and to me, still is. He's a problem. Jadeveon Clowney's who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So one of the more fascinating
saw him in the playoffs last year.
Right.
Ask Dalton Schultz about it.
So one of the more fascinating things is does Will Anderson, does he develop into a guy that can rush the passer like a Danielle Hunter, or rush the passer like a Brian Burns, or what's the tattooed up white kid in Las Vegas, Crosby?
Yeah.
Like those guys have just, I mean,
Love when he does that.
their techniques and their toolbox is full, right?
Yeah.
You wonder, what's Will Anderson really, really capable of doing? He's going to be he's going to be a Pro Bowl caliber player any way you slice it.
Yeah.
But he can be.
Next level.
I don't put the cart before the horse, but he could end up with as early the start he could end up being a great in this game if all of a sudden he just develops this wicked pass rushing toolbox. That'd be wild.
The intangibles do feel like they're different though from the comparison. The comparison you made with the number one pick from 10 years ago, Jadeveon Clowney versus this guy. There does seem to be something very, very different about the intangibles and what you can expect on a year in and year out basis in terms of improvement.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think it can be Will, just because you still have Danielle Hunter on the other side, and then you still have the ability to have Danico Autry.
Yeah.
I don't think it's any of the receivers, just because there's so many others that can plug in. I think it has to probably be Stingley.
Yeah.
That second, if we're talking about player.
Hey, Ron, this is the year Stingley becomes that key I was talking about 3 years ago.
There it is. Just because all the other spots have guys that are, you feel pretty good that could at least be solid. Right? There's not Steven Nelson, as crazy as he is. There's not Steven Nelson anymore just sitting over there. You got, guys that couldn't stay on teams in their rookie deals and then a rookie. I think it probably has to be Stingley, just because the other groups, the other guys have other guys behind them.
You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station, and The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live as a very, very beautiful, beautiful Tuesday here, and we got this thing rolling for you. A lot to get to today. As the Drive will be rolling, you heard Clint there. You see Tyler there. Who is that on your shirt again, Tyler? I cannot remember.
Marvin Zindler.
Yeah, Marvin Zindler.
Eyewitness News.
Y'all got to get Ryan hip on that, man.
You guys slide in the ice
I've
machine.
seen him wear and heard it. I knew there was a catchphrase.
Marvin Zindler. Eyewitness News.
That guy right there.
Rung it. I like you guys do that again in unison. That was cute.
Hey,
I feel like everybody driving did it too.
He looked just like they sounded just like he looks on that T-shirt, didn't he?
Slime in the ice machine.
Oh God! All right, no good times to be had as we'll get to a lot here today. I want to kick it off with some good news for the most part. Some good news. Clint and Tyler, Luis Garcia will make a second minor league rehab start Thursday for AA Corpus Christi. Joe Espada said today. So he will get another start. This will be a second one, Clint. This has to mean we're getting closer and closer to having Luis Garcia right back up there with the big team, which is huge as we sit here right now. They got 4 starters. They're struggling. They're hoping to get Jake Bloss back. They're hoping to get Verlander back, who started throwing. But it looks like 3-technique Garcia is getting closer and closer to get there. That is big because, hell, I didn't know when he was going to be back, but now you hear second start. I mean, Clint, realistically, you could see him. I mean, the All-Star break, at least coming back from the All-Star break in this month.
Cha-Cha's ass up here as quick as he can, man. Get up here, Luis.
Boys, I never thought I'd be so interested and so invested in Luis Garcia getting his ass back to the big leagues. But I am.
You got to be.
I am. I mean, and I never thought I'd be more happy about, 4 or 5 straight days with no Astros baseball over the All-Star break. That's usually a painful break for me. I'm excited for it. I mean, hell, they can make it 6-7 days if they want to. Push it on back a bit, man. We got Verlander and we got Luis Garcia to get back in the fold. But, yeah, this is good news, man. Good news on the big fella. Late July, in terms of Astros baseball, cannot get here quick enough.
Yep, and we'll see how long. I mean, and that will be interesting to hear how many pitches he threw. Not even really how it looked, but just how many pitches he threw, his velocity, and all of that, to see how close it is. They think he gets back. Does he just need one more start? Does he get another start in Sugar Land? Does he, what do they deem being necessary for him? Also, by the way, Tyler, I saw that on Luis. Is there anything on Lance? Is there anything on Lance McCullers? Is there anything on Lance?
That'd be a negative, as far as I know.
I'll be honest, and maybe this is something we should write checked up on.
Bury me in the H.
Was Luis always supposed to beat Lance to the punch? I mean, I know Lance has been out longer.
Once he had the bone spur removed, the timeline may have been that way. I'd have to double check for sure, but I think that might add up.
I know Luis had Tommy John.
Hold on a second. Hold on a damn minute. Tyler, this is for you.
What did I do?
How come when I did it last week, I got dismissed like you talked down to me? I let it ride because I understand. Hey, I'm guilty of it from time to time. Damn it. You talk to me like it's a different injury, different timeline, Stoerner. Shut the hell up. That's basically what you said.
That's what I'm still saying.
No, you just.
I believe that's what you said.
You just that was softer than baby crap right there, the way you just dealt with Ron.
No. I mean, that's a different question. I don't know as far as the timelines comparatively.
It's pretty similar, Tyler.
It was a similar question. You just soft-stroked Ron, and I mean, hell, I'm over here with thorns in the palm, man. What the hell's going on?
You can handle it better, Dirty. Ron's a little more sensitive.
Hell, I mean, as much as I did, I probably ought to.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's sensitive-ass Ron.
That's the route. No. Yeah, I'm the sensitive one. No, I'm just wondering. I just didn't know. Like, was he always supposed to be here before him? We'll see.
Where are they?
I just know that we're in a place where Luis is making his second minor league rehab start, and we haven't heard anything from Lance since the last thing I heard, he was throwing a bullpen, and then they were going to sit him to kind of make it be like he was sitting out for an inning, and then he was going to get back up and throw again. Hadn't heard anything since.
He's probably working on that new coffee shop, Steve, just a few more weeks on that.
I'm trying to keep it professional and real, and now you're getting on this man about the coffee shop. I'm just wondering, can we get a little progress on him?
I'm with you.
I ain't got no problem with your coffee shop, Lance. I'm going to come on down and have me a good coffee. Maybe maybe a brunch. Maybe let's throw a little alcohol in there. Have a good time. Hey, the last time I saw Lance was that weird angle bullpen throw, and it was just one pitch. Remember that?
That was the last video. It was just one pitch. That was the last video footage that we got. But they said I thought we were getting closer. He's going to throw 25 pitches, and he's going to sit to simulate like he's sitting out for an inning, and then bam, he's going to come back and throw again. Hadn't heard anything since. But meanwhile,
how about the angle though? It was a weird angle, like from up above, behind. Yeah. Like it was a weird, like I mean, what we try? Are we trying to create content, or are we giving us a little report here, boys?
Like somebody just went from the stands above and shot it.
Like he planted his girl up there. Hey, babe, look, get this angle. This is a really good angle of my hair. And then after I come off the bump, you can really see my backside. Let's get this thing good and propped up. What the hell is he doing?
Okay, I can't wait to hear it. I cannot wait to hear it because I can like honestly, as we're talking about this, like the light is at the end of the tunnel. You can see it. You can see it with Luis Garcia. I just want to be able to start to see that light with Lance. God, this is. I mean, when you really think about this, fellas, like this Lance thing, this is one
need an APB, man.
This is one of the. I mean, how many years has he pitched this contract that he got? A year and a half.
Half.
I can't wait to do the math on how many per pitch.
I mean, how much he paid. Yeah, man, my man been chilling. All right, so that's the latest there. Good news with Luis Garcia, no news with Lance, so we'll be waiting to hear that anytime we do. All right, 713-572-4610. You can jump in on the text line that way. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can also get in there and join us that way. Tyler's going to start the show off at any moment for you all on YouTube and Twitch. You know the show doesn't start till we see Dime Size. There you go. Dime Size nipples in the building. There goes Tyler right there. A little red there, a little shiny. Right there for
Galveston Sun got me a little bit.
Don't do it, Clint. Just sit back on it, man. Don't do it.
I ain't gonna pile on. I already got on him good, but I felt really good about my delivery on that first one. I'm not gonna do it again this segment.
The other day he said, now right there, that sun that Chris Santiago got, that's the sun I think Tyler thinks he's getting in his head.
Santiago's half Puerto Rican. What do you want me to do?
That's the point, Chief. I mean,
I'm Irish.
I mean, every time
because you keep using the terminology, you're going to get bronzed.
I do get bronzed up. I tan really well. Better than a bunch of gingers.
You get ivory.
You get tanned up. Is that what you're calling your whiskey nowadays? Hey, look here. I mean, Santiago comes in here. I mean, you talk about good skin. Good. Lord,
wow.
That is the definition of bronze, and he walks by Tyler, and there is just a stark difference. I mean,
he looks like he comes in looking like a bottle of extra virgin olive oil. And then,
while you got the seniority on him, T, you ought to put a sign on the door, Santiago. I don't even want you to come in sight until I leave the building. I don't want to cross paths.
Making me look bad.
Not till that bronze wears off some. Not till that damn bronze wears off some. I don't even want to see your ass again. Damn it. All right. No, I did want to get your thoughts on this, everybody listening as well. As we're seeing this Astros team really, really surge right now, they'll try to win the second game tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays. And yes, fellas, I will be doing the lineups. I will be doing the lineups as promised. If they get above 500, we'll do the lineups. We'll do the lineups at the end of the show. So that's a little long-term tease on the show. We'll do the lineups at the end of the show. Tyler better have my music ready, so it'll be a fun. Can't wait to. Hey, I got no idea what this lineup's going to be. I got no idea. In the past, I've had a pretty good idea who's going to be rolling out there. I got no idea after 6. So it should be interesting to see what they come up with today. But speaking of the lineup, they're surging. They're coming on. They have gotten themselves back in it. 3 games behind the Mariners in the West, 3 games back in the wild card. We know that Kyle Tucker is coming back and will be back soon. And I would throw this to you all. With everyone healthy, what is the best lineup that the Astros can put forth? Because I want to do an exercise, because I got a thought off of it. If we could come to some kind of thought on what's the best lineup they can put out there. If everyone's healthy, Tucker's back, everybody's playing, the young guys they brought up, what's the best absolute lineup this team can put together?
Are you when you say lineup? Are you talking about batting order? Or are you talking about? Are we talking positions?
Batting order, same. You can put the positions with it, but the batting order they can put forth. What is the best the best group, because like right now, obviously at second base we know who's playing at second and Altuve. Right now at catcher, I think it's pretty clear Diaz is catching, especially even if Vic comes back, I think he's catching. Then like Pena's playing short, Bregman's at third, Jordan is the DH, but sometimes he's in left field, so you got to take that into account. Kyle Tucker will be in right field, so I think we've got a pretty good understanding. I think we know probably the top four. But what is the best that this lineup can look? What will it look like with everybody in there? Does it have Joey Loperfido in it? Does it have Chas McCormick in it? Where is Dubon at it? What is the best that does it have John Singleton? What is the best that the Astros can absolutely put forth in a lineup? What is the best that they can put forth? I see some people rolling in there with their thoughts. We'll get to you in a bit, but I'll let these guys. I know, Tyler, we talked about this a bit earlier of what your group would be. Clint, do you have what the best absolute lineup would be?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy. It's easy for me, actually, fairly easy. I would go with Altuve, Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, Diaz. You mean keep rolling?
Yeah, go ahead. Diaz in the 5 spot.
I'd go Diaz, Pena, Jake Myers, White Boy Chas.
So you got White Boy Chas in the best lineup. Yep, and Dubon.
That's where I would ride with that. Yep.
So Altuve, Bregman, Jordan, Tucker, Diaz, Pena, Jake Myers, White Boy Chas, and then Dubon.
Yep.
So a lot of the veterans. So you've kind of stayed away from those young guys like the Cabbage, the Joey Lowe, that crew. You've kind of stayed away as the best lineup they can put forth.
Yeah, look, the White Boy Chas, Joey Loperfido, Cabbage. I mean, those guys are all interchangeable for me. But right now, I would go with White Boy Chas. Yes.
Is yours look the same, Tyler? Because I'm pretty close into that. I would just flip the order. I'd probably flip where Dubon and Meyer are, but that's pretty much the same group that I would have, the same group of 9 that I would have.
Yeah, I'm good with either of those, flip-flopping Myers and Dubon or what Clint said. That's solid lineup to me.
No, yeah, I think that is probably the best that they can put forth. I see some people saying they would have Joey Loperfido in. I get that. I can understand that. Now I would ask this. That lineup that we looked at as the best that they can put forth, is that good enough? Is that lineup good enough for them to not only compete in the playoffs, to get to the playoffs, but to make a run like an 8 straight ALCS, to make a run at a World Series? Is that lineup, as you look at it, is that lineup that we just talked about, this is the best that they can put forth, is it good enough for them to get there?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, with that lineup right there, every one of those guys have played a critical role in this team getting there before, with the exception of Jake Myers, and he's clearly swinging it better than he's ever swung it at the big league level. So yeah, I would say that lineup is good enough. Yes, sir.
They feel, Clint, Tyler, they feel like they're a bat short to me. And it could be, does Diaz really take off and take it up a notch? But it feels like to me, and maybe this is unfair, but it is hard for me not to base it upon the other Astro lineups that we've seen that have been really competitive. And yes, I'm not saying this group is going to be up to that point, but it does feel like we've watched this team lose a World Series, Clint, where Carlos Correa was batting 6th or 7th, and Hughley was batting 7th, and like that's where they were in that length of the lineup. It almost feels like if Diaz hit 6th and was dropping, there was somebody that I think they was hoping that would be Abreu, but there was somebody right there between Diaz and Tucker in the 5 spot that was a little bit more proven. That would really stretch this lineup out in a major, major way, because when they have won championships in the middle of that order, I mean, you're looking at a Kyle Tucker that was in the middle of that order. You're looking at much more accomplished big guns than a guy like a Diaz. And to the point, though, Clint, he could take off in this second half and really, really be that power guy, that guy in the middle of the order where it's like, well, no, they don't need any of the extra. But right now, especially with their pitching, right now it feels like they are maybe a bat short right now when I look at the best the lineup can be.
Ooh, boy, that's first of all, I like Diaz. I'll take the Diaz right now before I take a Diaz that's swinging for more power. I like that. I like them little Oppo RBIs, Ronnie. You know, I like them.
When I mean power, I'm just saying,
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, because he clearly is not swinging it with the pop that he had last year, and a lot of it seems like it's damn near by design. To be honest with you, it looks like a different approach to plate. We really need Pena to come along, and Pena's been better. I mean, but there was about a 2-week span where he was in a rough spot. And let's be honest, Jake. We talk a lot about Jake Myers. I mean, Jake Myers was hotter than a firecracker, and he's still been he's still been a guy that has produced. You need him to continue to produce at the way in which he has in order to have that 250, 260 hitter at the bottom of the lineup as well. I like Dubon in a 9-hole just because I like him being on the base pass when the lineup turns over. But yeah, I mean, look, I think they got plenty of pop at the plate with this group. Hell, they got plenty of pop at the plate, in my opinion. If you need to rotate some of them outfielders, if Jake ain't getting it done or White Boy Chaz ain't getting it done, and you got to rearrange and put Dubon and Loper Fido and Cabbage, I think they got some pop there too. Now we'll see. This was the easiest month of the schedule, right?
Yeah.
In June. And so we had a lot of guys have a lot of success that it's obviously not going to roll over into when you play 3 or 4 consecutive great baseball teams. But I think that'll all come out in the wash down the second half of the schedule.
From the text line, I agree with Ron. We're missing one big bat. And Ron is right. A bat around the bottom of the lineup missing. Ron, you're crazy. Do you not remember having Maldi in the lineup? Yeah, I remember Maldi being in the lineup. You remember the other 8 spots? I mean, there was a time where Hughley and Carlos Correa were fighting it not to bat 7th in this lineup, which was insane to show where they were. I'm with you. And Clint, a lot of this can change, you know, if the Chas McCormick that played last year showed up. You know what I mean? If that dude showed up, now we're talking about a guy who had, you know, one of the top OPSs on the team, a guy who had 20-plus home runs. Like that's a different 7-hole, 8-hole hitter than the guy we've seen now. If the Pena that was in the postseason, where he was the AL MVP and the World Series MVP shows up, then that's a different dude than the guy that's kind of come back a little bit. So, yes, they have dudes that could you know, change this themselves, but just right now, the way they're playing, it feels like they're short, just a bit. All right, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, Clint, Tyler, you all gonna love this. One of the number one people in all of college football, one of the biggest voices, spoke about one of the local teams, and I wonder if this is something that we all will agree with or we think he's crazy. That's coming up next.
What should we expect from the Rockets this season?
If they get into the play-in, that's 7 through 10, if they're not hosting a game, I'll be a little disappointed.
American League. He would be a guy that, to me, like, nobody's off limits, right? Right. Nobody's off limits. You find a way to make that deal work.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What are you doing?
What do you mean? Just setting the tone.
Just setting that tone, huh? Just setting that tone, huh? You ready for a little college football, Clint? You ready?
Hell yeah, I'm ready. You kidding me? I'm always ready for college football. Ain't nothing better, baby.
I know it, man. And not just, Akron and everything. Hey, by the way, just want to let you know, fellas, I went ahead and laid that early seed with Courtney. Yeah, boy, thinking about going to College Station week 1.
Oh, wow. You
started with the thinking about.
Yeah, how'd that go for you?
Oh, she's like, is this for work? At that point, like, I had a 5-second do I lie here. And I said, kinda. Like, I was like, I think we could probably get in and cover it. I said it'd be big for us, but I'm like, it's Notre Dame, so Sean's going and Tyler and Clint, so it'll,
Not good,
like,
Sean.
You're not selling it very well. I'm gonna tell you that.
Oh, that's not a good sale.
Well, not what I just heard. She ain't buying that.
Well, is
it a work trip? Well, kinda. That's not very convincing.
No, kinda. I'm not lying.
You're stuttering.
Now I'm not. I'm stuttering with you right now. I'm not lying to her.
Oh.
I'm just saying, kinda. It's not like I'm not gonna say. Parker's is saying we gotta go, but no, it'll be for work.
Maybe he did.
Nor is Sports Radio 610 picking up the tab.
No, they're not. Yeah, she knows that. Damn it. Pick that up. Yeah, pick that up.
But Beyonce, that's all I can say.
That is a great point.
Hey, she slid in there with that. Hey, is this like a day trip?
Yes. Her questioning would lead me to believe real quick that she's not interested in you going.
No, hell, I don't know. She may not be interested, but I've laid it early enough. I got it in before the turn of the month.
Yeah, we got to be a Kyle, man.
It might have been the last day of June, but I got it in June. What day is that?
I'm sure it's a Saturday, is it? I'm not sure.
It's a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Now, that's one thing. She said it's a day trip. I said, yeah, probably is. College Station ain't that far. Now, I have not let her know what time the ball game is. I know this is a late ball game.
Yeah, we might need to stay.
August 31, August 31, 6:30 p.m.
We might have to be hitting Northgate that evening.
Is that Labor Day weekend? Absolutely, it is.
That feels like a hard drive back after the game.
Exactly. Want to be safe here. I'm kind of in the same Beyonce boat you're in, though. I didn't even tell you guys. My wife recently planned a trip with her best friend to see Taylor Swift in New Orleans that I am scared to know how much it's going to cost. So I think I'll be there for the Notre Dame Aggie game.
Let's just come together and find out. Let's find a good deal. hey, you just keep winning.
Yeah.
You keep winning and you don't worry about it.
That would be the only right thing is for Tyler to win a bunch of money and then he just tour guides it and pays for it.
I'd love to. I'd love to show y'all around Aggie Land,
man. Someone said, Ron, you ain't slick. You're just trying to explain this to your wife on air. But she's not listening.
She does have the Odyssey app, though, AUDACY.
She does have the Odyssey app, but I'm going to assure you she's not listening right now. I'll tell you that right now. No, but, man, it'll be a good time. But college football right around the corner, as you said. What'd you say, August 31st? Man, that's
Labor Day weekend, man.
That's under 2 months away from this thing. But Paul Feinbaum, one of the number one voices in college football, was asked about the Texas Longhorn quarterback situation. And Clint, I can't wait to get your thoughts about what Paul had to say with this one. But this is him. He talking about who he thinks will be the starting quarterback. Now, mind you, this is Texas, who is preseason number 3, a team that people believe have a chance to make it college football playoff. I know Clint said something has terribly gone wrong if this team doesn't make it to the college football playoff in the top 12, even coming into the SEC. But this is what he said, even with Quinn Ewers coming back, who was a Heisman candidate last year. This is what he had to say in terms of their quarterback situation.
Who will be the starting quarterback for Texas at the end of this upcoming season?
That will be Arch Manning. I don't need to tiptoe around that. That is guaranteed. You heard it. And we may even see him a little bit throughout the season.
And so what? Wow. He said it's a guarantee, Clint, that Arch Manning, who has been this team's backup, with Quinn, who had a hell of a season last year.
Yeah.
Quinn, who almost went to the league. Like, do you buy that? He said guaranteed. And it's Paul Feinbaum, who's pretty connected. He said guaranteed that Arch is going to be the quarterback.
No, that's hot take Paul. That's hot take Paul think? Right now. I don't know in what world anybody lives in where a quarterback takes a team to the college football playoff when it was a 4-teamer. Decides to come back, which I never was a believer that he should ever come out. Quinn Ewers was never a guy that I thought was ready to come out. But in what world we live in where preseason, before the next year even starts, we're going to predict that somebody else takes his spot. That is a classic Paul Feinbaum hot take. I don't agree with it. I don't believe it. I don't think it happens, barring injury.
I'm with you.
I don't think it happens.
What would be the reason? Like, I mean, would it be the fear? Well, is that a legit thing you think? Because, college football has changed, especially, in the last 10 whatever years. Is there a fear that if I don't play him, that significantly that we lose Arch?
I think from the outsiders, from the media perspective, you got a Manning that's decided to stay. I'm sure everybody outside that building thinks that Sark has told the Manning family that boy, he's going to get extra reps during the season, and just bear with me. It's just a matter of time before I'm sure that the outsiders are going to spin anything and everything they can, and in reality, it's highly likely that those guys, being the Mannings, all of the mentors, advisors, whatever you want to call his dad, brother, uncles, whatever, it's very likely that they understand the importance or the advantage of saying, hey, one, they know him more intimately than anybody. When he came into college, was he ready to play? I saw highlights. He wasn't a guy to me that just all of a sudden jumped off the screen and was like, hell yeah, this guy's going to scream onto the college scene and be a phenom his freshman year. I thought he was a guy that needed to develop. So it doesn't surprise me, or wouldn't surprise me, if the people that are steering his ship, if they didn't say, hey, it'd be really good for you to sit back and be a backup and get your weight right, get your first year or two of college under your belt, become a more polished product, and watch the game from the sidelines. And that way, when you get your first shot, this offense like the back of your hand. You've got the locker room's attention. They know you're a leader. You're not just getting that job because you're a Manning. You're getting it because you've earned it. They know you. It's not about them. It's not about the last name. And so, I think Paul's way out in left field. Now, I'll say this. I think the Manning side of it, I think from the outside looking in, Ron, there's a good chance that fans just think that it's a weird situation in today's football, so there must be some kind of promise made, right? And yeah. I do think this, because I do believe this now. Quinn Ewers is not a guy that, and I didn't watch every game, but the games, I watched a lot of them. Don't forget, I married a Longhorn, and about all she cares about is Longhorn football too. Baseball may be digging a little deep for her, but football, she may not know who O'Schloss is, but she knows football. Quinn Ewers is not a guy, Ron, that you watch. I've never watched him play and say, this dude's a surefire first rounder. This dude right here's got the job locked up. I think he leaves some plays on the field which puts you in a position as a fan to go, well, the door's cracked if Manning wants to take the job.
Yeah, but this isn't. But Clint, this isn't a Chris Leak, Tim Tebow situation, is it? Where, that Arch Manning is a lot more talented than the incumbent. It's just his youth, and the leadership is keeping him on it. I guess I never got the thought that Arch was that much more talented than Quinn. That he's coming in and having to force himself. We've seen some really talented, quarterbacks, and Anthony Richardson, something like that you're just like, we got to get him on the field. I don't know that Arch has shown that. It feels like a lot more name. maybe his talent. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with that situation. But I mean, Feinbaum said guarantee it by the end of the year on a team that has aspirations to win it all, which was interesting to hear. I don't know if he knows something. All right, Clint, I know you said this has a chance to be one of the worst years of the life of Jerry Jones. I don't know. I don't know if I 100% agreed with you on that, but he's got some brand new drama potentially coming his way. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, big storm, big hurricane growing out there.
877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Little Big 3 at 3 coming up as we've got some news with the Astros, some really good news with the Astros that you don't want to miss coming up at 3 o'clock. If you have missed it, we'll get you there in just a little bit with that one. Just want to let you know, Clint, the Rockets remain quiet. The Rockets remain quiet. Don't get too jealous. We'll get you updated on the latest in the NBA as well.
Let's go, Rockets.
But the Rockets have still been chilling, staying patient and waiting before they make some major moves that they said they would look at doing. So stay tuned for that. Someone on the text line rolling in as we talked about Arch Manning. We'll get to this situation in Dallas in just a second. You all clearly didn't hear what he said. No, I heard what he said. He guaranteed by the end of the season, Paul Feinbaum said that Arch Manning would be the starting quarterback for Texas, which is a team that is going for a national championship.
Yeah, I saw that text. That's just a guy angry on a Tuesday for some reason.
Well, I'm just saying, there's no. He didn't say, hey, Clint, he's gonna get some reps by the end of the year. He didn't say he's gonna jump in and mix in a little bit. He said he's going to be the starting quarterback for the Texas Longhorns, guarantee it. That's different than just, hey, we're going to have a package for him. He believes, he's talking about guarantee it. So I think we heard him correctly. We heard exactly what he said. There was no.
Yeah, and he was rather arrogant about it with saying there's no reason for me to tiptoe around it. So yeah. I just disagree wholeheartedly. I think you. I don't give a damn if a kid his last name is Manning. When you start jacking around with national championship caliber quarterbacks,
that's like saying Jalen Milroe is going to lose his job at some point at the end of the year for Alabama.
Yeah, which that would actually make a little bit of sense considering there's a huge shift in coaching at Alabama, and that. You could potentially at least have a conversation about it with a new coach. This is the same coach, same program, same organization. Quarterback lost several weapons, so it's more on him now to perform at a high level and do some different things. So, yeah, what I heard was very clear, and I just disagree wholeheartedly.
Yeah. All right, Clint. There is drama happening in Dallas, Clint, and I really wonder how this is going to play off. So it all kicked off, and this drama is between safety Malik Hooker for the Dallas Cowboys against their best defensive player, Micah Parsons. They've got a little back and forth going, and it all started with Malik Hooker, who was on Keyshawn Johnson's podcast, All Facts, No Breaks. And this is what he had to say about his teammate, Micah Parsons, in this upcoming season and really kind of calling the question his focus.
Problem with it. My thing would be, though, for Micah, my advice would be for Micah would be, just make sure we're all right, and being where your feet are. Because if we're at work and, the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and the run game is terrible, then, what are you really caring about? Are you caring about the crowd that, is watching your podcast, or caring about the success of our team and the Super Bowl that we're trying to reach?
Wow, dude. There goes. So that's Malik Hooker, who brought in podcasting with the run game as his thoughts with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons did respond, but he took this down, Clint. He did respond. He said, just wish you said this to me, but instead on some podcast. And you got my number, fam. Malik Hooker, and you are my locker mate. So you could have said this any day. And do you realize I shoot the podcast on our day off? Why aren't we talking about everyone's perceptions and focus leading up to the game week? I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not. And then he actually took it down, Clint. But that was his response to Malik Hooker calling the question. I think maybe it's focused and talking about, giving an example about the run game having an issue and you doing a podcast every week. And my thought is, with this right off the bat, you've been in locker rooms. I know I have a thought about it. Was Malik Hooker in the wrong on this?
No. I went back and listened to actually a 3-minute cut of that whole question and answer. And to me, I got a whole different feel for what was said than I think a lot of people that I've heard commenting on this. I feel differently. I viewed it as more of a, look out, kind of watch out. The perception could be, if we don't perform well, that doing podcasts and stuff like that could be viewed as a distraction. Not, you shouldn't be doing it, or look at our run defense sucks and we're out here distracted. It was a total different, for me, it was a total different feel for after I listened to I listened to him go on and on about podcasts in general, and happened to kind of lean into Micah just a little bit. I viewed it totally different. Now, if there really is some kind of riff in that locker room, if the organization is really growing tired or bothered by Micah Parsons off the field stuff, if this isn't a tight locker room and they don't care for each other, they don't know each other, then yeah, it's going to be keep my name out of your mouth type of stuff. I don't give a damn what you're saying.
Oh yeah,
but
moving forward.
But if you're my dude, if you're my teammate, like if Tyler went on a podcast right now and was asked about podcasting in general and just said, "Hey man, like if I to give some advice," I'd be like, "Hey man, hey Clint, if you're doing a bunch of different podcasts outside of here, we got to make sure that everything's right inside here." And that was just inserted into a 3 or 4 minute answer about people doing more, doing things outside the locker room. I know Tyler. I wouldn't be real worked up about it. Now, if I didn't like Tyler, I'd probably be hot. I'd probably come in here and call a little meeting. We got to have him come to Jesus now. But I don't know. I felt totally different than what I'm hearing everybody around the country saying. I don't. If they're tight, Ron, I think it's water off a duck's back. Keep this thing moving.
Yeah, I think he's wrong. I just, like, Clint, you got to know, especially with Micah Parsons, who this is, who is a high-profile player, a guy that's talked about, and this is stuff, Clint, that yes, we heard Malik Hooker say this, Clint, but how many people you think this is a narrative about with Micah Parsons, that he potentially is focusing on other things? This is not the first time we've heard somebody say something about him doing podcasts and how distracting that can be, or what he's saying. And to me, like, for you to say that in public, like, I don't care if it's in the middle of a 3-minute thing, especially the context. When he's talking about the guys that should get paid between CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, he talked up all of them really high, and then he got to Micah, and that's where he got, this is going to take off. This is going to be a thing when you say this and when you make it public like this. And then when you see the response from Micah, like, damn, man, I wish you'd have said this to me, then I said it on a podcast. To me, that to me gives away a feel of, yo, man, like, we're that tight. Because I would tell you this, Clint, the three of us are tight. Like, I wouldn't publicly go out and just criticize you. Like, if I got something to say, I'll say it to you, but I want people to know that the drive is tight, right? Or not to think there's anything to cause anything more negative, especially things that come at you. Like for instance, we used us as an example. One of the narratives people like to place is former athletes who get into this line of business don't work hard, and just want to come in and just say, all right, here, man, I'm just gonna grab the mic and let's go. And if that's something that I fed about you, which isn't true, like that would be messed up to me. So I think he has to know when you say something like that about Micah Parsons that this is going to add to it. And add to a situation that, Clint, the last thing that they need is more drama. and more of a situation with two guys on the defense. So, to me, I just felt like Malik Hooker's been in the league for over a decade, and he has to know when he says something like that on a Keyshawn Johnson podcast where this may take off.
Yeah.
That's where I think he's in the room.
Yeah, to be clear, I did not listen to the entire podcast and hear the part about getting paid, not getting paid. Now, when you start getting off and say, there's nothing worse. I don't care what business you're in. There's nothing worse than potentially influencing or negatively impacting the man sitting next to you's pocketbook, his ability to pay the bills and to put food on the table and take care of his babies, that kind of thing. To me, that's the lowest of the low. When you do that kind of stuff, I mean, you're a real POS. I ain't got nothing for you. I'm done with you, right? So I don't know about the contract. I didn't hear that. The part I heard was what you played, which was specifically about the podcasting stuff, and that just put off a different vibe than what I'm hearing. Ron, I tell you, and we can dig into this even more later on, but to me, the more concerning, like I'm talking about as a fan from the outside looking in, the more concerning thing is the way that Micah, which you said he erased it, but obviously it's already been on graphics all over the damn social media. The fact that Micah Parsons, a supposed leader on this team, definitely one of the top players on the team, one of the top players in the league, the way he summed up his response, it should give all Cowboy fans cause to pause, right? He says, I mean, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not. What all's going on? Like, what all you going to point out? But you know he's pissed. You know that pissed him smooth off. Yeah, I agree. So, but it's very telling though, right, Ron? Of like when one of your leaders says, "Hey, on the front of like being distracted and not winning championships, hell, I could say a bunch of stuff about a bunch of people, but I ain't gonna do that."
I'm telling you, like I'll tell you right now, Tyler, go out there and get critical of me. You might give me a post that may say, "Hey, man, I can say a lot of damn stuff too."
Yeah, did y'all know Ron mispronounces names all the time?
Yeah, I can say a lot of damn stuff too. All right,
his nipples are tiny.
I can say a lot of stuff. I can say a lot of stuff too, but I won't. Like you, that's how hot he was about that thing. That's my boy Ron. Hey, he needed that Herm Edwards "Don't press send." He needed a way to breath.
Oh, he wasn't. He didn't mind putting that out there, Chief.
Yeah, he did put it out there just long enough for everybody to get that thing, and then he took it down.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
All right, coming up, some news and notes here with the Astros from the injury front, both good and bad. We'll let you know about that, and we'll get you ready for a big one tonight. And is one of the targets for the Rockets, is he out of the question or is he not? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, fellas, are you living your best life?
You will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
One other runner reached scoring position. Jordan sends one to center. Barcho, the new center fielder, all the way back at the wall. He'll leap up. It is gone. Home run. Jordan Alvarez goes the other way over the left center field wall. And there are the insurance runs for the Astros. It's now 3-0.
Hey, that was a big one. That was huge insurance runs. They needed that because the Blue Jays hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth, but it only made it a 2-run deficit for the Blue Jays, and the Astros went ahead and won that thing 3-1. 2 games over 500 in Toronto for Game 2 tonight. And Clint, we don't have the lineups out yet, but Spencer Urghetti gets the ball. He's 4-6 with an ERA of 5.68. But Clint, he is pitching much better than his numbers would indicate. He has thrown in his last 7 starts. He has only allowed more than 3 runs one time in his last 7 starts. So he has been pitching and throwing the ball really, really well, and that is where it has started. In this turnaround, Clint, is they have been getting excellent starting pitching that more than gives them a chance every single night out. Hunter Brown did it yesterday. It's going to be big that he's able to pass the baton to Spencer Urghetti and he can continue with this great pitching, because that has been the catalyst to why this team has been able to do the things they've been able to do in the month of June.
Without a doubt, Ron. At the end of the day, this is the one guy out of the youngsters that I'm keeping a close eye on. Like you said, I mean, they need him desperately for another month of baseball, if you will, 3 weeks counting the All-Star break of baseball. They need him to keep on keeping on the way that he's been trending of late. As you mentioned, I don't give a damn if you can get 6 innings in. If you can get 5 innings in and you give up 3 or fewer, this lineup, the way they're swinging it, who you are as a rookie, first handful of starts up here, we can work with that. So, my eyes are on Spencer Urghetti for one reason. He's the one guy that I think it's, as Astros fans, I think it's probably fair to think he's in a little over his head right now. The last handful of starts, as you said, 7 starts, he's only allowed more than 3 runs once. That may be a little bit rich for Spencer Urghetti at this point in time in his major league career. He's going to end up playing more baseball this year by the end of this thing than he's ever played in a season, and it's much higher leverage baseball than he's ever played before. You talk about Hunter Brown, you talk about Ronel Blanco, obviously young, short in the tooth, but boy, I for whatever reason, it just seems like, for me personally, I'm just more confident in those guys continuing to do what they're doing. Spencer Urghetti at some point in time, I feel like this load could potentially get too heavy for him. So keeping an eye on the young fella, and it starts tonight.
I mean, it could, Clint, but there's also a thought that what we're seeing is that he is starting to get comfortable, at this level. Because at the beginning, Clint, you could see, boy, he was, as you said, he wasn't over his head. But he has looked a lot more confident. I know it was the Rockies. But that last start he had, Clint, or the start he had against the Rockies at home, that was as comfortable as he looked. 10 strikeouts, 7 innings. He was fantastic in that outing. I'm wondering if this is a situation where Spencer is starting to feel very, very comfortable and starting to find his stride and understanding how he has to approach things at the major league level. All right, I do agree with you. When his innings start to get up there, Clint, that's going to be a concern to see how he handles that. But I want to see if he continues to have the look of, you know what, I'm finding it. I'm finding it and understanding the game here. I'm not intimidated. I'm not thinking at all. I'm just throwing the ball, and hopefully he can continue that, because it does look like the comfort level for him has greatly improved from like maybe that first few weeks or month that he started out in.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, Ron. I just feel like I feel like it's.
What you say? Everybody ain't gonna be great.
Well, it's been too good. I mean, look, I know all the injuries have been a problem on the pitching staff. I get it, man. But when you look at the guys that aren't injured, they're young and they've been too damn good. I mean, for this to just keep to have three dudes in Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti carrying this team from a starting pitching rotation over the last handful of weeks, man. I mean, that is wild to think.
They just can't keep up.
They just can't. All of them can't keep up. And if I had to pick one that I think could fold a little bit under pressure, that where the last handful of starts may not be where he can stay all year long, it would be Spencer Arrighetti. I hope like hell I'm wrong, but the youth, the inexperience, the Lance McCullers looking action where he looks like he's leaving it out there every damn pitch. If I had to bet on one guy not being able to hold up throughout, it would be Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah, but I will say, as they face the Blue Jays, Clint, this feels like a group, the Blue Jays, that are teetering. There have been a ton of trade scenarios swarming around this team with Vladimir Guerrero, with Bichette, as well as other players on this team that's been kind of talked about. It looks like a team in which they may break this thing up. And keep these teams losing. Keep these teams down. Keep teams like this where they are. The lineup is out, Clint, and another kind of an interesting lineup. Altuve does return back to the lineup. Bregman is back in his spot in the 2-hole. Alvarez, who had the big 2-run homer in the ninth. In the ninth yesterday, he is in the 3 spot, and he is playing left field, giving Diaz a day off from behind the plate, but he will be the DH, batting 4th. Jake Myers back to his 5 spot. John Singleton in the lineup at first base. Pena in the 6-hole. Joey Luperfido is batting 8th. Pena is not batting the 6-hole. He is a shortstop batting 7th. Joey's batting 8th. And Salazar is the catcher today. Cesar Salazar is going to be in the lineup catching today. So that is a lineup that is going to call for an interesting starting lineup.
God, I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
That's going to cause for an interesting starting lineups. I'll be honest. I'm going to have to take me a couple hours to really come up with something for old Salazar. That was not one that I was planning to have to do. All right, so it should be fun. Should be fun time.
Oh, you'll be all right, man. You're a pro, bro.
It's a fun time today, but yeah, they give Dubon the day off today, and it looks like McCormick is out as well. So that is the lineup right there for the Astros, and they're facing one of the better pitchers in the American League as well for the Blue Jays. So see if they can continue this road. And as you said, I think you said this yesterday, they are playing, as I said, a team that feels like it's teetering in the Blue Jays, and the Orioles are who the Seattle Mariners are having to play. And the Orioles are one of the best teams in baseball. And who knows? Right now, the lead is at 3. We'll see what it is after these 2 series conclude. The Astros could be even closer than they are right now when this thing pops off.
Look here, if they keep swinging the bat the way that they've been swinging the bat, and if these youngsters keep slinging it the way they've been slinging it, the Mariners are going to have to look out. What time's the Mariners?
Huge.
What time? Yeah, I mean, what it did when I used the restroom earlier. What time do the Mariners play today?
Well, first off, let's start off with being truthful here. Let me.
You see me naked?
They play at, I believe, like 8:40 local time, the Mariners.
Oh, my. I will not see that game.
Not yet. Oh,
I'll have to wake up in the morning to it. I'll have to wake up in the morning to a good.
You got to wake up in the morning hoping.
Wake up in the morning, check that old center, man. See if Baltimore put it on them.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know what? And then in the way that that game got over so quick for the Astros. They play at 6 because they're in the East Coast. Hell, that game might be over by the time that Mariners game even starts. So. Yeah, maybe you might have shut it down by that point. Yeah, your days of staying up to the midnights are over.
Well, I damn sure ain't staying up to midnight to watch the Mariners. I mean, all I care about is the final result. I mean, I can get that first thing in the morning. Huh?
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
That's all I care about is the result. All right, some news and notes injury-wise with the Astros. Let's first start with, I guess this is good news. Astros announced that J.P. France, the old Eiffel Tower, underwent right shoulder surgery to repair capsule tear. He'll miss the remainder of the 2024 season. So we knew he would be out for some time and be out for the rest of the year, but he had surgery, so now more clear understanding of what's up with him. The good news, Clint, is Luis Garcia will make his second minor league rehab start on Thursday. That on 4th of July, he'll make his rehab start in AA Corpus, as Joe Espada told the Flagship today. So J.P. France getting his shoulder taken care of, had surgery, and then Luis Garcia is going to make a second start. And Clint, this is big because it looks like he is getting closer and closer to getting back. And I would just throw this out, and I'm really interested to see what Joe and Dana, whoever comes together, make these decisions. What do you think the role is for Luis Garcia when he comes back? Whenever he gets back, whenever they feel comfortable with him coming back, what do you think the role is for Luis Garcia?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think the sixth starter and the six-man rotation, as long as everybody's healthy.
Oh, you would. So if him and Verlander comes back, you would move to a six-man rotation,
yes,
and have him as one.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not here nor there, 5-man or 6-man, but I believe the Astros, for whatever reason, just can't wait to get to a 6-man. I think it's a no-brainer. In particular, if you look at how the Astros typically operate, and then you look at the Astros, if Luis Garcia can come in and at the very least chew some innings in a 6-man rotation towards in the back half of this thing, then there's fewer games that you're going to have to put to wear and tear, and that basically you're load managing these youngsters. And I think that this is the time when I'll lean into load management, right? The fewer outings that Spencer Arrighetti has, we've seen he's got real stuff that plays at this level. He's on a good stretch. If we can load manage Spencer Arrighetti and the others, but specifically Spencer Arrighetti, if we can load manage him the second half of the season and manage his innings and not let this thing just pile up on him because we've got 5, sometimes 4 starters that are healthy, I think that's the best case scenario for the Astros. Because look, we've talked about this. I'm convinced that the stuff plays. Right? I'm not convinced that he's going to go out there and give you a quality start against the best team in baseball. I'm not convinced that he's going to go out there and potentially give you a no-hitter. Like, I'm not getting crazy here, but I'm not nervous about Spencer Arrighetti starting a game in a series against a really, really good baseball team at this point. I don't know how much more the guy can prove moving forward. So I think keeping him healthy and available is more important. So Luis Garcia clearly gives you the opportunity to do that with, again, not just 1 but 3 of the young arms you got in this rotation.
Yeah, I wonder if they would go to a 6-man rotation because the other thought is he would be a long reliever, but your long-term reliever as opposed to where I guess Seth Martinez and Taylor Scott have been, and Dubin have been kind of taking that role when they need to do that. But if he does play in that role, it's hard to know when he's going to throw and when he's going to be able to pitch and how often he's going to be able to get himself stretched out and get to a place where he's kind of ready to go. So there's an interesting thought. I feel like, to me, especially if he continues to throw this way, and that kind of goes with today, that Spencer Arrighetti has earned to stay in the rotation. I feel like that is the case. I am thoroughly intrigued to see what it means, what that will mean, and how they will use three technique Garcia. That will be interesting to see. All right, another roster move, Clint. By the way, the Astros have optioned infielder outfielder Cooper Hummel to AAA Sugar Land, and to take his place. Come on back. Great Kessinger. Great Kessinger got his job back. He is back with the big league club, staying in good hotels, eating good food.
Getting that good check on Tuesday.
There you go. Great Kessinger is back in this bad boy. Good for him.
I'll be damned. Coop, it was fun while it lasted, brother. Got to get old Gray back up here.
He damn sure is a Coop. Coop or a Hum.
Big Hum.
Big Hum. Big Hum.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, as we look through the start of the NBA summer where free agency and moves are being made, Donovan Mitchell, he agreed at this point to go back to the Cleveland Cavaliers on a 3-year deal, $150 million max extension. He goes back to the Cavs to play there. Many people thought this could be a realistic target for the Houston Rockets, other teams. He was also kind of connected with the Lakers, connected with some other teams. But as of now, it looks like he is going to stay with the Cleveland Cavaliers. But there are also reports, Clint, that, hey, maybe the Rockets or other teams aren't out of it. This could be a situation where they do the deal here and he is still traded to another place just with the deal in place and the money he has. So right now he's going back to Cleveland, but it could also mean that he is traded and moved somewhere. This was interesting because I thought this was a realistic superstar star player that the Rockets could have gone after.
Would have been nice. I mean, would have been nice. It's as you said. I guess all is not lost. It can still happen. But
it can still happen.
This is. I'm telling you, man. The way we talk a lot about with the NFL, but just the NBA is that when you're building a team like the Rockets are right now, man, the players that come available, the superstar players that come available, man. If you can just get to the point where your roster's right and your money's right, so you can afford them, there's just. It's hard to find a reason to justify not bringing in a game-changing superstar level player when the timing's right, man. Because these guys move every offseason.
Yeah, they do, and we'll see. We'll see if it remains there. But a guy many people thought the Rockets could find a way to maybe get a part of this fold. As of now, is staying with the Cleveland Cavaliers. All right, coming up as we continue here on The Drive, still impressed by what we've seen from Hunter Brown, which now I think we've got to maybe look at him differently. And I think I have a conversation starter that can really show how much we're looking at him differently. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're whiskey-blooded out there, if you enjoy drinking a good whiskey with your friends,
plenty of options. Find the one that fits you best and take it with you wherever you go, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, Hunter Brown's he's been doing it. You know, he prepares so well for his starts, and you know, couldn't happen to a better guy. He prepares really well. He goes out there and competes.
Here's a penny dropper himself with high praise for the man Hunter Brown, who is the dropper. There he is. He is the reigning American League Pitcher of the Month. And Clint, he had another fantastic performance yesterday. And I think we got to start to maybe potentially change the way we're viewing him. And he's forcing it. He's forcing our hands, Clint, because of how well he has thrown the ball. And I think, hey, we were coming into this thing, Clint, with, hey, man, let's see if he can have a bounce back. Let's see if he can take another step. Let's see if he could be a guy that potentially is a, fourth starter that hopefully maybe he jumps to a number 3 starter. And then, hell, at the beginning of the year, Clint, it was like, God, boy, is this cat going to be able to stay in it? Honest to God, Clint, I think if they didn't have all the injuries, we may have seen Hunter Brown go down for a second had he not just been forced to have to stay up. To now, Clint, he is throwing the ball at a consistent level, 8 straight quality starts, a consistent level, Clint, like he is a front of the rotation dude at this point. So I want to throw this out to you and the people. 713-572-4610. Tyler, you can jump in on this. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Let's say everybody's healthy. Verlander's healthy. Everybody that's not out for the year like J.P. France or like Christian Javier or Keedy. But everybody's healthy. And the Astros are playing in a playoff series. Hunter Brown right now pitches game what?
I'd go game 2.
Woo! Game 2?
Yep. Yeah, I'd go game 2.
Obviously, Verlander, right?
Obviously, Verlander's won. There's no overtaking that for me.
Justin Verlander
at this point in time. But I would feel more comfortable right now where we sit today. I would feel like I'd be more confident in getting more out of Hunter Brown than I do Framber Valdez right now.
What about the guy who's been the best pitcher for the team all season? What about the guy that is probably going to be the only? Maybe Hunter Brown is making a late push.
I was thinking Framber and JV. You're right.
Blanco has been the best pitcher thus far.
No, you're right.
This team.
You're right, Brian. I was thinking the top 2 dogs and who to.
Does that change? Blanco comes in. Does that change it, or is it still Hunter? That's right. This is hard, right? This is getting hard because I can still think there's a case where it is Hunter, but Ronel Blanco has been this team's best pitcher this year. But is he as dominant as Hunter? Probably not. So, I mean, you understand it in a playoff circumstance where you're facing the best teams, you're facing the Orioles or the Yankees or the Guardians, those teams. Is he? You said number 2. Is he still?
Yeah, I would probably go with Hunter Brown, but man, that's a good point. I'd go with Hunter Brown. Yeah, hell with it. I'm gonna stick with it. I'd go Hunter Brown.
I think I'm with you, and it's tough because Blanco has been hell, Clint. To be completely honest with you, if we don't, and obviously you can't do that in this situation. You don't take away what Justin Verlander has done in his experience. Hell, Blanco deserves to get the ball in game 1 with what he has done this year. But no, there's something, I am, especially in the playoffs, it's about stuff. And, we see a situation like yesterday where he gets into a bases-loaded jam and he can go strike people out or get, really, really soft contact to get himself out of jams that it's harder for other guys without the lack of stuff. I'm with you. I would probably have Hunter Brown in the 2 spot. He would probably right now, that's crazy after start of the year, Clint, but he would probably be the number 2 starter behind Verlander. And the other part off of that, which really makes the Astros scary, Clint, is Framber Valdez a 4th starter?
Boy, man. I'd probably still have him 3.
So you'd have Blanco, the guy.
I'd let Blanco be my 4th, yeah.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I would. I don't know if I can push
It's all right to mix a little lefty in there. Yeah. Why not, 1, 2, 3. But, like, that's what makes it scary is if the Astros can get everybody healthy, if you got 4 starters in a rotation and you're sitting there in the 3 and 4 spot, you got Framber Valdez and Ronel Blanco. That is a scary proposition.
Yeah, right. Think about this. Do you feel better? Do you feel better if the playoffs started tomorrow about the top 4 pitchers? Because you essentially end up going with a 4-man rotation ultimately.
Yeah.
What do you feel better about the top 4 right now? Right now, do you feel better about the top 4 in this? Let me go back. Assuming JV comes back and he's healthy.
Yeah, if everybody's healthy, right.
If everybody's healthy, that can be healthy. Do you feel better about the top 4 pitchers in this year's group than you do last year's group?
Yes. Yeah. Hunter Brown right now is.
I mean, who was the 4th? We were talking about in the break. Who was the 4th guy last year? Was it J.P. France, Jose Urquidy? I mean, because didn't some of those guys went. Hunter at one point went long relief, so he wasn't in the mix.
Because it was JV, Framber, Christian Javier, and then I think Urquidy. Urquidy was the 4th starter. Urquidy was the one getting started.
Not that it matters really, to be honest with you, who that 4th one was, because this year I feel better.
No, I think you do, right? Especially if Framber Valdez is anywhere more good Framber than he is bad Framber. You definitely him in the third or the 4th spot. Someone said you can't pitch Verlander and
Hunter Brown's given up 1 damn run in 5 starts.
I'm just saying I don't give a damn if they look just like each other.
That'd be some real baseball stuff there.
Wouldn't it?
That'd be some real baseball stuff right there.
I know like sometimes I don't want to throw that many righties in a row, maybe mix it up a little bit, get a lefty in there, but no. No, I'm gonna throw my 2 best dudes in there.
Let me get my 2 big righties in there, get them guns right, and get a 2-0 lead, and then go ahead and throw that crafty lefty at him if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, someone texted in and said I got Ronel Blanco between JV and Hunter Brown. Ronel would be my number 2 starter from the Texans.
I wouldn't argue with you.
No, it's fair. It's fair. Like we said, man, he's pitched and earned.
He's earned every bit of it.
The right to be at the top,
and it is an effortless earn too, man. I mean, what I like about these guys, man, and it's being so young, is what I'm looking for now. What I've liked about these guys is the ability to work through adversity, and then every one of these young guys, Ronel Blanco, damn near every time he's been out, except when he had the goo in the glove. But he is as good. He literally is as good in the 6th or 7th inning as he is in the 1st and 2nd. I mean, his stuff, and you can argue, hell, Tyler's won money on it. Hunter Brown has struck out the final batter. I know in his last 2 outings, because Tyler won money with it. One of them I lost money, but he is as good late in games. He is as good pitch 90 to 100 as he is early.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are starting to find it and getting themselves stronger as the game continues. That is for sure. Because what I was about to say was. Yeah, I think it's close. I just think, Hunter just has the deal of, hey, man, today y'all might not get a hit. And then I thought to myself, hell, Clint, the person who's actually done that twice is Ronel Blanco.
Yeah.
Ronel Blanco has come out this year and just said, no, you ain't going to get a hit. You ain't going to get a hit today. So that's the part. If JV comes back healthy and he is throwing the ball, if they like what that could potentially look like for the Astros, where you're potentially there's a real case and conversation that Framber Valdez is the 4th starter. That's a real legit conversation, and hell, he's been nails for you before in the postseason. All right, coming up, I think Clint's going to love what D'Amico Ryans had to say, because I think it's something that Clint has been thinking about and saying, and hell, we've been saying it together on this show. Wait till you hear what the head coach of the Texans had to say about comparing this year to last year's football team. That's coming up next on The Drive.
What makes advanced hair different? Advanced hair restoration, they're just built different, to be honest with you, man. First of all, right now, what's significantly different is their once-a-year summer.
Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-385-9302. That's 800-385-9302. What do you have to lose? Call 800-385-9302. Again, 800-385-9302.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, Clint, saying right now JV would be number 3, if not 4, for me if they started a playoff rotation right now. I can't get with that, Jack. I gotta have to do with the experience. You know, he just. I get at times he has not thrown the ball, quote unquote, like an ace.
Oh no, hell no.
But it's just different when it comes to the postseason. I just got a hard time thinking I'm gonna give this ball in a series potentially and not allow him to be a part of it. That like you talk about a 3-game series in the first round. If you're not one of the top 2 seeds, I got a hard time getting that series and him not throwing the first 2 games.
Yeah, look, Ron. Until I see some serious fall off from Justin Verlander, I can't move him out of the ace role. Now, obviously, if he comes back and there's some issues or there's a clear
injury
slip, then hey, look, that's a different animal. But assuming JV is going to be the JV of the past, man. Until I see different, I'm going to believe that, and until I see different, he's going to start game 1 in any series I got.
Yeah, all right, man. As we get rolling here, training camp not too far away, as we'll be out there covering that thing is better than anybody out there. So stay tuned with us as the Texans get going on this what we call the most anticipated season, maybe in the history of the franchise. Clint. I think D'Amico Ryans was kind of speaking your language. He had this to say the other day. People talk about how exciting of a year it was, but I throw up a stat to our guys this offseason like, look, I know we won some games, but guys, look, we had 10 games within 1 score, and these games were down to the wire, and we had to find a way at the end, Ryan says. That doesn't change. That's the NFL. It's about being smart, being confident in those crucial situations like the last 2 minutes of a game. Can you go and perform? Can you be clear-minded and go execute the details of your job to the highest level? That's what it'll come down to. So I just always remind them, like, hey, we didn't just blow everybody out last year. And, Clint, I know that's something that you've looked at is to when you've tried to – kind of pump the brakes on things. They had a big season where they were able to out-execute at the end of games and win some of those games. And that doesn't necessarily translate to the next year. As the Minnesota Vikings 2 years ago, they were able to win a lot of close games, and then last year it went the other way for them. Not saying that would be the Texans, but just kind of give an example based off what he's saying. But, Clint, you're looking at what, as you know, a league that a lot of games are close, and the competition level of teams you're playing with that are used to playing in tight games are going to go up as well. And to the point that I think you've made in the offseason, we've made, this thing's going to be a bit different. And the thought of, hey, man, we're good. Yeah, you got a chance to be good, but there were a lot of tight games that could have gone either way last year that may not happen this way if you don't hold and tighten things up like you did at times last year.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've said it a million times. I think the Texans did a hell of a job last year. They did a good job of arriving. They did a really good job of pulling up in front of the club, nice rig, get out. The doorman knows exactly who they are. The old red velvet rope comes back. You get in the club, and all of a sudden you look over one shoulder and Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs are standing over there. You look over the other, Lamar Jackson, who just thumped your ass, is standing over there. And you look across the room and Joe Burrow is standing over there that's been to a Super Bowl. And you look over there and Josh Allen, who a lot of folks are doubting, but has won a lot of football games in Buffalo. And, you're in a different crowd now. Can you stay? Do you have staying power? That is the next step for the Houston Texans. And I know it's one that as a fan, I want to look back at last year and go, man, it was so impressive, man. Look at CJ, look at Will, man. All these guys are coming, and they are coming, but there's a big difference in playing a last-place schedule, a couple of a critical position like quarterback and some game-changing different positions like wide receiver and defensive end playing out of their mind, and those guys arriving as well, to all of a sudden you're at the party, everybody knows all about you, and now you got to prove that you can stay in the building with the best of the best. That's the step the Texans have to take this year, and I think that is a much more difficult step than arriving at the party.
Yeah, and I think to the point you're making and what D'Amico's making is, we had a great year, but we played some tight games and lost some tight games to teams that we probably shouldn't have lost to, and then had our fair share. A tight game you went on the road in Cincinnati was a big one. We had a tight game against Carolina that went the wrong way, Tyler. We had a tight game against Atlanta that went the wrong way. We had some tight games in here, and I believe they're going to play tight games, Clint. I think they're going to be in games, and there will be games that go down to the wire. And it's how do you survive in these tight games against some of these teams that you just talked about, Clint? Because you got weeks. How does it fare when you got a tight game against Green Bay? You got a tight game against Detroit. You got a tight game against the Cowboys. You got a tight game against Miami. You got a tight game against Buffalo. How does that swing? And I'm sure you've seen it. You've seen it even, being on the field, even those years with the Cowboys, how things can shift so easily in tight score games and one-score games and field goals and touchdown score games. One small play, and I think that's what you're talking about, of like one small play by a Tyreek Hill can shift things in a game. One small play by Jahmyr Gibbs can shift things in a game. Or on the defensive side of the ball that, they may have to face that can shift. And we saw it happen with the Texans. Will Anderson making some plays here. CJ Tank making some plays here. It's just I like the thought that he is trying to push this, Clint. Now, I don't know how much it will get through. I hope it does, but I like the thought that he is continuing to push. He seems very, very realistic on what happened last year and what could happen this year.
I think him and Nick have done a hell of a job of that. Like I think they have done a hell of a job of that from jump, in a sense of preaching this. No matter what's going on in the moment, they're preaching this. This every season is different, right? I mean, every week is different. Every team is different. We got to start over and build on what we had last year, kind of deal. And I think their overall message of what's built in, whether it's in season or out of season, their overall message to their team, I think there's a built-in layer that you're constantly preaching to them. Last year doesn't mean anything. Now, you're not using those words, obviously. Yeah. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But, I think it's built into the messaging to this team is last year doesn't matter. Don't get to feeling yourself. Don't ever get complacent. Let's make sure that we understand this is a new season. Now, are the players hearing it? That's the real question here is, did they play well enough? Did they get enough recognition? Are they feeling themselves to the point where they ain't listening to that kind of thing anymore? The message of the organization means less because now they've arrived and they're individually getting all this credit. Are they listening? Are they buying in to the same level? Are they still willing to do whatever the team needs them to do in order to win a ball game 1 week at a time? Or is this, I need 1,500. I need 1,310 touchdowns. I want to go out there and throw for 5,000. You know what I mean? Like
confidence is a fine line.
Sure,
of
absolutely.
Where you are.
Absolutely. At this point, that's why at this point in time with me, call it what you want. Look, at this point in time with me, I need CJ and the fellas to pipe down a bit. Like, I don't care if you're talking to podcasts. I don't care if you're talking to the media. I need the fellas to quit creating bulletin board material. I need the fellas to quit talking about the stats that they want to put up. If it's me, because all you've done is arrived. You can't walk in the club with all them VIP members in there talking about the one season you had when they got more Super Bowl rings in years you've had in the damn in the damn league, right? I mean, they you just that's a hard sell right there. So I don't know, man. I would like for them to pipe down a little bit and get that nose back on the grind.
Yeah, we'll see here. As he said that they weren't blowing folks out. We'll see. Like I said, I believe they will have some tight games, and I think that is something though you do draw from last year because they more times than not they did execute down the stretch, which gave them an advantage over teams. You can think of the tight games. The Denver game, I remember they out-executed at the end of games. Tampa, they out-executed at the end of games. So that's something that they can most definitely hold on to and try to replicate.
Yeah, it's the thing is, you just said Denver, and you're talking about
I never said the competition's different.
Yeah, I mean that's where you're at, man. Right? You talk about not getting it done against Atlanta and Carolina. You talk about getting it done against Tampa, which was awfully impressive. Getting it done against Denver, awfully impressive. Those are all fine and dandy, but getting it done, the definition of getting it done changes when that guy across the field from you, that team across the field from you is as good as anybody in the league at getting it done, So it's hopefully, like D'Amico said, it's a new season, all right.
Yeah, it is. So, we'll see what the Texans roll into and how they. I think we'll be able to tell really quickly if they are taking things in with that. All right, as we continue riding here live on the drive, Clint, I know you got a lot coming up on Dirty's Daily. What's coming up on the 4?
Well, look, Ron, this is there's some trouble brewing up north, man. There's some trouble brewing up in Dallas with them boys, if you know what I mean. And the NCAA has voted on a little something that I don't know how much it changes, but we got to discuss what it's like being in the huddle with some folks that smoked a little weed on the way to practice.
Did you experience that?
I've had a little experience with that. We got to talk about that. We'll do that. All that. Talk about them boys and being high in the huddle. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, man. They are used to.
the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Hey, T, at my parties, we got some air in the balls, man. You know what I mean? We got some air in the balls.
Not Tom Brady style.
No. We don't. I got small hands, and I would have, when I was back in my playing day, I would have appreciated that tip from Tom had I known the tip about that air not being in the balls.
Air in the balls.
But yeah, I mean, we got to get a Tyler. Put you up to that test. We got to get an air pump. Get these balls aired up, man. Come on, we got enough hot air in this building. Our balls shouldn't be flat. That's for damn sure. We got 3 footballs back here, and that one back there is sitting on flat. I mean, we got to get this thing right, man. Big shout out. We greatly appreciate everybody out there that listens on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Y'all need to make sure you download that app. You can take us anywhere you go, streaming. It don't matter if you're at the office, you're running, you can listen to it in the car. We appreciate you doing that. If you're listening on the FM dial or the AM dial, we greatly appreciate you there too. You can also see us on YouTube and Twitch. Check us out when you can. I threw up like literally on my TV. Blech. No, not like that. I threw up YouTube on my TV a couple days ago with it was actually B Skeezy and J-Lo, Little in the Loop, and watch those guys when I got a little workout in, man. So,
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Well, hopefully you did in that weight room I was working out in either, because I was the only one in there. So hopefully I wasn't one. But pretty cool listening experience, watching experience. So appreciate everybody out there for checking us out, all the different ways in which you can find us. Stay tuned in. You never know what the hell we're going to be up to. Ryan, in the break, I looked up at TV, man, and how in the hell is John Morant getting a statue?
Where?
Nike unveiled a statue in a park up in Brooklyn somewhere at I guess it's obviously a basketball court like they do up in the Northeast with all the different, like Rucker Park. It's Burge Park, I think is what it was. But they got a statue for Ja Morant. Hell, he's missed more games because of the gun situation than he has played, hadn't he?
There's got to be a story behind that. There's got to be a reason for it. I don't even. He doesn't have a connection with Brooklyn.
Well, it's a Nike deal. It's Nike apparently did it. So it's some kind. I'm sure it's some kind of Nike sanctioned event. Isn't his shoe? Isn't the Ja Morant shoe
he's with Nike? But hell, I mean, does LeBron have one? Does Kobe have one?
No, I don't know. And the weird thing is, they made one of his arms look smaller than the other. Like, he's got a big chest, some broad shoulders, and one of his arms looks shorter than the other, smaller than the other. One's got an arm sleeve on. It's a weird deal, but I just thought that's an interesting guy to pick as your.
Good for him, because I thought it was getting shaky with Nike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's one of them cats right now. I'd probably pump the brakes a little bit on steering the youth to really dial in on what the hell he's up to.
They should have put a gun on the statue with him.
I'm sure somebody has
probably
a joke.
Not.
I'm sure somebody has a joke. What would you do if he had one in his waistband and behind his shirt? You pull up his shirt because he has a Nike T-shirt on. Pull up the back of his shirt and he's got
probably not.
That'd be a bad thing.
That'd be a bad look right there. All right, well, let's travel up north. And look, I'm on record. I think the Cowboys. I think this year the Cowboys come apart. I think the wheels come off. I think it's going to, even though the Stars nor the Mavericks held up, and clearly the Rangers aren't right now holding up their end of the deal. I thought this could have been the worst year of Jerry Jones's career, with potentially the Stars winning a Stanley Cup, the Mavs winning an NBA Finals, and then the Rangers last year having won the World Series. I thought, boy, if the wheels come off on Jerry, he may just call it up. He may quit.
The Cowboys went all in, bro.
Well, I don't know. At least, look, that's what they say. But either way it goes, I'm not interested in the conversation about should Jerry sign anybody or should he not. The truth of the matter is that team is they're not a player away from winning a game. They win games. They win a bunch of games. There's something in that building. Or maybe there's something not in that building. There is something they're missing that's keeping them from winning the big games, the games that matter, the games that it's win in advance, ultimately the games that get you paid the big money, the game that Jerry's looking for before he hands the team off to his family, either willingly or not. One way or another, Jerry's going to turn this thing over to them kiddos at some point in time, and Jerry's looking for a championship. Now, there are, I'll call them rumors simply because I don't know. I haven't dug deep into them, but there are rumors out there that Micah Parsons is rubbing the front office thin. He's rubbing a lot of people around the Star, what I used to call Valley Ranch, but now the new Star. Apparently, he's rubbing a lot of people thin. And if you just listen to Micah Parsons, I don't think it's a stretch for folks to understand that he could probably – people that, like me, that take winning a little bit more serious than they probably should. He could rub you the wrong way in a hurry. And so the rumblings of Micah Parsons rubbing folks the wrong way.
He's a Cowboy.
Yes, he is a Cowboy, but Micah Parsons, him maybe rubbing some of the players the wrong way, that's been a brewing. Well, now Malik Hooker, who is going into his 9th year in the NFL, free safety for the Cowboys, he was on Keyshawn Johnson's podcast. And Keyshawn, got asked him some pretty specific questions, and Keyshawn even said, "Look, I'm not trying to get you in trouble, so I really don't care how you answer it, but I got to ask you the questions." And so he went on this back and forth with Keyshawn Johnson, and here is where Malik Hooker. A lot of people today are saying Malik Hooker, he stepped back in it. Maybe he put his foot in his mouth, so to speak, about his teammate Micah Parsons. Here's Malik Hooker.
Problem with it. My thing would be, though, for Micah, my advice would be for Micah would be, just make sure we're all right, and being where your feet are. Because if we're at work and, the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and the run game is terrible, then, what are you really caring about? Are you caring about the crowd that is watching your podcast, or caring about the success of our team and the Super Bowl that we're trying to reach?
Now, I want to be transparent with this. Is the only part of the podcast that I heard was about a 3-minute cut around that particular piece of audio right there. And when you just listen to the 22 seconds, it sounds pretty direct and specific to Micah Parsons, when in reality, the 3-minute cut softened the blow significantly with where it came from, what the intentions were. But nonetheless, Malik Hooker made the comments, and Micah Parsons came back with a since deleted response. And this is what Micah Parsons said. "Just wish you said this to me, but instead on some podcast. You got my number, family." And he tweeted at him, Malik Hooker 24, "and you're my locker mate, so you could say this any day. And you do realize I shoot the podcast on our off day. Why ain't we talking about everyone preparations and focus leading up to the game week? I mean, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not." We've talked about this, Ron, in terms of, and I think you and I are on two different pages in terms of, like, I just, after I listened to the whole thing, like, it just, this was not, by itself, wasn't a big deal. Should he have done it? No. Should he have done the podcast and talked about brought up anybody else's name? Absolutely no, not. But I personally just didn't think that it was that big of a deal, assuming that this is a tight team, assuming that these guys are friends, assuming that these guys are tight teammates, assuming they're both starters on the same defense. So I didn't think it was a big deal.
The reason it wouldn't have been a big deal, Clint, if Micah's response was in line with, "Yeah, man, like this is one of the leaders of the team. You know what? He ain't right." Micah's response was like, "No, man, chill out. You could have came to me personally,"
yes,
which is the first thing I was thinking. And then at the end, not only did he say you could have came to me, you got my phone number, like, hey, we locker mates. He also then, Clint, said, "Yo, I can say a lot of stuff about other people too, but I guess I won't." Like, it clearly bothered him. And to me, Clint, my issue with Malik Hooker is, boy, you got to know. you got to know, one, how he's going to react to this and how this will hit towards him, knowing Micah Parsons. And you already got to know and be prepared and ready for what's going to come. And what's going to come is that's going to add and create drama. That is going to add and create a story. And it won't stop, because as soon as Micah Parsons hits a mic, he's going to be asked about it, Clint. As soon as and maybe they might not want to do this, but as soon as Zimmer is asked about it, he may cut somebody smooth out, the defensive coordinator. But as soon as he's asked about it, he's got it. As soon as he talks, he's got to talk about it. Mike McCarthy, who's already got a lot of drama on his plate to begin with, he's got to talk about it. I bet you Dak's going to have to talk about it. I bet you everybody. And now you have created a thing. And to be honest with you, and I just saw this on the text line where people said, hey, Hooker isn't wrong. It's already a narrative or a truth, however you want to put it, that is out there. This just added fuel to things. And clearly to me, Clint, by the reaction from Micah Parsons, this didn't just go over. Like, Clint, Ray Lewis can go and say this to anybody on his team. And ain't nobody, even Ed Reed, and ain't nobody going to say nothing.
Yeah.
Like, Hooker, you better have the pull to be able to say something like this before you get away with it. And to me, clearly the reaction was like Micah wouldn't just get with that.
You're right. You're right, Ron, because here's the deal is if we look at it from that perspective, clearly they ain't as tight. There's not – because, I mean, look, I feel like – I'm going to tell both of you two, Tyler and Ron, if I ever say anything that may seem, if you just cut a 10-second clip out of it, that may seem out of pocket, I need y'all to listen to the whole thing, and I need y'all to give me the benefit of the doubt, because you know me, and I'm all about winning, and I'm all about the fellas. I'm all about us. Like, now, if I get way out of pocket, I mean, dog, cuss me, do whatever you want to. But if it's just something that's like, I mean, come on, hey, look, we know where dude's coming from. We know. Like, Micah's response tells me that it ain't all like warm fuzzy in that damn locker room with that defense. Like, his response, because you're right, his response changes it. His response changes the dynamic of everything because of who he is and the way in which he responded. Now it's national news. Now everybody's going to run with it.
Weak-ass Cowboys.
And so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens down the road. You hit on another thing with this, Ron, that to me is more concerning for the Cowboys than anything Malik Hooker said and anything between Micah Parsons and Malik Hooker specifically. The way Micah Parsons, one of the best players in the NFL, arguably the best player on the Dallas Cowboys and what should be a leader, his response, forget his response directly to Malik Hooker. The last sentence, when he says, I mean, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not. What team that has Super Bowl intentions, that it's Super Bowl or bust, that is a team that's, hey, man, we got to win in the playoffs. The owner's telling you, I ain't paying nobody. I got to see more. What team that is built to make that kind of run, one of their leaders saying, I can point out a lot of other things, but I'm just not going to do it. To me, that's telling the world that there's a lot of things going on in that locker room amongst the players and with that team leading up to ball games that are a distraction. And that's coming from Micah Parsons. That's not coming from an outside source. He's telling you, hey, look here. Why ain't we worried about what everybody else is doing, preparation, focus leading up to game week? I could say a lot of things, but I'm not going to. He's telling you flat out, there's a lot of bull jive going on, but I'm not going to call anybody out.
Yeah, but Clint, have you ever been in a locker room where there weren't some bull jive going around?
No, I was in a lot of losing locker rooms.
Right. I mean, that, but also even in Arkansas, like there were some people that was, on some.
Not like this. Just, I mean, yes, I get your point.
Just on like where you like, come on, man. Like not even that big, but come on, man. Like I would imagine you got that many guys that some people are on, on something else. Like this to me, like this. This is why I think the more and more I think about it, Clint, is Malik Hooker's like he's out of pocket here, like because this was not a This isn't a, man, I'm just challenging my guy type of thing. This is if the run game is terrible and you're doing a podcast every week, what are you really caring about? Now you try to talk about like how much what I care about. Like what my focus is, do I care about what's going on? Huh?
He ain't wrong, though.
No, but I mean, but the run game, but what I would say is, do I think he is wrong that the run game, if there are issues with the run game, it's because Micah's doing a podcast? If I were Micah Parsons, I would take issue with that. Don't tell me that I care less because on my day off I'm doing some work. I'm doing some other work. No, I disagree with that. I would take that absolutely personal with the run game, because I'm telling you, ain't nobody else breaking their back on this damn defense as much as I am. And you gonna tell me the run game, and it's because on my day off I'm doing a podcast, and you telling me you sleeping with your old lady on the day off? Am I supposed to say that what do you really care about? Am I supposed to be other things that you do in your own time? What do you really care about? If I'm Micah, I take that personal, and there has to be a little bit of, who the hell are you, Malik? Who are you? Do we need you? Who are you, Malik? Calm down. Because I could see how this has probably annoyed the hell out of Micah Parsons.
Well, it's clearly annoyed him. I mean, it's clearly annoyed him, and I think that's the bigger story here, Ron.
Yeah, he's going to look at him funky. I think no matter what.
I mean, it's like, in order to make that run, in order to make a difference, in order to be a team that makes one of those runs, I mean, locker room chemistry and everybody being on the same page and everybody being tight, particularly everybody on one unit. Hell, I mean, you're talking about two guys, one guy that moves more than anybody in the NBA and one guy at a free safety position that's got to communicate a lot of it. It's just not a good look for the Cowboys in a sense of, to hell with the individuals. It's just not a good look for the Cowboys as it pertains to being, presenting your locker room as prepared and ready to go win a
You see him try to walk it back? You see him try to walk it back?
Which one?
Hooker?
I hadn't seen it.
Where he said, come on, y'all, man, that's my little bro. That's my little bro. Yeah, don't take the bait. What do you mean don't take the bait?
Right.
To me, when you say something like that, that means that you have some sort of belief or feel that because he was doing podcasts additionally during the season, that you felt like his focus was somewhere else.
Well, that's to me, Ron. That's if when I listened to the 3 minute, I didn't get that feel at all. That was not the one clip, and then I listened to everybody talking. I was like, oh yeah, that's bad. And then I went and listened to the 3 minute deal. It was a much softer blow than that. You know what I mean? The context and the discussion softened the blow big time. Not that. Look, a lot of people believe keep my name out your mouth. I mean, that ain't
ass Cowboys.
That just is what it is. That's black and white.
Mike ain't gonna hear that soft.
Right.
And he ain't gonna hear it soft, especially because nobody's talking about it soft.
Yeah. Well, now the cat's out of the bag. I mean, now everybody's talking about it the way in which they want to talk about it. So Malik Hooker's got to deal with it. Don't matter what his intentions were. So we'll see, man. But trouble brewing up 45. I'm telling you, man. I don't get good vibes for Dallas this year, man.
No,
a lot of distractions on top of the normal distractions that are the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, this ain't a help. This ain't a help. And CD Lamb ain't showing up to training camp till he gets paid either. So this ain't no help at all. All right, coming up as we continue rolling, Astros continue to try to win and add to this win streak to catch both the Mariners and the teams in the wild card. We're getting close to getting everybody back here with Kyle Tucker coming back. We're getting close to seeing the Astros whole. We'll talk about on the other side, what is the absolute best lineup they can put out? What's the best lineup they can put out? We'll discuss that coming up next.
episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I heard that.
Whoa.
Big orange wagon. Big orange wagon coming up, huh?
Big orange.
Yeah, big orange blue wagon.
When's the next big orange blue wagon come out?
I hope tonight.
Really?
What the hell you mean you hope, man? You running a damn show?
Yeah, I got a partner. I believe tonight we will have a new episode of the Big Orange Wagon for the people.
Just make sure he has his head on straight now. Let's go. Let's go now. Sure.
You and old PC, y'all been debating a little bit.
I'd never be afraid to step out.
Oh, I know.
Got no problem with it.
The showman.
Yeah, man.
I can't believe you fell for it, Ron.
I fell for what? What?
Ron Hughley.
Well, I mean, I feel like you fell for an old debate trap.
You think I got punked into a debate trap?
No, I don't. No, you didn't get punked. No, you do a really good job of aggressively standing your ground, right, wrong, or indifferent. No, you ain't losing that battle, Chief. I feel like your point of Dubon should be the center fielder was a valid point, but then it quickly went to that was driven by PC, who had already clearly done his research. So he had you from he had a plan and he had done research, and so he had the advantage on you. And because he quickly turned it into a conversation that sounded like you were poking your chest out, saying that somebody was a better defensive outfielder than Jake Myers. Like just that specifically, when in reality you were just saying, no, I would prefer Dubon. And Dubon hitting 300 and being clutch has a lot to do with that.
All of that too. And I personally think Dubon is a better all-around defender anyway. I would just say this, because when someone tells me that you can give me all the stats you want to, because we can go stats all day long, as I've said to him, there's a stat floating around about how close Dak Prescott is to Patrick Mahomes' numbers in the last 3 years, but nobody in their right mind thinks that those two players are anywhere close to each other, right? Like nobody in their right mind believes, no matter what kind of numbers you show up. Sometimes numbers don't matter, but I would say this: when you're telling me somebody is a great defensive player, the way Patrick said about Jake Myers, I would pose this question to you. Now that we done got on this, I pose this question to you. Say that the Astros are in a gotta-have-it game, must-win game. I'm talking playoffs, something like that. Must-win game, gotta have it. Need to have it to get in, need to have it, whatever. And the game in the ninth inning is tied, and there is a runner at second base with 2 out. Do you think that Joe Espada and company would sit down and have a serious conversation on, should we take Jake Myers out because of his arm, just in case a ball is hit to center field, to give ourselves the best chance to throw somebody out? Do you think that would at least be a realistic conversation?
I would think so, yes.
Now, how the hell can a great defender be in a realistic conversation with the money on the line, with the game on the line being taken out?
Well, so but that's the point, though, Ron.
So you can tell me all your numbers all you want to. That's a great defender. You can't be a great defender if you can't throw. All right, that's a part of it in the outfield. And if you would be taken out, potentially at least a conversation. Although I think it would be a great move. Terry Francona did it in the World Series against the Cubs in 2016, where he took his center fielder out because he can't throw, and they needed to have the best chance to win. If to have a conversation about that just proves that you can't be a great defender if there's a conversation about you being taken out for defensive purposes. So don't give me great defender with Jake Myers. And you're right, I fell for it. Who in their right mind? Who in their right mind has watched Jake Myers and said, "Boy, that guy,
boy, Ron,
that guy's a great defensive player."
Well, see, if you had you been prepared for a Jake Myers defensive debate, you could have really dug into where he ranks in the arm strength. And you can't just, when you're talking about how great somebody is defensively, right, you can't just dismiss the lack of a very important part of being a defensive center fielder. Like, you can't dismiss those stats and embrace the ones that prove the point. I feel like you would have, had you known it was going to be so specific of a debate, I feel like you would have had, even though you're not a numbers guy, you would have had some numbers to probably emphasize and highlight the weakness of Jake Myers defensively as well. So I don't know. I thought you were. I think you're a better debater than most, and I feel like you got kind of set up right.
I'm a master debater.
I doubt that too.
Take the D out. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you.
I don't know, man. I just feel like, I mean.
Hey, I'm gonna stay on it. I'm good. You want to argue that Jake Myers is a great defensive player and argue that Jake Myers and Julio Rodriguez are closer than you think as players? I'm good. I don't need a number.
Well, that's the other thing. Here's the other thing is when it comes to center fielders, like, I'm curious, and I'm seriously asking, like, from a numbers, because I'm less of like looking at some advanced stat that proves a certain point and leaning heavily into it. I think you can find a lot of those to prove your point, but like, how many of those in that same stat that PC was talking about, like, how many of the top 5 center fielders are rank high in that stat?
Yeah, like, that's why I pointed to him. He showed some stats, and like 2 or 3 guys who finished in as Gold Glove finalists in center field were like 11th and 12th. And these are guys that people like Michael Harris. Go remember the play he made against the Phillies with the Braves last year where he ended one of those games. That catch he made up against the wall where he ran it down like Jake could never do in his life. He ran it down and then threw it back to first base like Jake could never do in his life. Threw it back to the infield. Like they have him like 10, 11 spots lower than Jake. That
right.
Nobody in their right mind believes that guy that Jake Myers is a better defender than Michael Harris for the Braves. Nobody does. So I mean,
well, that's why. Like, I thought, like, as I'm listening to it all unfold, I'm just kind of watching. I happen to side with, like, I'm fine with Jake Myers being there now, but I think it's a much more realistic conversation, the big picture of who should be in center field, right?
And listen, Jake's a fine player. He's fine. He has improved. I said it. We came back and I said, man, I didn't think, like, and I'll stand by it. I didn't think Jake felt like a 4A player, a guy that's not really a major league player, but between major leagues and AAA. That's what he's shown. He is an MLB player, and yeah, he deserves a chance to be out there playing. I give him. He has taken his game up. He's fine. He's a fine player.
Well,
right? Like we are up here. Like, wow, look at the turnaround he's having, and we're having the audacity for somebody to mention his name with Julio Rodriguez. Man, he's hitting 250 something, with like 8 home runs. Like, that's the best we've seen him hit. That's okay. That's okay, and he's fine. Like I just said, we go with numbers. I said, how come that man didn't make the roster last year in the playoffs?
Right.
If he's a defensive guy, how come Mauricio Dubon is the one they were putting in as a defensive replacement and started in the ALDS and ALCS? And so you didn't have a stat there. What you had, Patrick, there was, the manager was stupid. The manager who is a Hall of Famer and led that team to the division title for however many years in a row.
He knew he'd stir you up if he went at Dusty. But the to me, that particular stat, again, I would be interested in how many of the top center fielders are high in that stat or rank high in that stat. How many of the top center fielders, and if there's not many, then it's one of those stats where it's hard to lean into, because all you're really proving is that stat, as it pertains to starting center fielders that are the top center fielders, doesn't really mean much, right? You know what I mean? So I don't know. It was just interesting, and I felt like you got. I mean, the big point was who should start in center field, and you got suckered into a Jake Myers defensive center fielder debate, and you weren't.
I was well okay with my argument at my fault. I
would have liked to have seen you had a chance. If you'd have known it was coming, I would have. I think the odds would have been really good.
I was good.
I don't give a
someone in their right mind, like as a great defender who can't throw.
Well,
that's a part of it. Hey,
before we get out of here, I listened to it all. Sean Bijani agreed with him, and you ain't gonna believe it today. You ain't gonna believe it. B. Scott sided with him. Said he was right. Said he was right. Ron,
really, dog?
Yes,
fine.
Really.
I mean, listen, they're not right all the time, so that's fine.
They're human. They can be wrong.
They can get it wrong. Yeah, they ain't about.
B. Scott can be wrong with Patrick's ass.
B. Scott, Patrick, Sean, they can all be wrong. Right?
Scary ass hoes.
All right, if you go out there and you think, boy, man, we got a guy in center field, nothing's gonna get past him. Again, great defender. All I will say is there is a real conversation where he gets taken out of a game for defensive purposes. That's a great defender. All right, coming up, I do want to get to the Astros. That was mean, Jake. This ain't about you, Jake. That was.
I screwed it up.
But no, I do want to get into if everyone's healthy, and I do have Jake in this lineup, but if everyone's healthy, what would be the best lineup they can put forth for the Astros as they continue to surge? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's summertime in the city, y'all. Academy
recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, you were just a Jake Myers hater. Knew that was coming. If the thought is that I don't believe he's a great defender. I think he's a fine defender. I don't think he's a great defender. If that's a hater, a hater. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's fine. You can take that. That's fine. You can go with that. I do, however, have some good news about a player that the Astros desperately need to get back to help Jake out in that outfield, Clint, and that is on Kyle Tucker. Joe Espada, Captain Joe Espada, the manager, had this to say. He said, I am hopeful in the next couple of days you could see him out here. And he was talking about potentially running a bit. The speed of the last couple of days, it's actually progressing faster than we had in the last couple of days. Boy, Clint, when I first read that, I thought when they said the next couple of days you could see him out here. And he was talking about running, potentially. Not see him out there with a glove and ready to go and be in the lineup, but see him out there running a little bit. But they're getting closer, Clint.
Does this man need like a damn shin bone transplant or something? Like, what the? I've been defending him because I saw that play, but man, this is wild.
Check on that shirt. I don't know if there are shins. I don't know if they have those.
y'all better send somebody over and do a little investigating.
Tyler said, I will trade my shin with his right now just to get his ass back out.
I would.
Could you imagine if Kyle walked out there with that little bird leg, a little fungo you walk around on out there? It looked like that statue of Ja Morant, but he had one leg instead of his arm.
How tall is Kyle Tucker?
One pasty old peg leg walking out there.
I do have some chicken legs now.
That'd be great. Tuck, big ass Tuck out there on one peg.
Yeah, that is it.
I'll volunteer it, though,
man. They look normal on you, T. They just look funny on him.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
That's.
How big is Tuck? Tuck, pretty big old boy.
He looks wiry. To me, though, maybe he looks.
I think Tuck's probably heavier than you think.
6'4", so he's definitely got me.
Yeah, he's.
What's he weighing? 220?
I'd say probably like 2.
Nah, he got to be thicker than that. He's thick from the ankles to the nose. He got to be a little. I mean, he got to be 6'4". He got to be 215.
Yeah,
220. Got to be.
They got him listed at an even 200.
What?
Come on, man.
I got to see Tuck on a.
He is wiry.
I got to see him on a scale. Ain't 200 hell.
I'm just telling you where I mean, I'm pretty good at this. It's pretty good. Pretty good at this. I didn't even look it up. I didn't even cheat. I promise you.
You must have looked it up when you were. Nah, he was looking up the to do the lineups today. Which folks, Ron's doing the lineups today for the first time in forever. Man. So y'all got to stay tuned. It's going to be in that last segment today.
Joe tried to make it tough in there. Slid a couple of guys in there I was not prepared for.
There ain't no way you didn't look Tuck up and see that weight. There ain't no way.
I promise
in your
God
research.
I didn't. I eyed it. I can eye things just like I can eye Jake. I can eye things.
6'4", 200 is thin, man.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, he's wiry.
Wiry.
6'4", 200.
I mean, I look at Dubon and think wiry. I look at old Loperfido right now and think kind of wiry.
Yeah, he's a little tough, but wiry. I kind of. It's got to be like you got to be a little tall.
Yeah, you got to have that height.
You got to have some height to be.
Or
wiry.
he's got to be super skinny.
Doobie's just small.
Yeah, that's just what he got. That's just his package.
Altuve's just small.
Fair.
Someone texted in, and Blanco's 180. I mean,
exactly. Great point.
The start of the season, he was.
Yeah, you're right. Great point. Let's stress those numbers.
Hey, what they got? They got
a left guard sitting at 180.
Kyle's got 20 pounds on it. I got to look that up again, man. I got to make sure. Now I got to look up Ronel Blanco again. There ain't no way.
Yeah, since he's been the L's all year long, they at least update his.
Let's take a look at it here. Let's see if they got. They have updated it. It says 6'3", 265 now for Ronel Blanco.
That's more like
that sounds more accurate.
Like it. There we go.
Hey, they had his high school numbers out there. So.
That just take a look at his driver's license when he was 15 and a half and just roll with that sucker.
Who was the other one? Luis Garcia? They tried to make him thin too?
I just remember Ronel Blanco's was the blatant one. Because we said, 180 in your bra.
Hey, that was like him being 180 was as blatant as that Yordan Alvarez voice that was clearly the translator's voice.
God, I will never forget.
It's one of those like, no way, immediately, ain't no chance, man.
Early days in radio.
I know a lot of things, but I know that's not Yordan Alvarez.
No chance that's Yordan.
Tyler.
What was I thinking?
You told me to say it. You know how Michael Parsons said, I could say a lot of things going on, but I ain't gonna say it. Like that time Tyler told me in my ear, here's Yordan Alvarez. Here's Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, that was all me.
This is sound on Yordan Alvarez.
Some old boy that sounds like Tyler started talking. I was like, no.
Damn, Tyler.
That's great.
Yeah,
we got to find it. You got to find that audio. That is great. That got to be a blooper somewhere.
Clint came back and said, "Man, I know a lot of things. I don't know a lot of things, but I know that damn sure was not Yordan Alvarez."
Not my most shining moment there.
That was it, man. Yeah, that was it. That was a great time. All right. Kyle Tucker getting closer. It looks like. I think this is progress. He talking about he'll potentially be on the field, so at least running where people can see him off a treadmill. Hey, you think real quick, and I'll get to it here in a bit. You think they're saving his gait? They want him to have a certain gait that so people can see him. When people see him running out there, they're like, "Yo, man!"
Well, they know. I think they saw the stink that Julian Morales running his ass out there to that handshake line. What that called? Yeah, I mean, I think Look, I think with the way the Astros are playing right now too, I don't think they're in a rush to get him back. I think they're playing lights out. The guys that are subbing for him out there in right field. I mean, those guys are swinging the bat really well. So I think I really think at this point it's one of them. Like, there's no reason for Kyle Tucker to rush back. I hate to have this mindset right now, but I just with those guys, I'm just overly confident with those guys in the way they're swinging the bat. So get late July, baby, late July, and let's bring these three back: Verlander, Luis Garcia, and obviously Kyle Tucker, and we got we can be somewhat whole.
Yeah. Kyle Tucker getting closer back, and this lineup has started to come together even without Kyle Tucker. One of the conversations we've been having is wait till you add this cat back in it. And as of now, let's say when Kyle Tucker gets himself healthy and gets back, and this crew is healthy, who would you say is would be this team's best lineup, the best lineup they can put out? Obviously, all right, I think we agree Altuve leads off. I think we probably agree they continue with Bregman playing third, at batting second, Alvarez hitting third and DHing. And it looks like, I think we all agree and like the Diaz move. If Kyle Tucker is back, Kyle Tucker would bat fourth behind Alvarez. But I think we do like Diaz right behind that top four. I think we agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we agree with that. Like the Diaz move where he's been batting cleanup, but now if Kyle Tucker, he drops back, him in the 5 spot, and then it seems like they really like Jake Myers in that 6 spot. I would say Pena in that 6 spot, then maybe Jake Myers, and then I think that's where it gets interesting because I think you then have the left field position there, and you got the first base position there. What is the best lineup for the Astros when it comes to those added positions that we don't have accounted for? There's Singleton, there's Dubon, there's Cabbage, there's Loperfido, there's Dubon in that as well. What would be the best lineup? Those two other guys, those two positions that are still open. What would be the best guys to fill that?
You got the top 7 for me pegged, and the bottom 2, 8, 9. I would go White Boy Chaz and Dubon. I mean, we have seen we have seen white boy Chaz in big moments when he's consistently getting at bats. I would lean his direction over Joey Loperfido and over Cabbage in left field. And then I would have Dubon at first base. And I like Dubon in that 9-hole. I like the activity. Obviously, Dubon's clutch as hell, so we can get beyond that. I just like the way that every time I flip the damn TV on, that dude's on the base pass. He's making noise. There's always activity around Dubon. Him getting on base with Altuve with the top of the lineup, turning over. I like that. So I would go white boy Chaz and Dubon in left and first base.
Yeah, I'm with you on. There's something about me, fellas, that wants to go Joey, because I really like what he has done and the at bats he's put together. I was really impressed by that double he hit, that big shot he had against the Mets late in that game. But I'm with you, man. You start to get to experience. And really, to me, yes, Chaz has not had the year he's had last year, but I think a lot had to do to me with injury and the fact that he then became in that kind of round-robin thing, and he hadn't gotten the at-bats like he was getting last year. But you're right, man. We saw him when they won the championship. He had huge moments, huge at-bats. Big play in center field before he lost his job to Jake. Like we saw moments, big moments in all rounds then. We saw big moments last year. He has had a knack from getting big hits, and he's been in the situation before. So I think I lean with you, even though I'm really impressed by Joey and what he's been able to do.
Yeah, and you know the other thing with Joey is Joey. We've said this multiple times. He's got the last Astro that I can remember. Obviously, is Pena. Like before, we knew that Pena was going to be able to just hold down the shortstop spot after Correa left and fill those shoes to the MVP level in the World Series kind of deal. It just seemed like dude belonged there. No moments were too big. It's Joey. It's hard to not feel that way about Joey Loperfido right now. And the point being, Ron, is like defensively in the outfield, he's cool with it. He's smooth with it. He seems like, and at the plate, obviously, but he seems like no moment is too big. This is where he belongs from jump. So Loperfido's convincing, but I would roll with white boy Chaz in left field.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you in that. Yeah, I like that as the best lineup. I will say this, Clint, when I look at that lineup and I think about the potential of series, and we're talking about them trying to, at their best, playoffs contending, I think about series against teams like the Yankees, against teams like the Orioles, even though they just swept them, and teams like the Guardians, who are really, really good. It feels like they're a bat short. Either they're a bat short that they need to maybe go get something, or that one of these guys can emerge and really pick their game up. And it's hard not to compare them to the other Astros teams that have been really, really good. When you think about guys like Kyle Tucker in the championship season as the number 5 hitter, you think about some of those guys that played there, or hell, Carlos Correa hit 6th, Hughley hit 7th one year as they made runs. It just feels like they are short, just maybe a bat. And we'll see. Maybe some of these guys step up. Maybe a Chaz steps up and starts swinging the bat like he did last year. Loperfido steps up, or Diaz really comes along and has a big second half. But when you look at it, that's the only thing. We'll see what happens as they move through. But it's definitely more confidence in this potential lineup than it was before. Coming up a little bit, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you caught up with all the injury news. You heard a little bit about Kyle Tucker. If you're going to be jumping in, you hear the latest on that. JP France, Luis Garcia, and more. And Astros, big one tonight. We'll get you set and ready for that as well. All of that coming up next. But before we get to that, guys out there, later.
With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, T-Mill, and I messed that all up. Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T-Mill and Moneybags have the latest for you. Speaking of Moneybags, what you got on it today? What you got on it tonight? I know you made big money yesterday, and that as I learned from you two, that means you go even harder the next day to really stay on this, as you say, winning wave. So what you got tonight?
I am on the Astros -1. I am on the Astros team total over 4.5. And I'm on Altuve and Bregman over 1.5 total bases. Oh, and Arrighetti over 4.5 Ks.
All right, that's not bad. I thought you'd really go after it. I expected more.
You might think different if you saw the amounts.
Okay.
You went ahead and tried to go with a little smaller amount and up the ante, huh? Smaller number of bets, up the amount?
Yes.
Yeah. It's, I was about to say, I think it's going the other way.
Give them to us one more time.
Arrighetti over 4.5 Ks. Altuve and Bregman both over 1.5 total bases. Astros -1 and Astros team over 4.5 runs.
How much you got on? How much you got wagered?
I don't want to know. I honestly, I don't. I don't want to know. I don't want to.
Why would you not want to know, Ronald?
Because it just makes me
gives you a little anxiety.
Yeah, just to hear his numbers. I don't want to, because I really, when I hear on that ride that wave, it makes me think he. Yeah, see, I'm coughing. I can't even go with this right now.
Hold on, so
you got whiskey in that studio over?
Loss of words, right there, boy. That got me. No, I don't. I don't at all. But I might need to, depending on the numbers that he has up there. I might need to have some whiskey. All right. So hey, if you want to make some money, many of you like to follow Tyler's bets. He's on a heater, so maybe jump on that thing. I bet you he's put so much down, Clint. He don't even have enough for you to jump in on this. I would imagine as much money as he's put down.
He's tapped out.
Yeah, he's tapped out. We know it. You don't have to say it. All right, some news with the Astros before we get to the setup for tonight's Game 2 against the Blue Jays. We just talked about this one, Clint. Joe Espada on Kyle Tucker said hopefully in the next couple of days you can see him out here, and by that he means potentially running a bit. The speed of the last couple of days, it's actually progressing faster than we had in the last couple of days. So doesn't sound like he's going to be on the field probably, I'd say, in this series, Clint, if they're getting close to him just getting out on the field. But getting closer. My thing, I don't know about you, my thought is, can he be there next week? Like Monday, is he able to start and play in that series? Is he able to get going next week? That's kind of my thought is, can you get him through next week? It's Tuesday now. Can he get himself to a point where he's ready to go next week? And that's where I'll take. And that would be well over a month, Clint. But
look, I'll be honest with you. I think they're going to stretch this thing out to the All-Star break with all these guys.
No, you don't think we see Kyle Tucker until after the All-Star break?
I just don't know. It doesn't seem like his progress. I mean, the guy's been hitting in the cage and jogging on a treadmill for 2 weeks now. I mean,
they said it's faster.
Okay, let's get his ass out there and let's see something. How fast does he have to go to get back out there and be playing baseball again? I mean, it's. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me given the pace in which he's recovering, the pace in which he's rehabbing, and then you look at Cabbage and Loperfido and White Boy Chaz and all these guys playing right field. They're swinging the bat really, really well. They're producing Not at a Tucker rate, but they're producing in a big way. And so it wouldn't shock me one bit with this organization, the way they operate. One, if the damn X-ray was wrong, it was not negative. Two, if they feel like they can just take it nice and easy right here because you've got guys that are producing in right field and there's no reason to rush Kyle Tucker back. Get to the All-Star break, come out on the backside of that thing, roaring with all your guys back. All your guys being Justin Verlander, Luis Garcia, hopefully, and or sooner rather than later after the All-Star break, Luis Garcia, and then Kyle Tucker. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
All right, some other news here is Kyle Tucker. We'll see whenever he can get on the field. Hopefully that is soon. But they'd be interested if we get some video footage of him. I'd like to see how he's moving. The Astros announced that J.P. France underwent right shoulder surgery, so he had that repaired. We knew he was out for the season, and he did have a procedure done there. And then Luis Garcia, I think this is the most positive news of the day in terms of the injury front for the Astros. He is going to make his second minor league rehab start on Thursday for AA Corpus. That's what Joe Espada had to say earlier on the Astros flagship. And this is big, Clint, because as they're reeling right now still, what they're probably in line to have another, I'd say, bullpen game coming up soon. I don't think Verlander will be back. And Jake Bloss, they said he still needs to make a minor league start. They need all the starters that they can get. And you've said it, and I agree with you. Even when Verlander comes back, Clint, they are still going to be short. They are still going to be short. Just having 5, and now you're nervous at all points to get back to a place where one move away from getting back to a place where you're having bullpen games and you're having to do those things again. So they need all these guys they can get. And if they can get Luis Garcia, which Clint, second rehab start, that sounds like we are maybe weeks away, a couple weeks, if that. That is huge for this team because they desperately need as much starting pitching as they could possibly get. And we haven't heard any noise about them making a move to add somebody from outside. So that's going to be important for when he can get back.
Yeah, look, I haven't looked at the second half schedule in terms of looking at the off days, but I would imagine the second half of the schedule is there's going to be several runs where there's not very many off days, so a 6-man rotation would be advantageous, to put it nicely there. And then also if you just look at Ronel Blanco, you look at Hunter Brown, you look at Spencer Arrighetti, from a youth perspective, it would be nice to be able to load manage those guys, particularly Spencer Arrighetti down the stretch, because he flat out has not done it mentally or physically. So to be able to load manage him in the second half would be nice. I'm not a load management guy, but in that case, I think it'd be smart. Also, Verlander coming back, you got 3 youngsters and 1 old head. It would be nice to be able to load manage him as well. And going to a 6-man rotation means fewer miles on the body down the stretch on that backside. And the Astros, assuming everybody stays healthy with Luis Garcia in the mix, it would behoove them also to get him as much run as you can, to get him in the groove, to get him up to speed, and hopefully hitting on all cylinders come playoff time. And so, yeah, getting Luis Garcia back, other than the obvious, is there's a little depth there that allows somebody to be injured or allows you a little bit of wiggle room if somebody gets a snag. Hell, him coming back, man, could be very valuable to several guys in this rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very valuable. Also, don't want to leave out Gay. How do I do that? Gray Kessinger. Either he is called back up as Cooper Hummel is sent back to AAA. Gray Kessinger is back. Maybe he'll get some run.
Yeah, well, he's back to one of the guys on the roster that I don't need to see much. Like I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I
want to see him get a little run. Clint, everybody has gotten some run. That's come up except for Gray.
He set his little Ole Miss, little Oxford, Mississippi ass over on that bench and collect that big check and be nice. Just chill. We don't need to see him.
They let Hummel get starts and pinch hits.
We didn't need to see Hummel either. Look, here's the deal. I mean, you got 2 dudes that should be at first base. Dubon should never come off the field unless it's a rest week. You got multiple outfielders to rotate through there. I just don't see the need or the fit for Gray Kessinger other than just being that emergency guy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's get it ready for tonight, Clint. The Astros are continuing to roll here. They are 9-1 in their last 10, and they're going to try to get another win tonight against the Blue Jays. This is a Blue Jays team, Clint, that seems to be going the complete opposite direction of the Astros. They are now 8 games under 500. Do you remember this is a team that people thought would be a contender? This is a team that many people picked to get to the postseason. And they are starting to kind of go the other way. We're hearing a lot of rumors of some of their top players potentially on the trade block, including Vladimir Guerrero Jr. rumors here to Houston. But the Astros, they're, I think, the hottest team in baseball. And behind Spencer Arrighetti, who is pitching much better than what his numbers, season numbers, say here of late. He's on the mound. We'll see if he can continue to have success against this lineup as Hunter Brown did and as this rotation has, for the most part, done in the entire month of June, including him. Big night for Spencer Arrighetti, Clint, to see if he can continue to have big starts. His start against the Rockies a couple times out, Clint, was absolutely the best of his career. Want to see if he can continue to match that. But big game tonight. Continue to keep the pressure on teams like the Mariners and those teams in the wild card.
Yeah, look, Spencer Arrighetti's the one in this rotation. There's several of them that we got to keep an eye on, obviously, out of concern in terms of just their inexperience, hadn't done a whole hell of a lot of it. But Spencer Arrighetti's the one for me that I'm really dialed in on. I mean, he has been really, really good. He's been trending in the right direction. But again, as he compiles starts and more reps on that arm, and us having never seen him deal with an entire season and deal with anything as high leverage as Major League Baseball. He's the one for me, Brian, that I want to see him. I want to see how he handles down the stretch.
Yeah, no, I do, and I think for me, it's like at this point, it feels like right now, Clint, it is more of a turning the corner and understanding big league hitters and understanding what big league baseball is right now. Now, I do agree with you. Once he starts getting and flirting towards innings that he hasn't come close to and hasn't thrown as many, then my concern level will go up, as we saw with Hunter Brown last year when his innings started to jump up and he started to flirt with innings that he hadn't pitched in. We saw a different pitcher, a guy that tired out a bit. But right now it feels like he's starting to feel confidence in himself and learn what it's like to face major league hitters. By the way, the lineup tonight, I want to see how you feel about this lineup, Clinton. Altuve is back in the lineup with Bregman behind him. Alvarez is in left field tonight, and Diaz is the DH. Myers is back in the 5 spot. Clint took him out of that 2 spot from yesterday.
He didn't look good up there.
That wasn't him?
No, it wasn't a good look for him.
All right, 0 for 4. Maybe he can get back on it. Tonight, Myers. Huh?
It was a rough-looking 0 for 4, too, Bub.
Myers is in center, batting 5th. John Singleton, he gets the call tonight at first base. Pena behind him. Loperfido is in right field, and Salazar is the catcher tonight for the Astros. So that is the lineup tonight. Your thoughts? You good with that lineup? You cool with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it, man. Even old boy like Dubon needs a little time every now and then, you know?
Yeah, you knew they was going to get his day off. Yeah, they weren't going to miss his. They was going to get Dubon's day off. But we'll see what this lineup can do. One of the better pitchers in the American League and probably the Blue Jays' best pitcher, Berrios, will get the ball tonight. So we'll see how that plays out moving forward.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, today Reed Sheppard was introduced to the Houston Rockets media, and I know our guy Adam Spillane was down there. We'll get to hear from Reed on the station coming up soon at some point here. But Ime Udoka had a couple of things to say about Reed Sheppard that I thought was interesting. One, he said there are similarities between Reed Sheppard and Fred VanVleet defensively with their ability to get hands on the ball, pause, and be in the right angles. Adds one-on-one defending is the hardest thing to do, and he'll develop it in the NBA. But they loved what the film showed. So first, defensively, he talked about, because I feel like that's a concern for a lot of people, and I'll be honest with you, I feel like there's a concern for a lot of people about Reed Sheppard struggling defensively for other reasons than why. I think that he is just looked at and assumed
White boy Reed.
That he would struggle.
That's what the whites used to do.
I feel like there's something because if you close your eyes and didn't look at him and just heard 40-inch vertical leap and his athleticism, you would. I don't know if there would be thoughts that that's as much of a struggle on that thing. But I think the big thing that he talked about, Clint, where I think Reed Sheppard is really going to make his mark, is he said that Sheppard's gravity opens up the playbook for Houston and will help improve the offensive efficiency of this group. Last season, the Rockets were 20th in half-court offense of efficiency. So that is, to me, screaming out his big skill right now in the league, and that is his ability to space the floor and his ability to shoot the outside jumper and give guys like Sengun, guys like Green, a lot more room to roam and to move because you can't help off a guy like Reed Sheppard.
Yeah, Ron. Look, I'm looking up earlier and watching a little talking about the Klay Thompson sign to the Mavs, and they're just illustrating a bunch of times where Kyrie Irving and Luka both drew double teams. They kicked it to an open guy, he didn't knock it down, right?
Yeah.
And they're talking about the Klay Thompson effect on the Mavericks, when in reality that could also be the Reed Sheppard effect on the Rockets in terms of he's got some parts of his game, and Reed's from his point of view, he's got to develop. Klay Thompson's got some parts of his game that ain't near what they used to be, but these guys can knock down shots, so they immediately bring something to the table that nobody else can. They immediately impact the offense because they spread the floor and they make you choose. You want to guard that knockdown shooter tight, or do you want to be able to collapse on one of these guards that can get to the rack? And you can't do both if you got a shooter that can knock them down out there. And so I think the conversations you hear around how Klay Thompson can help the Mavericks, at least schematically, I think it's very similar to what Reed Sheppard could possibly do here. Again, got to develop some parts of his game to be on the floor as a full-time starter, obviously. But, boy, what a weapon to have for Ime Udoka and the Rockets.
Yeah, you got drivers, potentially, good to great drivers like, the Jalen Greens, the Whitmores. Those guys just need just a little bit of space to get, that extra step to get where they need to get to towards the bucket. And just that Reed Sheppard ability to keep, like, I got to get close to him because they're going to kill me, especially corner threes and things of that nature, which are the easier threes. Those are things that really, really help, as he said, open up a lot of things for this team. So we understood the draft pick when it happened, and we can kind of see what they're looking at with him opening up the floor because they just didn't have that many guys to do that last year. All right, coming up, Paul Feinbaum. Is this a hot take? Or is he on to something? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, sleep better to live better, y'all. I firmly believe it.
minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Pulled out the red carpet for Bronny today, Clint, Tyler.
I just got the red carpet. We wanted to get into a controversy.
I saw that.
Called in. They made JJ Redick come out there and put a suit on.
I haven't had a chance to hear any of it yet.
I hadn't heard if they made JJ put a suit on. Now JJ didn't go put a tie on. He said, "Now damn it, I got to draw the line." They made Rob Pelinka come out there and roll out there for Bronny.
Redick drop any F-bombs?
Probably. I think he maybe moved to S words.
Oh, just that little step down there?
Yeah, just a step down, maybe. You think anybody said anything to him about it?
I don't know.
Think anybody said, "Hey, Coach, what do you think, man? Maybe we..."
Coming in strong there, JJ.
I don't think anybody said anything about it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think anybody within that organization that hired him was surprised at all with the language.
Oh, sure.
Come on, JJ.
Not even a little bit.
Nope.
You don't think even, just at the press conference, the opening one?
I've got to believe that if he's going to get in a press conference setting and do that, I've got to believe that when he sits down, whether it's maybe not in like contract talks because he's not talking. I mean, I doubt he's talking to Jenny Buss and the crew like that, but like when he sits down with Pelinka, he was way too comfortable. I bet he's definitely
talking to Jenny Buss.
Well, maybe she clearly. I mean, she seems like one of the fellas, so it doesn't. I mean, and I mean that positively, by the way. So maybe he is, but that was way too smooth and natural and just off the rip for me to think that he's ever if you don't have some level of guard up in that setting, you damn sure don't behind closed door. Hell, Pelinka was sitting right next to him.
Yeah. He did it twice.
I mean, there was Laker logo. There was 42 Laker logos in the picture when he did it, and the general manager was sitting next to him. I mean, I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going to get him.
I think Linda's a hell of a cusser, but I think Linda will hold it off first day.
Oh yeah. No, Linda ain't got. Linda, she cares too much about what people think about her to get up there and do that right there. Now she got a 6-pack in her. Oh, she'll dog cuss. She go beyond just using the F word. She'll dog cuss one of the reporters.
By the way, one of the texters brought it to our attention, and it's ridiculous as we were talking about. Clint was floored about the weight of Kyle Tucker. Someone looked up and said, "Yeah, they've got Clint at 6'2", 210 on his Wikipedia page." And I looked back at it. They got your age right. Mm-hmm. But they got that 6'2", 210, baby.
They got my age white?
They got it right and white.
Yeah. No, look, I ain't been 210. Hell, I ain't been 210 since my sophomore year in college.
Yeah, I was going to say, was that your NFL weight?
No, my NFL weight was Parcells literally just looked at me. There wasn't no body count, there wasn't no doctor, he just looked at me and said, 218. I said, "Coach, I can't get below 221 without sitting in the damn sauna." I went out there literally and won money in our conditioning test because I was beating receivers like betting Galloway. Like I bet I beat you in this one right here, and I won $100 from him. That's the kind of shape I was in back then. This dude wants me to sit in the sauna and lose 3 extra pounds just to meet a number.
He needed 3.
218. Yeah, you look like 218. Just based off
going to hang at that 3 extra pounds.
Yeah, well, hell, luckily I didn't mind sitting in that sauna, so I got in it. Boy, as soon as it was over, I'd bounce back up to 222, 223. Yeah, no, I ain't been hell, and I ain't done nothing but go north since then. So I don't 210. Hell, yeah. I'd like to see 230 again.
Yeah. I remember my driver's license had me at 245 for 20 years. Till that was just never the case.
Just wasn't.
I'll be frank with you. I'm not 100% sure that it was the case when I told him it was 245.
You may have been fudging a bit at the time.
I think I may have been lying then, to be honest with you. All right, let me play this clip from Paul Feinbaum as we're approaching the college football season. Is this a hot take from Paul, or is this have some merit to it? And understand, this is a guy that's connected, knows a lot of people, talks to a lot of people, especially in the South and in the SEC. But this is what he had to say about how he sees the Texas Longhorns quarterback situation going this season.
Who will be the starting quarterback for Texas at the end of this upcoming season?
That will be Arch Manning. I don't need to tiptoe around that. That is guaranteed. You heard it. And we may even see him a little bit throughout the season.
And so what?
Wow. That just sounds really shocking. I mean, I feel like coming into it that Quinn Ewers may be one of the Heisman guys talked about. I mean, when you talk about returning quarterbacks from what he did last year, I feel like he's going to have Heisman talk. And that would be something. Listen, we understand how big of a recruit Arch Manning was, how big of a deal it was for him to get to Texas, but damn, this is a team that's ranked third in the country preseason. I mean, that would be, obviously if there wasn't an injury, maybe Paul for season injury, but if there's not an injury, that one's hard to believe.
Yeah, that one's hard for me. I think that's Paul's first hot take of the 2024 college football season.
First one.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it makes any sense. I mean, teams that are legitimately interested in winning national titles don't bench national, at least college football playoff quarterbacks from the year before that are upperclassmen. That really, quite frankly, let's be honest, you're leaning into Quinn Ewers more this year than you ever have. I mean, dude lost 2 monster weapons on the offense. So I mean that's when you do that, all of a sudden, like the now, before it was, hey man, you got weapons, just throw the ball up. Hey man, we can do some different things. You got a great play caller. Now it's like, hey, you don't have the same weapons, so we're gonna have to operate a little bit differently at quarterback until we figure out whether we have some guys that can do similar things, or is our offense gonna look different all the way around. So you're gonna lean into that veteran experience of Quinn Ewers. I don't know anybody in their right mind that goes into a season with the thought that they are even remotely interested in benching a college football playoff quarterback. I know the Manning name is obviously there's a shock factor there. I'll be honest, Quinn Ewers, when I watch him play, there's several times that I think he's had opportunities to really cement himself as like there's an untouchable kind of situation. And me personally, I don't feel like he's always done that. I feel like he's probably missed a few opportunities in that situation. One being the college ball playoff game last year against Washington when they drive down the field and he's got 3 or 4 shots from right there inside the 10 and can't get it done. While I'm not going to stand on the table and beat my chest about Quinn Ewers. I still think people are crazy to think that they're going to bench him for Manning. I think so far the brightest thing about Manning, if we're completely honest right now, is his last name.
But so you don't see as a situation, because I mean there are some players and quarterbacks that are highly, highly talented and will come in and you're like, all right, like it's only a matter of time for that guy's talent to win out. And like I don't know. I guess for me, I'll say when I see Quinn, I don't think like this is, some crazy, crazy talented player. I don't see this as, he is unseatable. But when you've seen the two, do you see Arch Manning as that type of guy where his talent is so much that he actually gives them a much better chance to win if he gets in?
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, and Arch is coming a long way in a year and ultimately going into, what is this, going into year 2?
Yep.
Look, I mean, there's no doubt he's matured and developed, and what we saw from him last year in the moments that he did get in, he's clearly gotten better. He's clearly gotten more comfortable. But this isn't a guy, for me personally, I'm just from a distance. I've never been to a Texas Longhorns practice, so I don't study their film. But when I was from a quarterback perspective, I like to look at quarterback prospects. And when Manning was coming out, when I watched Manning, I thought clearly from a mental perspective, he's going to have an advantage because of the way in which he was raised, the grandfather, the father, the uncle. They clearly have groomed the kid to know what coverages are, read coverages, yada yada yada. But when you look at the action and you look at the just raw skill set, it wasn't one where you go, wow. Like, how do you keep this kid off the field? You know what I mean? Like, there's some work, some development that needed to be done, not just because he was a youngster coming in, but because there just needed to be some techniques and mechanics worked through. And so to think that this guy, just because his last name's Manning, is a guy that just, I mean, like, Caleb Williams, his freshman year at Oklahoma, like Arch is nowhere in that. He was nowhere near that.
That's a great example. That's a great example. I forgot. I don't even remember who it was, but he was going to take somebody. He was going to take their job.
It was the kid. It was the kid that was a first round, slated to be a first round quarterback. That was South
Spencer
Carolina. Spencer Rattler.
He's going to take his. He's going to take his job.
Chomping at the bit. And the minute he went out there,
it was over.
Now he ran. He's the one that brought Oklahoma back against Texas in the first game that I think he came in. I don't even think he started that game. But nonetheless, like you knew the minute he was on the field, like the way in which he floated around in the pocket, the way in which his arm talent was in that Pat Mahomes, that real loose 2024 this generation arm. It was like, yeah, this dude should be on the field. I mean, it's. Like Arch ain't got that. Arch didn't have that as a freshman coming up. So I don't know, man. I think this is a hot take by old buddy,
by Paul Feinbaum. We'll see what happens. We'll see, because that would be a hell of a turn of events if he is on the field and it has anything to do with injury. All right, coming up, Hunter Brown. He's throwing the ball so well. I just want to gauge where people are, how good people, or how much people feel where he has taken his game up with a question. And we'll discuss that coming up next. And I'll do the lineups for the first time in a long time. We'll do the Astros lineups coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, Houston, I got a question for you, man. Have you or a loved one ever
getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It's been a fun show rolling through here. You all, y'all done bought fireworks yet?
No, I'm not a big firework guy, bro.
I don't know that I knew that.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, there's some things in this world that I don't feel safe doing, and that's one of them.
Really? It's a safety thing. Wow. Okay.
Now, I'll watch them, but I ain't buying them and popping them.
Really? That's never been your thing?
My wife she loves it. Like, I'm gonna tell you.
Does she?
Within the next week, like if all things that I could possibly do for my wife, including spending money on, if I could find a really, really, really good fireworks show and plop her ass down in a seat where she can watch the whole thing on July 4th, she would think more highly of me.
Courtney loves a good fireworks show too.
Megan's the same,
but she doesn't want to light any of them.
Just wants to view them.
Well, I'm with Courtney. I'm with Courtney. I know something about lighting a fuse just ain't in my.
Oh boy, I was dangerous.
Don't want to Jason Pierre-Paul yourself.
Yeah, I love it. Well, them Roman candle bottle rocket fights we used to have. I know it's real stupid. But
no, we did it too when we were kids.
Yeah, I know it's real stupid. But boy, we had a blast. Like, oh yeah. But I'm the only one in the whole family that wants to do it.
Hey, we got one of them. I got a little cousin, Hannah Grace. She is still now. My babies are scared of them too, but it's more because they're little and it's a loud noise. But Hannah just turned 14. She's still scared of them. We had a bottle rocket, like somebody was shooting some rockets or something. They fell over, and they started shooting towards us. and her dad was trying to get behind the table and hit him right in the forehead.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
And luckily it just burned him a little bit. But anyway, she was standing there when it happened, and she thought it killed him. And she was little, obviously. And to this date, man, she don't like to be around them at all. And she wasn't even the one that took the brunt of it.
Trey doesn't even want to go to sit out and watch him.
Hell, he don't even care to. Does he not care to, or is it scared? He's scared of it.
He's scared. He's scared. Yeah, I think he's gotten better. He used to. We would go. Go as a family and get chairs and sit out and go find a show. Nah, man, somebody had to sit inside with him because he ain't about it. I think he's getting a little bit better with it, but nobody wants. Like for me, I want to go up there. I want to give me some pumps. I want to go and buy me some fireworks and let this thing ride, baby.
Yeah.
Let me light me up some and throw them. Be a little bit better than Jason Pierre-Paul. But, maybe I probably won't do that anymore. I'm not as quick with my reflexes, but that used to be my thing right there.
Yeah, my youngest is definitely afraid, man. She shivers and trembles and hides and rooms in the house. It's really a problem.
Yeah, Max might kill somebody. We'll see Bear might kill somebody. We'll see what happens with him when he starts hearing them bad boys.
He's lost it.
All right, Hunter Brown, man, is the reigning pitcher of the month in June in the American League, and he had another amazing start in his first start of July yesterday, and he has been pretty consistent, 8 straight quality starts. And, I mean, yes, these aren't just quality starts, man. Teams aren't even approaching 3 runs on him. And I would just ask this from you and the people, 713-572-4610. I want to hear your thoughts on this as well. If the Astros had a playoff series right now, let's say they had to go face, the Red Sox in the first round of the playoffs, the Royals in the first round of the playoffs, the Mariners in the first round of the playoffs. Hunter Brown pitches game what?
Ooh.
Which game does Hunter Brown pitch? Does he pitch? Where's he pitch in this thing? I think we got game 1. Let's say everybody's healthy, right?
Yes.
I think we got game 1. I think we understand Verlander goes game 1.
For me, yeah. Look, yeah. I can't until Verlander either shows a significant drop off or is no longer an Astro. If he's healthy, he's going to start game 1 for me.
Yeah, I'm with it. So where is he slotted?
I would drop Hunter Brown in the 2 spot. He would start game 2 for me.
Over Fromber, over Ronel Blanco, who has, I would say, been this team's best starter all season.
Definitely,
over those guys. He's done this much to get to get to the level of the number 2 starter for you on this team.
Definitely over Fromber at this point in time. I mean, look, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying I want to move on from Fromber. I am just the inconsistencies, man. Boy, I mean, if the not having Maldonado, if it's impacted anybody, it's impacted Fromber the most, I think. That is even though he was doing some of the similar stuff last year. But, yeah, he definitely over Fromber. But I did not think, when we were talking about this earlier, I did not think about Ronel Blanco, man. That's a tough one for me. But, yeah, I think I would still go with I mean, they've all been good. Ronel Blanco's been good, and Hunter Brown's been good. But, boy, Hunter, I mean, he hasn't just been good. I mean, he has been absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, he has been. Someone texted in, Brown is game 3 for me. Hunter Brown pitches game 3 after Valdez for me. Somebody said, hell show, it's Ron. I think Blanco's game 1, Verlander 2, Framber 3, and then Brown.
That's
text line coming in, JV, Blanco, Hunter Brown, then Framber, Gus and Katie, with his thoughts there. Yeah, it's a tough one because Blanco has been absolutely amazing, and to me, I think he's been the pitcher of the year thus far, and for this team. So I would.
Oh, I agree with that.
I think it's. Well, I think it's tough.
The only blemish is the old goo in the glove. I mean, other than that, man, we'd be.
Yeah. I mean, he's 8-2. I mean, I think he's going to make the All-Star team. I mean, just to give you an understanding, right? Like, I don't think that Hunter Brown's ERA is under 4 yet, and he's got one. He's given up 1 run in 31 innings. Like that's where he's that. You know, that's where
4.08.
Huh?
4.08.
Yeah, and I mean, just think. I mean, what he has done in the last month plus, and his ERA has not climbed under 4 yet. Like, I mean, just kind of an understanding of where the start was and how quickly this has come about. But I mean, the crazy thing is, Clint, it's an argument that Framber Valdez is the 4th starter for this team.
Yeah. I mean, that's how good these guys have been. I mean, I'm telling you, man, because they haven't only. I mean, you know, they especially in Ronel Blanco's. Not only has he been consistent, hell, he's been great. And then you get to Hunter Brown, and obviously tell of 2 seasons, if you will. What was the first 6 starts versus the last 8 kind of deal. But it's just been so consistent of late and so dominant of late. It's hard to not have him in front of Fromber as well. It's a good conversation to have if you're an Astros fan. That's for damn sure.
It is. You know, another good conversation to have is Texans All Access coming up behind us. And Area 45, they'll have the post-game show at 7 o'clock after them. But, Tyler, for the first time in a long time, I need you to get me my damn music. Whoa, baby! I didn't think we'd get here. I damn sure didn't think we'd get here on June 2nd. But the Astros have found a way. Look at God. Got themselves back above 500. Not just 1 game, but 2 games above 500. Let's do the starting lineups. Somebody could sponsor this. Anybody out there, it is open for business. This could be Ron's starting lineup sponsored by. Somebody could step up, just throwing it out there. Now leading off. It's been a while, baby. And leading off, batting first, playing second base. He may be 5'6", but he carries the big stick. Jose Altuve.
Really, really happy.
And batting second. Where is the real AB? I'm looking for the real AB. Is that my brother's keeper? You damn right it is. The third baseman, Alex Bregman.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
And batting third for some reason in left field tonight. I won't fight it, Captain Joe. But batting third and still tipping on them fofos. The ladies love it when they call him Big Papa. Said they love it when they call him Big Papa. Number 44, Yordan Alvarez. Alvarez.
Jordan's a go for launch.
And in the cleanup spot, tonight's designated hitter, he is swinging the Yiner Shiner, baby. The Yiner Shiner, baby. And he hails from Oswald. The designated hitter, Yiner Diaz.
Yiner bombs are good.
And batting fifth for center fielder Jake Myers. And batting sixth, the first baseman, Homer, bat flip. Pop up to second, bat flip. Foul out to left field, bat flip. Welcome in to bat flip season, the first baseman, John Singleton. And batting seventh, the nasty, pretty face panty dropper himself. Ladies, take them panties off, turn them son of a gun sideways, ball them up, and throw them right at his ass at the plate. Do it right now. Throw him at his ass. The shortstop, Jeremy Pena.
That's a panty dropper.
There it is. And batting eighth in right field. Who is that? Who is that? I tell you who that is. Hey, ladies, that's Joey Lowe. Hey, ladies, that's Joey Lowe. Who that? Joey Luperfino.
Joey Superfito.
And finally, the catcher, batting ninth. He may be 5'9", but he has the soul of a 6'4" catcher. Is what he has, the soul of a 6'4" catcher. The catcher, Cesar Salazar. That is your starting lineups. Can the Astros get another W in Toronto? Woo!
So good. So good. Been too long, baby. Been too long.
It's been too long. Hey, they deserve it. They're
they did.
Above 500. Can I get a W? Again, remember behind us, Texans All Access. What are the fellas talking about? Love, life, Texans Radio. That's what they're talking about. Their polygraph machine. That's what they're talking about, so stay tuned for that. Area 45, Bijani at Creighton. Clint, great job as always. Tyler, great job as always. Thank you for everybody that's kept us on. I am Ron